Data cultivation. I test longevity in the Temple of the Five Elements. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 201 Fairies Descended to Earth, Siege, Taoist Companion Matters. Even if it was Luo Yan himself, someone dared to scold him or speak ill of the Five Elements Temple, he would also take direct action to suppress the person who was talking nonsense. Huh? That purple-clothed female cultivator has ice spirit roots. A surprised voice came from the crowd. Luo Yan's heart moved when he heard it, and he cast his eyes to the periphery of the dojo. Originally, he didn't take the dispute over there seriously. Hearing the word ice spirit roots, he suddenly thought of someone. So he shifted his attention from the battle in the central area of the dojo. Both sides of the battle were a group of female cultivators, and each attack was particularly elegant. It didn't feel like they were fighting, but rather like dancing. This group of female cultivators should be from the Behu Valley in the southern region, right? They are all like lotus flowers emerging from the water, bright and stunning, worthy of being the true cultivators of my Taoist school. The people around also noticed the two sides fighting over there, and their words were full of praise. Who is the purple-clothed woman they are besieging? She seems to be a genius with ice spirit roots, with ice-related magical powers in her hands, and she is so heroic that she can defeat many enemies with a small number of people. It is rare to see so many female cultivators fighting, and it is also a special style for everyone. If we can find a fairy from Behu Valley as a Taoist partner, it would be a very good choice. Some cultivators were not very interested in the battle between the Taoists from the Black and White Academy in the center of the Taoist field. Instead, they focused on those female cultivators. There was an inexplicable color in their eyes, and there was an indescribable aura. Several of them looked at each other and smiled knowingly. It seemed that they had some common understanding. I heard that the sect of Behu Valley is almost composed of female cultivators. Are there any Taoist brothers from the southern region present? Do you know more specific information about them? Although they are all female cultivators, their strength should not be underestimated. A cultivator from the southern region nodded in agreement and revealed some not-so-secret information. The Behu Valley sect is a very special existence, with a majority of female disciples. Male disciples cannot enter unless they are gifted. Therefore, the sect has a strong female population and weak male population. As long as a male disciple of this sect wants to find a cultivator of the same level as a Taoist partner, there is almost no way to find one. Unlike other sects, many cultivators can only find female cultivators with lower cultivation than themselves. But Behu Valley is different. What it lacks the least is female disciples. In a way, this sect is actually a paradise on earth for some male cultivators. After all, there are hard-working cultivators who can put all their thoughts on cultivation. There are still too few such people. Cultivators are also human beings. As humans, they have selfish desires. This kind of human relations is actually accepted by all cultivators. However, it is difficult for two cultivators to give birth to offspring when they are together. The higher the cultivation, the lower the probability of giving birth to offspring. After all, people at their level are essentially gradually leaving the category of human beings. Thus, they transform into higher dimensional characters. The reason why the Behu Valley sect has always been among the top 5 in the southern region is not because of its outstanding appearance. These female cultivators have learned a lot, whether it is elixir, instruments, talismans, or formations. The disciples in the sect are very united, and it is a very special sect. The cultivator from the southern region continued to add. Let everyone roughly understand what kind of sect Behu Valley is. The purple-clothed woman with ice spirit roots and several female cultivators of Behu Valley fought fiercely. The rays of light from various magic instruments flew, and the white icy aura filled the air, completely covering the area. The purple-clothed woman was fighting against many people alone, and she was not afraid at all. With every move, various ice-based magic burst out, and the cold air was overwhelming, covering the place. The movements of the people who besieged her became slow. Even the people watching outside the dojo felt that it was only a matter of time before the female cultivators of Behu Valley were defeated. Is there any Taoist brother willing to help me beat this purple-clothed demon woman out? After this trip, you can come to my Behu Valley as a guest. There are still many sisters in the sect who want to find a Taoist partner. They are all born with natural beauty. I can introduce them to one. At this time, seeing that they still couldn't take down the purple-clothed woman with ice spirit roots, even with their combined strength, and there was a risk of losing. The leading female cultivator of Behu Valley was very anxious. She knew that if they were defeated at this moment, given the character of the person opposite, he would definitely blow up their spiritual bodies directly. They would not be given any breathing space. So she cast her eyes to the outside of the Taoist temple and sent a message directly to the outside. Is what the fairy said true? Hearing this, someone in the crowd outside the Taoist temple shouted loudly. With so many fellow Taoists witnessing, what I said is naturally true. The female cultivator of Behu Valley responded immediately. Around her, a rain of flowers was falling slowly, crystal clear. The same was true for several other female cultivators from the 100 Flowers Valley. They were covered by the rain of flowers, looking hazy and gorgeous, which made people excited. But at this moment, they became shaky in the endless white world. They gave people a sense of pity. They all had outstanding looks, graceful figures, and long black hair like waves. Flowing down, soft and smooth, with a little luster. When asked for help by these female cultivators, some people outside the Taoist temple felt compassion instantly. Who is that purple-clothed woman? Is she a genius with ice spirit roots? She is indeed talented. But you bully your fellow cultivators like this, don't you know the principle of forgiving others when you can? Someone couldn't bear it and couldn't bear it anymore, so he spoke out. That's right. That's right. She is just an ice spirit root, but she is too arrogant. Someone next to him echoed, with an indignant look on his face. It seemed that he was standing up for the female cultivators from the 100 Flowers Valley. Hearing this, Luo Yan, who was standing not far away, subconsciously tightened his eyebrows. These guys are double standards. Several female cultivators in Behu Valley used their numbers to bully the few, and when they couldn't win, they sought help from outsiders. This is unfair. The reason why those people reacted like this is nothing more than seeing that the female cultivators in Behu Valley are extremely beautiful, and coupled with a pitiful look. It is hard not to feel pity. In fact, the appearance of the purple-clothed woman is also exceptionally outstanding. The whole body is wide, the figure is slender, the waist is slender, round and smooth, charming and moving. The lotus steps are graceful, one step is crystal, the grace is infinite, and the beauty is extreme. But her expression is too indifferent, like an eternal glacier, without any life. It feels more like an ice brick, rather than a graceful woman. Staying with such a woman, it is easy to doubt life. Did you find an ice brick and put it in front of you? And her strength is strong, even stronger than most people present. Each attack was sparkling, with boundless frost, and terrifyingly cold. It was as if the space was frozen. It was impossible for ordinary people to subdue such a strange woman. Everyone present knew their own limitations. In contrast, the female cultivators of Behu Valley had exquisite figures, expressive eyebrows, and beautiful voices. There were too many advantages, too numerous to count. Everyone knew what to choose. In addition, the world always sympathized with the weak. Even if the purple-clothed woman was besieged by the female cultivators of Behu Valley. But when the party that attacked was a group of beautiful female cultivators, it was difficult for outsiders not to feel sympathy. After all, they were a group of fairies descending to the earth, so it was understandable that they were a little willful. Therefore, the people outside the dojo began to sympathize with Behu Valley. They wanted to rush forward to help. However, this was a battle between female cultivators after all, and outsiders could not intervene blatantly. Otherwise, they would be laughed at. Therefore, although some people were attracted by the female cultivators of Behu Valley, they were still hesitant. The moment he saw the purple-clothed woman, Luo Yan recognized her. This woman, like him, was also a disciple of the Five Elements Temple. She came from the Five Elements Peak and rarely interacted with outsiders. She was cold and unapproachable. In addition, she was wearing a very ordinary purple coat without the symbol of the sect. There was a hazy veil on her pretty face, blocking her face, and her fairy face was not visible. Her jade-like figure was half hidden. Therefore, no one recognized her origin. Even the fellow disciples of the Five Elements Temple in the Taoist Temple were the same. If Luo Yan had not seen the purple-clothed woman last time in Tai's sect, he would never have thought that she would be from his sect. Just like himself, wearing a black robe with a crane face. If he did not show his token and use the five-color artistic conception, outsiders could hardly tell his identity. The previous batch of disciples who were qualified to enter the Thunder Pond secret realm in Tai sect together with him. Only a few people can come here. After all, this is the big stage of the 5 realms. The geniuses of various sects and many old generation cultivators are all here. The competition is terrifying. Even the proud daughter of the war god temple was eliminated. Not to mention other ordinary disciples. If you don't have a little luck, it is almost impossible to come here. Therefore, among the crowd present, not many people can recognize the identity of the purple-clothed woman. The fairy of the 100 Flowers Valley who is speaking. If I help you out, can you agree to be my Taoist partner? A playful and teasing voice came from the crowd. Then the people next to him heard this shameless words and burst into laughter. There was a bit of inexplicable meaning in the laughter. It is hard not to associate it with desire. That Taoist brother is joking. Not to mention me, even the sisters around me want to find a Taoist partner. Whenever you come to my Beho Valley as a guest, we will play the zither and cook wine for you to have a chat. Thank you for what you did today. Then, as long as you can conquer any of our sisters, the matter of a Taoist partner is not out of the question. When the female cultivator of Beho Valley said this, she was distracted and hit by an ice crystal. Her mental body was unstable and she was injured immediately. Hearing this, the people who originally planned to be a spectator and not to participate in other people's fights. At this moment, the little thoughts in their hearts became heavier. Although it seems a bit excessive to intervene in other people's fights for no reason. But what is in front of them is a great opportunity. The candidate for the Taoist partner is a female cultivator of Beho Valley. This kind of pure female sect, the female cultivators in it are first class in appearance and temperament. Finding such a woman as a Taoist partner, wouldn't the days to come be happy? You know, it's not easy to get in touch with the female cultivators of Beho Valley on weekdays. Now, if you just come out to help out, you are likely to win the favor of the female disciples of Beho Valley. It's not impossible to even become a Taoist couple. In just a moment, someone was moved. Don't panic, Fairy of Beho Valley, we are here to help you. In the crowd, several people could no longer hold back and jumped into the battlefield. With an extremely strong attitude, they intervened in the battle between the purple-clothed woman and the female cultivator of Beho Valley. There was a feeling of immortality, Taoist robes, and heroic spirit. A gentleman's demeanor. This purple-clothed fairy, please stop. The fairy of Beho Valley has already admitted defeat, please show mercy. These people stood in front of the female cultivator of Beho Valley and blocked the attack of the purple-clothed woman. That's right, let's be merciful, please stop this fairy. Another man echoed. They turned their heads and looked at the female cultivators of Beho Valley behind them. They were all injured and looked very delicate. It made people feel pity. In an instant, the desire to protect them in their hearts became stronger. However, they did not take the initiative to attack the purple-clothed woman. Whether it was the female cultivator of Beho Valley or the purple-clothed woman, both of them had outstanding appearance and temperament. It would not be good to attack directly and offend the beauty. Moreover, the purple-clothed woman was an ice spirit root. This kind of special spirit root talent, no matter which sect she was placed in, was an absolute treasure. What did it mean? Everyone present knew. There must be a powerful sect standing behind her. Therefore, these people just chose to smooth things over and did not attack. The purple-clothed woman glanced at the strange men who suddenly intervened in front of her, her cold eyes condensed, and countless runes appeared in her palms. A snow-white ice crystal world enveloped her. She was originally indifferent. First, she was besieged by the female cultivators of Beho Valley, and then someone forced her to intervene in their fight. In her mind, this was the enemy. There was no point in talking to the enemy, only fighting. However, due to what the female cultivators of Beho Valley had just said, she still frowned and said in a hollow voice, "Retreat, otherwise I will regard you as the enemy." Everyone around was surprised. They didn't expect that there was really a lustful person. Those who wanted to find a Taoist partner were crazy. They actually dared to intervene directly in the fight between the two female cultivators. However, considering the conversation just now, some people were disdainful, and some people were envious. They also wanted to learn to intervene, but in the end, they hesitated and didn't. They came to participate in the trial of the Thunder Pool, and their hearts were very strong in seeking the Tao. Although an outstanding Taoist partner is also very good, they still have to stand back in front of the Tao. Besides, both sides are female cultivators, helping one side to bully the other. They are not those guys, and they can't do such a bad thing. Chapter 202, Helping Hands, Sword Cultivator is Invincible. The people present were all first-class Xianjiao figures from various sects, and they had seen all kinds of women. They were not so immobile for a few female cultivators from Behu Valley. And some people thought of the fellow disciples behind the purple-clothed woman. It was impossible for the sect's spiritual roots to be bullied like this without seeking revenge. The power behind such an ice-type spiritual root must be extraordinary. Quick! Seeing that those people always protected the female cultivators from Behu Valley behind them, the purple-clothed woman stopped talking and hummed softly with her red lips. She recited ancient spells. The ice spirit power in this area suddenly became active, emitting a hazy white light. With an intrusive chill, it enveloped this space. It was like an ice crystal cage, covering all of these people, and the world inside was white. Every gust of wind and snow was a strong magic attack. It hit the protective spiritual light of the female cultivators from Behu Valley and the men who intervened in the battle, causing ripples. It was like a storm, with a shaky feeling. Purple Fairy, please stop. We don't want to be your enemy, please take back your magic. The men in the ice crystal cage looked at her and attacked her magic without any explanation. There was a hint of anger in their words. In their opinion, the purple-clothed woman was too ungrateful. She dared to attack after they intervened, obviously not taking them seriously. You have to know that they all advanced to the foundation building stage many years ago. They practiced all kinds of secret methods to perfection, so they had the confidence to enter this space. Otherwise, they would not have the courage to directly intervene in other people's battles. Since you don't know what's good for you, then we have to teach you a lesson. They were originally very concerned about the fellow disciples behind the purple-clothed woman. But under the current situation, if they don't take action again, they are likely to fall into danger. Then they stopped hesitating. The situation changed suddenly after the attack. The ice crystal cage was broken in an instant. The strength of the few of them was not at the same level as the female cultivators of Behu Valley before. Their magic skills were much higher. With a casual wave of his hand, there were black whirlwinds that swept around, and the scene was terrifying. The whirlwind went straight to the sky. It was true that the purple-clothed woman had ice spiritual roots, but she had been practicing for a short time. Compared with these guys who had practiced for many years, she still seemed a little inadequate. And she was alone, facing such an opponent who was several times stronger than herself, and her attack was easily limited. For a moment, it was a stalemate. At this time, Luo Yan, who was on the periphery, couldn't stand it anymore. He didn't care much about the female cultivators of Behu Valley besieging the purple-clothed woman. Maybe there was a conflict between them. But the attack of the guys behind was a bit too much. After all, the purple-clothed woman was from his own sect. Now she was bullied like this. As a member of the law enforcement hall, he could not just stand by and watch this scene. So, a 5-colored talisman light appeared in his palm, and countless spirit butterflies flapped their wings and rushed into the battlefield in an instant. The spirit butterflies flew around, and then defeated the black whirlwind of those people. Then they stopped in front of them, flapping their wings, gorgeous and beautiful. It was like a real spirit butterfly, very agile. This is more like a warning. Warning that these people's behavior has crossed the line. Those people saw the scene that happened suddenly. All the attacks on their side were dispersed in an instant, and they were also slightly stunned. Knowing that a more powerful person had taken action. And in the blink of an eye, he could offset the attacks of himself and others. The person who took action must be a person of the first level of the world's genius. Thinking of the possibility of facing such an existence, their foreheads were sweating. Their faces suddenly changed, so they stopped talking and looked at each other. They didn't even dare to say a harsh word, and disappeared in the crowd in an instant. When the purple-clothed woman saw the figures of these spirit butterflies, a familiar figure flashed through her mind. She looked around with her beautiful eyes, but she didn't find the black figure. But she knew that person must be inside the dojo. Because the spirit butterflies that were transformed were the unique secret technique of her mother's family. The art of dream butterflies. This technique was only passed on once a few years ago, and her sister had briefly mentioned it to her at that time. Thinking of this, she knew it must be that person. The purple-clothed woman glanced at the female cultivators of the 100 Flowers Valley opposite her. Thinking of how they had attacked her from behind many times after stepping onto the cloud road. Her cold face became even colder. She stopped hesitating and acted decisively. Boom! The snow-white ice crystal aura gathered, and then suddenly rolled up, completely blowing up the female cultivators of the 100 Flowers Valley opposite her. Then she opened her mouth and sucked, swallowing the several spiritual power light balls into her stomach. Then she sat cross-legged on the spot and began to regulate her breath. This sudden change was naturally seen by the crowd. The 5-colored spirit butterfly seemed to appear suddenly, but it could burst out with an extraordinary energy fluctuation, directly absorbing the attacks of the two warring parties. The existence that could use such magic was not like an unknown person. It was even the top-level person who made the move. This also confirmed many people's previous speculation that there must be an extraordinary fellow disciple standing behind the purple-clothed woman. Because a genius with different spiritual roots is like a real dragon. Such an existence cannot be raised in a low-lying pond. In other words, the power behind the purple-clothed woman should be one of the extremely powerful sects. Everyone's eyes scanned the dojo several times, but they still didn't find out who made the move. It seems that the person didn't want to expose himself. However, everyone still silently labeled the purple-clothed woman as someone who should not be provoked. In the center of the dojo on the other side, as the space turned black and white, the sky and the earth were eclipsed. The whole area was filled with a repressive atmosphere. The several guardians in the black and white space, facing this all-pervasive domain attack, seemed to be stuck in a quagmire. The movements of the whole body were slowed down, and the spiritual power was stagnant. They were completely unable to break free. Crack! Crack! Black and white light rain flew, runes flashed, and emitted strange fluctuations, with a deep breath. Then the spirit body of a guardian exploded directly, disappearing like a bubble. Driven by the Daozi of the Black and White Academy, the black and white light flashed, and the spirit body of another guardian exploded. Every time the runes lingered, a guardian would be taken away. Until finally only the young man in silver-white armor was left. If you don't have that strength, don't learn from your uncle and show off in the dojo. You should know that there are countless beings in this space that can suppress you. Without those protectors, you are nothing. People like you are no different from clowns when they jump out. Please remember to keep a low profile in crowded places like this in the future. The Taoist of the Black and White Academy sneered, his eyes opening and closing. He glanced at the young man in silver armor opposite him calmly. He did not attack again. To deal with such a proud and arrogant person, leaving him in the dojo is a better humiliation. Because the strange eyes of others will make him feel uncomfortable. It is better to die than to stay here. For this kind of people, face is more important than anything else. Sure enough, he didn't have to wait too long. The young man in silver armor disbanded his spirit body on his own and disappeared in the dojo. The Taoist of the Black and White Academy, who saw this scene, raised an imperceptible arc at the corner of his mouth. This way of seeing through people's hearts made him very pleased. There was an illusion that he was playing with people in the palm of his hand. The Taoist of the Black and White Academy swept his eyes over the figures around him, thinking of the fleeting breath just now. He was definitely not wrong. This is a person of the same level. I wonder which cloud road you will choose. I really want to meet you face to face to see who is the real invincible of the same level. A low murmur sounded, with a little fighting spirit, and was blown away by the wind. After searching for a circle without results, the Taoist of the Black and White Academy sat cross-legged with the support of his fellow disciples behind him. He adjusted the mental power he had just consumed. The cloud road behind was about to open. He must face it with the most prosperous attitude. He has come to this point. If it is because of a little episode before, it caused his mental power to be incomplete and his strength to be not at the peak. Entering the last cloud road, if he is defeated, he will probably regret it for the rest of his life. Time flies, and the next 5 cloud roads are about to open. A figure suddenly flew out from a cloud road ahead. His face is like a full moon, his eyes are like shooting stars, he is wearing an inconspicuous gray Taoist robe, carrying a sword behind him, and his whole body is full of sharp sword intent. As soon as he appears, he gives people an illusion of being cut by a knife. But if you ignore the sword intent, this person's dress is like the son of a secular businessman. Ordinary and ordinary. This is the sword cultivator of Lingjian Mountain. Someone's pupils shrank slightly, and he instantly told the origin of this figure. Now he is the only one who appears, which means that the monk of the Buddhist sect was beaten out of the cloud road by him. Someone sighed, and was very surprised. Everyone had seen how powerful the monk of Dabai Temple was before. Unexpectedly, He was still defeated. Defeated by such a being. The sword cultivator of Lingjian Mountain is called the Sword Madman. It is because of this group of guys fighting that there is a very troublesome point. That is, fighting with people of the same level, fighting to the death. As long as you can move, the battle will continue. Never stop until the enemy is dead. Any normal person will feel extremely headache when facing such a sword madman. It is precisely because of this desperate fighting style that the sword cultivators of Lingjian Mountain have earned the title of Sword Madman. Many cultivators have crowned him as one of the objects that cannot be provoked casually. This sword cultivator of Lingjian Mountain glanced at the people in the dojo and closed his eyes. He used the sword intent to sense the strength of the people in the dojo, and then looked in a certain direction in the crowd. Why are you hiding in the crowd? You can't hide the aura of so many artistic conceptions on you. Do you want to come out and fight with me? Hearing the words of the sword cultivator of Lingjian Mountain, the people in the dojo also followed his gaze to that direction. There were figures flashing here, and I didn't know who he was referring to. Only Luo Yan himself knew that he was most likely targeted by this guy. The terrifying perception is worthy of being a sword cultivator. Although he had already added various breath-hiding techniques to his body, it was undoubtedly difficult to hide his own breath in front of such a pure sword cultivator. Because sword cultivators are honed in life and death. They have experienced countless life and death battles. They are most sensitive to danger. People like Luo Yan who can threaten him will be sensed by him as long as they are in this area. This is the horror of the sword cultivator's spiritual perception. It has been deliberately honed through countless life and death battles. Hearing the provocative words of the sword cultivator of Lingjian Mountain, Luo Yan did not speak and chose to remain silent. The cloud road behind was about to open, and it was obviously not worthwhile to argue with such a guy again. It was not in line with practical interests. So he chose not to reply. Seeing that the man did not respond, he also restrained his breath even more. The sword cultivator of Lingjian Mountain finally understood what he meant and did not force it. So he cast his eyes on the Taoist of Taking Holy Sect. The Taoist of Taking Holy Sect was originally sitting in front, regulating his breath. But when the sword madman from Lingjian Mountain looked at him, he felt a tingling sensation on his skin. The moment he opened his eyes, he saw the sword cultivator from Lingjian Mountain, whose eyes were full of fighting spirit. The Taoist of Taking Sect twitched his mouth and chose to ignore it. Later, he simply turned his back and didn't look at him, pretending not to see this fiery gaze. The Taoist of Taking Sect thought the same as everyone else on the field. He was bored and would fight with the sword madman from Lingjian Mountain. There was no benefit at all, and it was easy to cause trouble. If this group of sword cultivators lost to one person in a battle of the same level, the subsequent sword cultivators of the same sect would come to the door at some point in the future and continue to challenge. Until that person was completely defeated. This kind of behavior of pulling out the radish and bringing out the mud, a group of people with a fight, is very disgusting. Fortunately, this group of sword cultivators, in most cases, will first express their willingness to fight with him. If the other party disagrees, they will not draw their swords right away. Therefore, when facing the sword cultivator from Lingjian Mountain, ignoring him is the best way to deal with it. The sword cultivator from Lingjian Mountain challenged the strong men in the dojo many times, but was rejected. He suddenly walked to the center of the dojo and said coldly, "There are hundreds of geniuses in the 5 regions, but there is not even one person who can take my moves. If you don't have this courage, why are you still participating in the Thunder Pool trial? Why don't you go back to the sect and bully the new disciples?" This sentence was like a map cannon, causing everyone on the scene to glare. Some people couldn't stand it and jumped out and shouted, "Although you are a sword cultivator from Lingjian Mountain, you are too arrogant, aren't you? I am Li, an inner disciple of Shiangxin sect in the East region." Before the man finished speaking, he was cut down by a sharp sword energy from the void and his spirit body was instantly blown up. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 203, Sword Cultivator, Daozi, and the crowd who took the initiative to attack in that direction only felt a flash before their eyes, and then they could not see anything. After a moment, the man who had spoken earlier disappeared. The sword cultivator of Lingjian Mountain hung his sword on his back again, and a whisper came out slowly, "I am arrogant, but the sword in my hand is my reliance. You are too talkative, but your tongue can't help you block my sword." The scene that happened suddenly made everyone in the dojo more afraid of the sword cultivator of Lingjian Mountain. Even the disciples of Shiangxin sect, when they saw this scene, looked very ugly. But they still had no intention of standing up for that fellow disciple. Suddenly, this small dojo fell into a deserted state. The sword cultivator of Lingjian Mountain looked around, and no one fought with him. He suddenly felt that these people were too unpleasant, and they were not as upright as the monk of the Buddhist sect. He could fight with him happily. He actually knew very well that the reason for this situation was not because everyone was afraid of him. Some of the descendants of some super sects, that kind of peerless genius, first-class figures. It is entirely possible to fight him back and forth. But these guys were unwilling to show up before the Cloud Road was opened. There was no need to fight him, because there was no conflict of interest. He stood in the center of the dojo for a long time, and no one accepted his challenge. He looked at the cloud roads behind him, and then picked one at random. He sat at the entrance of the cloud road. The meaning he showed was self-evident. That is, if you want to get through, you have to defeat him. This scene with ulterior motives was seen by many people of average strength, and they all frowned. Then it fell again. Anyway, there are still 4 cloud roads, just change one. Because the strength shown by this guy is indeed a strong opponent. No one in the dojo dares to say that they can beat him in a one-on-one battle. But even if it is a siege, the chance of winning is very small. After all, the offensive power of the sword cultivator can be said to be invincible at the same level. Just relying on the number of people will not play a big role. And those real world-class geniuses looked at the cloud road with interest, thinking about the possibility of going to that cloud road. Now I don't accept the provocation of the sword cultivator of Lingjian Mountain, because there is no need. It will take a while to determine the winner. But if there is a quota for the thunder pool refining later, it will be worth a try. Not only can I test my cultivation results through fighting with the sword cultivator, but I can also get the final refining quota. It's simply killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Therefore, although the overbearing behavior of the sword cultivator of Lingjian Mountain scared some mediocre people, the peerless genius who is really capable and extremely confident in himself regarded this as a new challenge. A true genius should not be afraid of any challenge. Boom! Not long after, the cloud road behind suddenly opened. The sky was full of rosy clouds, and 5 dazzling light entrances opened instantly. The only difference from the previous time was that at the entrance this time, extremely powerful beings appeared one after another. Everyone sensed each other's strength and confirmed that there were not too many conflicts before setting foot on the cloud road. Except for the sword cultivators of Lingjian Mountain, the other 4 cloud roads have roughly equal forces of various powerful sects. It is not the case that the major sects on a certain cloud road are crowded with geniuses. On another cloud road, there are only 2 or 3 geniuses. The people of the 5 domains just correspond to the 5 cloud roads in front of them. It's just that the power of the holy sect in Zhangzhou is slightly greater than that of the major sects in the other 4 domains. The probability of geniuses appearing in the holy sect is higher, and these geniuses will take the initiative to disperse a part of them. Go to other cloud roads to compete with the geniuses on other cloud roads. This time, even the cloud road where the sword cultivators of Lingjian Mountain are located, there are still many cultivators who step into it. After all, this is just a space composed of spiritual thoughts. Even if you lose the battle and your spiritual body is blown up, it's nothing more than a few months of recuperation. But this opportunity for the Thunder Pool trial is hard-won. It is very likely that this is the only chance in this life. If you retreat when you see a strong enemy, you will regret it in this life if you don't work hard. Therefore, even though they knew that the ultimate obstacle on that cloud road was the sword cultivator of Lingjian Mountain, they were not afraid. It was because there were many powerful enemies on other cloud roads. The opponents on each cloud road were not simple. For cultivators like them whose strength was not particularly outstanding, it was not important to choose which cloud road. Anyway, the possibility of reaching the Thunder Pool refining ground in the end was also very low. It didn't matter which cloud road they chose. Even if they could not be invincible in the world, at least they could see with their own eyes how outstanding the real Xianjiao was. 100 years later, when they think back to the present, it would not be a wasted trip. Luo Yan, who had something to brag about to the younger generation at home, did not care so much. He deliberately glanced at the back of a certain sword cultivator. He chose his cloud road and followed him, and stepped into it. After he entered, a purple figure flashed a hint of surprise in her beautiful eyes. He followed in without much hesitation. After entering this cloud road, it was actually not much different from the previous one. It is all surrounded by clouds and mist, which can block part of the cultivator's consciousness, detection, etc. The last section of the cloud road is actually not long. The reason why Luo Yan deliberately chose this cloud road is that he wanted to have a head-on confrontation with the sword cultivator from Lingjian Mountain. After practicing for so long, he thought that he had indeed reached perfection in the stage of key refining. The sword cultivator from Lingjian Mountain is an excellent opponent. It is perfect to use it to hone himself. After all, the road to Xianjiao will be opened in 20 years, and all kinds of opponents will appear at that time. Compared with now, it is simply a small witch meeting a big witch. It is perfect to have such an opponent to practice. Originally, Luo Yan was going to fight with Yan. But now Yan has advanced to the foundation building stage, and there is a gully between them. Before filling that gully, the battle between the two of them is meaningless. Even so, because there is a pure sword cultivator as a good friend, Luo Yan knows a lot about the little tricks of sword cultivators in fighting. This sword cultivator from Lingjian Mountain is a very good alchemy stone. Not long after stepping onto this cloud road, Luo Yan saw the flames in front of him soaring into the sky. Even from a distance, he could sense that terrifying aura. The sword cultivator from Lingjian Mountain is indeed unmatched. This is too terrifying. Along the way, many people were discussing. Not long after flying forward, Luo Yan soon found the sword cultivator from Lingjian Mountain. At this moment, he was surrounded by a dozen people and besieged by many people. On the cloud road ahead, the sword cultivator from Lingjian Mountain stood alone in the field, with a sharp sword intent all over his body. He was like a blazing little sun, scorching all around, and his powerful aura made many people tremble. Beside the sword cultivator from Lingjian Mountain, there were still two groups of pure spiritual power light balls that had not been absorbed. And those people in front of him were roaring and rushing towards him at this moment. Unfortunately, the sword cultivator from Lingjian Mountain remained calm, and the sword light enveloped the entire world. The sword energy was pervasive, as if it was a rainstorm in a strong wind, boundless. It was like a furnace descending, so dazzling that people could not open their eyes. The sword cultivators of Lingjian Mountain, however, were like towering mountains, always standing in the cloud road. They never moved a step. The gap between the two sides was too big. So big that the advantage in numbers was completely offset. The sword cultivators of Lingjian Mountain were like mountains, standing still, and like the bright moon, shining brightly. The light shining from the sword energy was so bright that people could not look directly at it. Crack! The sword energy turned into light rain, falling from the sky. The light obscured the sun, the cloud road shook, and there was a tendency to destroy the world. The closest old strong man was hit by the sword light in the sky and was torn into pieces in an instant. Someone shouted, swooped down, and offered a terrifying golden whip. This seemed to be the phantom of some kind of magic weapon, because it seemed to be transformed by a real spirit. Like a meteor illuminating the sky, it cut through the starry sky and killed the sword cultivators of Lingjian Mountain. The fighting power was surging, and the killing intent was soaring. But once the sword energy of the sword cultivator from Lingjian Mountain came out, it was really unmatched. The entire cloud road was shaking, and the sharp sword energy filled the sky. The white sword light was surging and broke through the clouds. The sky was full of brilliance. Boom! The sky was full of brilliance, endless and blazing, and the sky above the cloud road was dazzling. The golden long whip that appeared was pierced by the sword energy on the spot. The old strong man who used the long whip magic weapon was also blown up on the spot. Only a ball of pure spiritual power light was left in the original place. When the others rushed to the front, the sword cultivator from Lingjian Mountain had gray air swirling around him, and his black hair was flying and dancing in disorder. Two electric lights shot out of his eyes, and he shouted softly, "Break!" The sword cultivator from Lingjian Mountain finally drew his sword, and in just a moment, a white light passed by his side. Puff! 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 The remaining senior strong men were chopped to pieces on the spot, split into two, and instantly dissipated in this world. The attacking power of the sword cultivators is already invincible in the same level. And before the strength of these people reaches a certain level, the siege will not have any effect. Ants gathered together, they are still ants. Even if the tigers in the forest lie down to rest, they will not look at them straight in the eye. Pa pa pa! A round of applause came from the back, and a man in a pure black Taoist robe, his eyes were also black. It seemed that he walked out of the void, and his figure gradually solidified. I have heard that the attacking power of sword cultivators is the best in the world. Today I have learned a lot. Your Lingjian mountain is worthy of being a holy land for sword cultivators. Anyone who comes out at random is so powerful. You should know that although these small fish are not very capable, if they want to escape, they still have to work hard. The eyes of the visitor seem to contain the entire dark galaxy, black as ink, slender figure, handsome and enchanting face. Oh? What kind of wind can bring here the Daozi of this generation of taking sect, the leader of the three veins of human law, earth law, and heaven law? From the looks of it, you want to fight with me. The sword cultivator of Lingjian Mountain said slowly, holding a 3-foot-long sword. As a Hongzhou holy sect, he had naturally heard of the Daozi of this generation of taking sect. And the one behind, you should also show up. The sword cultivator of Lingjian Mountain paused, sensed it carefully, and then said solemnly, "Are you also from taking sect?" The sword cultivator of Lingjian Mountain frowned, then shook his head violently, and sensed the location of Luo Yan again. You have many artistic conceptions, and the 5 artistic conceptions are intertwined, as perfect as water and milk. The breath of artistic conception tends to be peaceful, but it also brings me an unknown danger. It seems that these 5 different powers are originally the same. An attack method that could make the 5 artistic conceptions blend together. The sword cultivator of Lingjian Mountain murmured in a low voice, and after a moment, he finally thought of a sect. You are from the 5 Elements Temple in the southern region. At this moment, he suddenly realized and finally recognized Luo Yan's identity. Even the Taoist of the Cheyenne lineage of taking sect cast his eyes towards the direction where Luo Yan was. He had also heard of the 5 Elements Temple. He knew that this was a sect that had been passed down for tens of thousands of years. It was naturally extraordinary to be able to be passed down in the Kangwu realm for so long. At this time, a strange color flashed in his eyes. Because he and the disciple of the 5 Elements Temple were dressed so similarly. The only difference might be that Luo Yan wore a crane mask on his face. To show the difference. You two are here at the same time. Are you trying to surround me? The sword cultivator of Lingjian Mountain held the sword in his hand flat, his face solemn. Facing the top geniuses of 2 ancient sects at the same time. Even if he came from Lingjian Mountain, he still felt a great pressure. These were not the trash before, but the real cultivation geniuses. Unparalleled geniuses that could not be guessed by common sense. Each of them was enough to suppress the existence of a generation or even several generations of cultivators in the sect. In the eyes of the sword cultivators of Lingjian Mountain, those cultivators who entered this cloud road after building their foundation were all losers of the previous session or several sessions ago. The real geniuses were enough to obtain the cleansing quota of the Thunder Pool before building their foundation. Even if these people are now at a high level of cultivation and have perfected their skills, they still cannot cover up the fact that they are losers. Therefore, he had almost no feeling for the more than 10 people before. But the 2 guys in front of him were different. In his spiritual perception, if he fought one against many like before, he would be very likely to lose. A super sect can only produce 1 or 2 of this kind of existence. No, he is him, and I am me. I didn't expect that. Besides me, there would be someone else who would dare to trouble you. The Taoist of taking sect looked at what Luo Yan was wearing, and was just slightly stunned, and then he didn't care anymore. It was just a common black Taoist robe. It was not something rare. The reason why he chose this cloud road was that he firmly believed that he would not lose. Even if the opponent was a sword cultivator from Lingjian Mountain. He was the chief Taoist of the 3 veins of taking sect this year. He was usually confident and never bowed to anyone. The title of a sword cultivator from Lingjian Mountain could not scare him. He came here to suppress this arrogant sword cultivator. And then to make a name for taking holy sect. Chapter 204, Internal and External Swordsmanship, Shadow Realm, Melee. There are 3 people here now, what should we do? How about this, I came later, you just pretend you didn't see me. You 2 fight first, whoever wins, I'll fight him. Luo Yan made a suggestion righteously, very decent, as if he was considering them. Hearing this, the corners of the sword cultivator's mouth twitched, and the pure black eyes of the Taoist of taking sect also froze. They all turned to look at Luo Yan. They were both a little silent. How dare this guy say such shameless words? If he hadn't discovered it at the beginning, it would be fine. Now that he has seen it, how could he let him go? And then let him reap the benefits? And this guy's strength is obviously not comparable to those small fish. It seems that both of you don't agree, then there is nothing we can do. Let's fight with our own abilities. I have heard that the attacking power of sword cultivators is invincible at the same level. I guess today I will finally have the opportunity to see it. After Luo Yan teased for a while, he made a suggestion of fight with your own abilities. That's good. It just so happens that the trash on this cloud road has been almost cleared, except for the possibility of a few omissions in the back. There is no one in front of us. The sword cultivator from Lingjian Mountain added. He was the first person to enter this cloud road, and outsiders would never be able to surpass him and go to the front. Besides, before this cloud road collapses completely, the thunder pool will not appear. I have no objection. The Taoist of taking sect nodded, and the whole person turned into countless pure black ink dots and hid in the void. 3 people stood in 3 different directions. The 3 super large sex geniuses were confronting each other, and the tense atmosphere was about to explode. The area in the direction of the Taoist of taking sect was black, and no other colors could be mixed in. The dim light was like ink, and no one could be seen in the depths. The direction where Luo Yan stood was colorful, like a rainbow. Brilliant and dazzling. There was no unusual talisman light displayed by the sword cultivators of Lingjian Mountain, but the sword was unexpectedly obvious, and the whole area was filled with a sharp aura. The 3 people's auras were blazing, and their might was like rolling magma, squeezing each other. Clang. The sword cultivator of Lingjian Mountain took the lead, and the long sword in his hand brought up a stream of qi, which turned into a rain of light all over the sky, and slashed towards Luo Yan and the Taoist of taking sect. His sword energy was like thunder, accompanied by a rumbling roar. His body was bathed in brilliant clouds, standing in the cloud road, and no one could stop him. Facing this top sword cultivator of his generation, Luo Yan was not panicked, and clapped his hands. The talisman light flickered, densely packed, and the 5 colored rays of light drowned the sword energy. Open. The Taoist of taking sect also shouted, his palm glowed, and a black light permeated his body. Condensed the rune into shape, and faced the misty sword energy above the cloud road. Although surrounded by rolling thunder, he was still not afraid. His palm wind was pure black, making crackling sounds, like thunder and lightning interweaving. However, this was different from the power other than thunder, which was silent and corroded everything. This was more like a power of the same level as thunder, a kind of advanced rune, shadow. Buzz! A thunderous sound erupted, and Luo Yan's 5-color rune light and sword energy bombarded together, shaking the entire cloud road. The gray mist rolled like waves, spreading in all directions, rolling up layers of mist waves. The scene where the 3 fought was extremely horrifying. Various mist tornadoes were surging, and the rosy clouds were overflowing, drowning this place. Rushing to the sky of the cloud road, it was extremely terrifying. Ha ha ha, it's great. That's reasonable. You are very strong, I am very excited. A true genius should be like us, not afraid of any challenge. The sword cultivator of Lingjian Mountain laughed a few times. This level of battle made him feel very comfortable. Sword cultivators are born for battle. Enjoy in battles is the nature of sword cultivators. After saying this, the sword cultivator of Lingjian Mountain looked solemn. His eyes narrowed slightly, and he suddenly took a deep breath, his chest bulged, and then he opened his mouth to blow out. Get up. With a whoosh sound, a beam of white light shot out from his mouth. Sword control technique. Quick. Then he quickly made a gesture with his hands, and the long sword in his hand also appeared, matching the white light. In just a flash, there were 2 white lights, one large and one small, and they disappeared into the heavy mist. Those colorful runes were crossed by the 2 white lights. It was like a piece of white paper, quietly broken in the middle. Silently. This is the sword control technique, which is unique to the Lingjian Mountain lineage. Ordinary sword control techniques generally only control the external sword. If the opponent's reaction is fast enough, it can still be avoided. But the sword control technique of Lingjian Mountain is different. In addition to the external sword, a small flying sword is also cultivated internally. This sword will not be seen easily, and it will be bloody when it is seen. Luo Yan sensed the danger in the dark, and his mind was shocked. He then used the art of the spirit butterfly to hide his body in the void. 2 sword lights passed through his spirit butterfly and flew straight to the other side. The 5 colored rune lights that collided along the way were like thin paper, and they collapsed at the touch. The power was unparalleled and irresistible. The situation on this side was seen by the Taoist of Taking Sect on the other side. The terrifying power of this sword control technique made his heart tremble, and he did not choose to use magic to directly resist. Instead, he turned the area where he was located into a black shadow, and his eyes could not look directly. Overlapping and enveloping. In the blink of an eye, I don't know how many layers were overlapped. Until the figure of the Taoist of Taking Sect disappeared and could not be seen. Finally, the two collided, one large and one small, and 2 white lights and black shadows burst out and shattered into runes. The black shadow area was directly crushed, and pieces of runes were imprinted in the void. The scene was amazing. Hiss. The Taoist of Taking Sect, who was in the depths of the shadows, took a deep breath. Looking at the 2 flying swords that were almost in front of him, his face was uncertain. I finally know why the attack power of your sword cultivators is always regarded as the best by the outside world. I have been practicing in this shadow realm for nearly 10 years and have already reached the state of perfection. No one has ever been able to break it. Now through the layering, the power has increased by who knows how many times. But under your sword control technique, it was like paper and almost capsized in the gutter through this attack. The Taoist of Taking Sect also recognized the reality. That is, it seems that it really doesn't work to fight these sword cultivators head-on. This flying sword technique is not only faster than magic, but also extremely powerful. If you don't pay attention, you will be hit through. But he is not the kind of person who passively takes a beating and doesn't fight back. What about the sword cultivators of Lingjian Mountain? He will beat them. Open it for me. The Taoist of Taking Sect shouted, then raised his right hand to resist, and the rune on his palm flickered. The shadow energy spread and swallowed up this cloud road. A dark light burst out, turning into a red and refined black prison, covering the front. This is also a terrible secret technique, which is the secret of Taking Sect. When practiced to the extreme, the power is earth-shaking, and the light in the area can be completely stripped away. Luo Yan was also shrouded in this shadow area. The rune on his left hand flashed, and a huge butterfly rushed out, which was completely made of colorful light patterns. It was like a fierce butterfly from ancient times, and it fluttered its wings lightly and cut through the void. Disperse those shadows, and the brand fragments were hid into the void. This spiritual butterfly technique was very powerful. It was the first time that Luo Yan integrated the 5 elements into the dream butterfly technique. The combination of the two made the whole body colorful, ancient and vicissitudes, and extremely powerful. With a light flap of the wings, the clouds were stirred and rushed directly towards the 2 people. Just in time. The sword cultivator of Lingjian Mountain shouted, using the divine sword control technique. The sword body transformed into countless flying swords, and with 10 fingers stretched out, hundreds of flying swords burst out. The sword intent was majestic, and the sword light was even stronger. At the same time, accompanied by a sword sound, a sword net composed of hundreds of flying swords appeared. It emitted a white light and covered the 5-colored butterfly, which was extremely fascinating. The Taoist of Taking Sect also made a move, and the dim light was blazing, and the entire area was dyed black. Outsiders in this area will gradually eat away their spirit. This is like a strong poison, and those who are affected will not be spared. In this way, the 3 of them, the geniuses from different sects, fought together. Attacking each other, they completely occupied the entire cloud road. Each of them is enough to suppress the cultivators of the same level in a sect. Some cultivators in the back who entered the cloud road later saw this scene and were extremely shocked. They could only watch the battle wave from afar, which spread far and wide. They couldn't even get close to watch the battle, because they were afraid of being affected. The battle between Luo Yan and the other 2 was almost all magical powers and unique secret techniques. The momentum near this cloud road was rolling and boiling like magma, making it impossible for others to get close. Is this the real genius? A cultivator in the backside, and his mind was trembling. The strength of these 3 people is too strong. They almost cover half of the cloud road. The momentum is like a knife, which is terrifying. The cultivators who can set foot on this cloud road do not have much confidence in themselves. After all, the behavior of the sword cultivators of Lingjian Mountain, stationed at the entrance of this cloud road, is still vivid. As long as the cultivators in that small Taoist temple, they should have discovered it. Many cultivators of the big sects gave up this cloud road the moment they saw the sword cultivators of Lingjian Mountain. Because the monks of Dabai Temple before were a lesson. A monk who was powerful enough to dominate this realm still couldn't escape the fate of defeat in front of the sword cultivators from Lingjian Mountain. When the sword cultivators from Lingjian Mountain chose this cloud road first, they naturally set their sights on the other 4 cloud roads in order to avoid encountering them. Someone in the crowd watching the battle in the back sighed and said, "We chose this cloud road, and we didn't have any hope of winning the final spot in the refining. So the most fundamental purpose of stepping on this cloud road is to admire the invincible style of the sword cultivators of Lingjian Mountain. In my imagination, once the sword control technique is released, I am afraid that he will really be invincible among his peers. Such a powerful sword cultivator, I thought he could sweep all the way to the depths of the cloud road. But in fact, what appeared in front of me was a sword cultivator who could be called the best in attack at the same level. Such an invincible existence, there are actually people who can compete with him. Are we really too ignorant? I only know that the sword cultivators of Lingjian Mountain are invincible, but I have never heard of the strength of those who can compete with them. Before this sword cultivator of Lingjian Mountain was recognized as one of the strongest in the dojo. This was not self-proclaimed, but was achieved with strength, one sword after another. In addition, the sword cultivator's invincible attack technique. Based on these circumstances, many disciples of the major sects would choose to avoid the cloud road where he was. But now it was the exact opposite. Someone had come up to him on purpose, wanting to compete with that peerless swordsman. And it seemed like there was more than one person. Is this what those peerless geniuses really think? A cultivator who had come in earlier exclaimed. He had come in when the first dozen or so people besieged the swordsman from Lingjian Mountain. More than a dozen old generation figures who had built their foundations were killed by the swordsman from Lingjian Mountain. What a demeanor. It was really shocking. But what shocked him even more was yet to come. The swordsman from Lingjian Mountain was certainly very powerful, but the 2 who appeared later could fight back and forth with him. The state between the 3 was to attack each other, instead of joining forces to bully one person. And each of them was very powerful. Where the 3 fought, the clouds were surging, and the aura of magic was like a sea and a tide, covering half of the sky. There was a blazing dim light, thunderous sword energy, and 5 colored runes rising into the sky. These blazing attacks collided with each other, and suddenly there was boundless brilliance sweeping all around. The mist on this cloud road was dispersed, blocking the sun. This battle lasted for a long time. The 3 fought for most of the day, but still could not determine the winner. It's not a good idea to continue fighting like this. It will waste the time of the 3 of us. I have a method. Please appreciate it, brothers. The Taoist of Taking sect looked serious and raised his hand to perform a Taoist bow. After such a long battle, he finally understood that the 2 people in front of him were not inferior to himself. His own magic realm was almost perfect, and his rune attainments and secret arts practice were far beyond his peers. But in this melee, he still couldn't gain the upper hand. With the current means, it is almost impossible to defeat them. There is no point in continuing the stalemate like this. It's time to show off the real trump card. I also have a sword with great power that has never appeared in the world before. Now I would like to ask the 2 brothers to try it. The sword cultivator of Lingjian Mountain held the 3-foot sword in front of him, his eyes were sharp. The sword intent on his body was bursting. That's what I meant. Then let's decide the outcome with one strike. Luo Yan also nodded, knowing that it would be impossible to defeat these 2 people with only the 5 elements realm and the minor divine power. They are all descendants of their respective sects, and the techniques they practice are not much different. Moreover, the 3 of them are the chosen ones of heaven, and they have a deep understanding of the techniques. They have also been through hundreds of battles and have no shortage of combat experience. It is normal to meet a worthy opponent. This is a truly evenly matched battle. The 3 of them can learn a lot from it. There is pressure, and even more competitiveness. Chapter 205, The Art of Distracting the Mind, the 7 Killing Thunder Sword, and the 5-Color Divine Light. Thinking that the outcome would be decided with just one strike, Luo Yan simply stopped hiding. The 5 elements of his mind began to be restrained, and the power of the 5 attributes slowly merged. The original 5 different colors, blue, cyan, auburn, and red, became illusory from dazzling, and then merged into a misty white light. It seemed that there was no aura. The 3 of them were ready to burst out their hidden means. The most amazing vision was the Taoist of Taking sect. The center of his eyebrows bloomed with colorful divine brilliance, and countless mysterious symbols were vaguely swimming, and then these fine lines appeared in front of him. Division of the soul, condense. With this light shout, a small figure walked out from the center of the eyebrows of the Taoist of Taking sect. This person had a black robe, long hair, and black eyes, and was no different from the Taoist of Taking sect himself. With the help of those fine lines, the body of this little man instantly grew larger, and then solidified. In the end, it completely transformed into the appearance of the Taoist of Taking sect. My soul-splitting technique is said to be passed down from the great magical power of one key into 3 pure ones in the fairy world. Every time I perform it, I can create 3 clones with the same strength as the original body. Unfortunately, the inherited soul-splitting technique is incomplete. It can only split a spiritual incarnation, and it must be nurtured with spiritual consciousness to ensure its power. The Taoist of Taking sect explained gracefully. He was very confident, and at this moment, his eyebrows were flying and his spirits were high. Because he firmly believed that he would be invincible when he used this secret technique. One Taoist of Taking sect could fight the opponent to a standstill. Now there are 2 of him in the world. If the melee continues, he will definitely be the one who wins the final victory. No matter how amazing the secret techniques of these 2 people are, they can never be his opponents. In a one-on-one situation, he is confident that he can blow up any one of them. Luo Yan, who was standing beside him, did not change his expression at all. He carefully felt the breath of the incarnation and did not respond. However, one thing is certain, this art of splitting the spirit is more convenient than the art of the spirit body, he learned. And the strength of this incarnation can actually reach the same level as the main body. It looks a bit like the external incarnation of a high-level cultivator. From all aspects, the practicality of this art of incarnation in combat is far greater than that of the spirit body art of the 5 elements temple. It is shocking that such a powerful secret technique appeared in the Kangwu realm. Judging from the look of the Taoist of the Taking sect, although this art of splitting the spirit is amazing, it should also have great limitations. Otherwise, why would it be regarded as a killer? It should have been used long ago. But it was not used until now, which means that the limitations of this art of incarnation should be not small. It cannot be used easily. Just like Luo Yan himself, he cannot use the 5 colors divine light for a long time. Otherwise, the body will be backfired. This kind of secret technique inherited from ancient times is powerful, but it also has many limitations on cultivators. 2 Taking sect Taoists. Luo Yan murmured softly, his eyes first colorful, then replaced by dazzling white light. He knew very well that the combination of 2 Taking sect Taoists who were in tune with each other would not be as simple as a simple combined force. The superposition of the 2 would be very terrifying. If it was still the same level as before, with the 2 of them being in tune with each other and cooperating well, even if Luo Yan and the sword cultivators of Lingjian Mountain joined forces, they would most likely be suppressed. Thinking of this, Luo Yan and the sword cultivator of Lingjian Mountain on the opposite side looked at each other, and a meaningful look appeared in their eyes at the same time. One Taking sect Taoist was already very difficult to mess with, and now 2 of them came out at once. No matter whether they had any tricks in their back box, no one dared to underestimate the 2 Taking sect Taoists who attacked at the same time. Simply beat him up first. Seeing this, the sword cultivators of Lingjian Mountain no longer held back, and shouted, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 killing thunders rise, and 1 sword breaks the sky. 7 killing thunder swords come out. In the sky, 7 streaks of sword energy crossed the sky, with a dull humming sound and a buzzing thunder. It seemed to tear people's souls apart. Sharp and violent. At the same time, a white light gathered in Luo Yan's palm, and the breath of the 5 elements disappeared. Instead, it was a kind of chaos, a void that could accommodate everything, as if it was above the 5 elements. This beam of light illuminated the most unparalleled red refining, and the white light was thick, piercing through the clouds and sweeping straight ahead. The 2 invincible attacks used by Luo Yan and the sword cultivators of Lingjian Mountain were full of power and very terrifying. They both hit that space in tacit understanding. With a bang, the Taoist of Taking sect on the opposite side was drowned by endless sword energy and talisman light. In just a moment, his incarnation was blown up. He couldn't even block it a little bit. Seeing this, the Taoist of Taking sect was furious and roared, "You 2 bastards, You actually secretly joined forces. You two really deserve to die. When did the sword cultivators of Lingjian Mountain learn to join forces with others? The Taoist of Taking sect was furious. His incarnation was blown up in an instant before it showed its true power. Moreover, this secret technique has great limitations when it is used. He couldn't use it a second time in a short period of time. Originally, he wanted to use this to solve one person in the melee first, and then work together to deal with the other person. But now, everything is over. You deserve to die. Both of you deserve to die. The Taoist of Taking sect was furious and violent in an instant. The shadow domains burst out in patches, obliterating the sword energy one after another. Then he slapped the ground hard, and the runes on his body intertwined, and the power of the shadow became stronger. Any light that shone into it would be swallowed up instantly. The breath became many times stronger in an instant. However, Luo Yan's 5-color divine light was a great magical skill, and it could not be resisted by a force of a different level. The shadow domain of the Taoist of Taking sect also gradually dissipated in this white rune light that seemed to have no deterrent power. The layers of shadow domains were blasted open layer by layer. Then it penetrated directly and hit the body of the Taoist of Taking sect. Following closely, there were sword shadows all over the sky outside the shadow domain. Being caught in the two terrifying attacks, the Taoist of Taking sect had no way to avoid it. He could only resist with all his strength. But these two attacks came from Luo Yan and the sword cultivator of Lingjian Mountain respectively. Under normal circumstances, the power of this peerless genius alone is difficult to resist. Now let alone the combined strength of two people. Although the Taoist of Taking sect tried very hard to operate the shadow domain to resist. But first, the 5 colors divine light was indestructible, destroying his shadow domain. Then, there was a sky full of sword energy, followed by a sharp sword intent. Just a simple blow, a big hole was pierced through the abdomen of the Taoist of Taking sect. Just like that, the Taoist of Taking sect was the first to be eliminated. The elimination was somewhat dramatic. The reason was because of his incarnation secret technique, which made Luo Yan and the sword cultivators of Lingjian Mountain feel a crisis. Then they joined forces tacitly and beat him out first. However, when the spiritual body of the Taoist of Taking sect collapsed, the faint curse of breaking defense could still be heard. You two unruly bastards, instead of fighting me one-on-one and fair, chose to secretly join forces. I don't accept it. I hate it. As the spiritual body collapsed, the voice gradually dissipated. After the Taoist of Taking sect was eliminated, the situation on the scene instantly became quiet. The dispersed mist was slowly gathering towards the center again. Brother Dao's magical power gives me a frightening feeling, and it even carries the breath of the great Dao. I think it's quite extraordinary. Looking at the white light that seemed to have no power, but was actually extremely powerful, the sword cultivator of Lingjian Mountain exclaimed. His sword eyebrows were straight, and he kept thinking about the light just now. This is different from ordinary secret magic talisman lights. He was not deliberately targeted, and just standing at a very far distance gave him a feeling of being unmatched. The shadow domain of the Taoist of Taking sect just now is the best proof. Under the blessing of the multiple shadow domains, his sword energy will still be greatly affected. But the white light used by the guy from Wuxingguan, when facing the superimposed shadow domain, has infinite penetrating power. It feels to him as simple as poking through a piece of window paper. Your attack. The sword cultivator of Lingjian Mountain frowned, thought carefully in his mind, and then closed his eyes to savor it. After a moment, he opened his eyes wide and murmured subconsciously, it turns out that it is a power beyond this level. In just a moment, he figured it out. The level of this secret technique is one level higher than the power they are using now. No wonder it is so unstoppable. I have never seen someone like Brother Dao who can master a power that does not belong to our level at this age. Brother Dao is worthy of the name of a true genius. The sword cultivator of Lingjian Mountain carried a sword and kept looking at him, as if he wanted to see through the mask on Luo Yan's face. To see the real face under the mask. A person as arrogant as him would also subconsciously praise someone. This shows that the 5 colors divine light that Luo Yan used just now really shocked him. The Taoist of Taking sect is very powerful, and the layers of shadow domains that are superimposed on each other are definitely not something that can be broken by ordinary magic. But in the eyes of the sword cultivators of Lingjian Mountain, it is nothing more than a waste of energy. The tortoise shell can always be blasted. and the 7 killing thunder sword just now was not deliberately targeted, but just wanted to test the quality of the incarnation technique of the Taoist of taking sect. After all, the guy showed an attitude of winning. He didn't take him seriously at all. This made him very unhappy. In addition, the Taoist of taking sect said that the strength of the incarnation is no different from the original body. For all the above reasons, he subconsciously wanted to test the quality of the secret technique performed by the Taoist of taking sect. But who would have thought that it was so vulnerable? He was greatly disappointed. But after the Taoist of taking sect was eliminated, the sword cultivator of Lingjian Mountain came to his senses. It was not that the incarnation of the Taoist of taking sect was not strong, but the white light that the guy with a crane face and black robe in front of him had a problem. Ask yourself, if you put yourself in the position where the Taoist of taking sect was just now, he would probably not be able to resist it. Because this is a great magical technique. Looking at the whole Lingjian Mountain, he had never heard of any senior brother who had successfully practiced this level of secret art. Not even one. Even those high-level cultivators, there were very few who could learn this level of secret art. In such a large sect, the number of people who learned it could basically be counted on one hand. Lingjian Mountain also had this kind of great supernatural power level secret art. But the difficulty of practicing it was too high. With his current strength, he couldn't even meet the prerequisites for practicing this kind of secret art. It was conceivable how high the threshold for practicing the great supernatural power art was. But there was such a living example in front of him. How could he not be extremely shocked? 5 years ago, I heard that it was also the sword cultivator from your 5 Elements temple who defeated my senior brother from Spirit Sword Mountain. Now there is another peerless genius like Brother Deo, who has learned this kind of ancient secret technique only in the key refining stage. I am really curious about what kind of place your 5 Elements temple is. 20 years later, the road to genius will be opened. When that time comes, I will definitely go to the south region. See with my own eyes what the difference is between this ancient sect that has been passed down for 10,000 years and other sects. It can cultivate a peerless genius like Brother Deo. The sword cultivator from Spirit Sword Mountain exclaimed. This is not the first time he has heard of the name of the 5 Elements Temple. 5 years ago, the senior brother failed in the sword fight in the Thunder Pool trial and returned to the sect. It caused a great fluctuation. What they never expected was that the sword cultivator from Spirit Sword Mountain would actually lose to others in the field they are best at. This is very unbelievable. Therefore, many fellow disciples focused their attention on the 5 Elements Temple. When they have the opportunity in the future, they will come to the door in person to get back at this place. Because the practice of sword cultivation is extremely difficult, having a suitable sword master to spur them on will be of great help to their future practice. Brother Deo, please let me see it now, that power beyond our cognition. There will be no regrets in this Cloud Road trial. The sword cultivator of Lingjian Mountain had a solemn and heavy face. After knowing that the guy in black robes opposite him had mastered a higher level of power, even though the hope of victory was slim, he was not ready to give up. As a pure sword cultivator, although he had seen the strength of his opponent, and they were of the same age, it would never happen to people like them to avoid fighting and run away. Brother Deo, take action. The sword cultivator of Lingjian Mountain repeated it again. Luo Yan on the opposite side nodded and agreed to his request. It is not easy to practice the great supernatural power. Even before this, he would feel extremely curious. Now that he has the opportunity to see it with his own eyes, he naturally cannot miss it. He can understand the feelings of the sword cultivator of Lingjian Mountain. Luo Yan closed his eyes, and then suddenly opened them. There were countless 5-colored rune lights in his palm, which then merged into a white beam of light. In just a moment, it was thrown out. Faintly, the roar of a divine phoenix could be heard on this cloud road. Although its figure could not be seen, the cloud road was full of colorful divine light. Chapter 206 End, Thunder Pool, Thunder Turbulation Liquid. The dazzling white beam of light formed by the fusion of the 5-color divine light rushed to the opposite side with a swish. Puff. First, there was the endless buzzing sound of swords, and the boundless sword energy broke out from the void, as if there would never be an end. The sound of the sword energy crisscrossing was thumping, and it continuously bombarded the white beam of light. But what was surprising was that such a powerful sword energy attack still could not break the white light. It only blocked it for a moment. Then it was eaten up bit by bit, and then dissipated between heaven and earth. Finally, It hit the sword cultivator of Lingjian Mountain. Is this the forbidden power of the next level? Sure enough, before you have cultivated the same level of power, you can't compete with it at all. After saying this, the sword cultivator of Lingjian Mountain turned into a rain of light and dissipated between heaven and earth. He also failed. This is the horror of the great supernatural power. Even if you are a genius of a sect, you still can't even contend with this kind of forbidden power that exceeds this realm. The only secret arts of the same level can resist the great supernatural power. The main reason is that the age limit for the monks entering the trial field of Lei Chi's secret realm is too low. Older monks can't enter at all. As a result, many young monks are not qualified to contact that kind of forbidden power. That's why this one-sided situation has occurred. Some monks even doubt whether their own sect has the secret art of the great supernatural power level, because no one has really seen it with their own eyes. This kind of legendary art has a very high threshold for practice. Generally, non-high-level monks cannot touch it. Looking at the entire Kangwu world, those who can learn this kind of great supernatural power secret art in the key refining period are rare in the past thousands of years. This is why when Luo Yan learned this supernatural power, it alarmed so many big figures in the sect. The mist rolled, and the battle was over. Luo Yan did not hesitate too much and absorbed the spiritual power balls left by the two men. In just 1 month, he felt that his soul essence had increased several times compared to before. Even if he was given a certain amount of time, he might be able to directly form a pill. At this moment, Luo Yan finally realized why the Lei Chi trial was called the trial field for geniuses. The more talented people are, the more they can improve. The more spiritual power balls are absorbed, the more the soul essence will grow. It can save a lot of practice time for true geniuses. Luo Yan sat cross-legged and waited for the fluctuations in the cloud road behind him to disappear. Just now, the cloud road behind him also erupted, with a violent energy fluctuation. Luo Yan knew very well that someone was fighting. Almost all the people on this cloud road had been eliminated. Previously, there were sword cultivators from Lingjian Mountain guarding here, and everyone who tried to break through was blown up. At present, there should be only a few cultivators left in the back. Luo Yan planned to wait and see, and wait for them to come over on their own initiative. Because the cloud road behind him would collapse, he only needed to wait here. After eliminating all those people, this thunder pool would appear. It was at this moment that Luo Yan's mind relaxed a little. The quota for the thunder pool refining on this cloud road could finally be said to be in his pocket. The sword cultivators of Lingjian Mountain and the Taoist disciples of Taking Sect were defeated here. I believe that the people behind him would not be able to make any waves. After such a long battle, he should also reap the fruits of his victory. The battle fluctuations in the back did not last too long, and then the rolling mist on the cloud road gradually calmed down. Luo Yan sat cross-legged on the ground, waiting for the people behind him to appear. It should be the last battle. Luo Yan murmured in a low voice, with a little urgency in his expression. Nearly a month has passed, and the final thunder pool refining place has finally opened to him. This feeling of the final blow made his calm thoughts a little ripple. Fortunately, he didn't have to wait too long. A figure appeared on the cloud road behind him. Luo Yan stood up from where he was, condensed a 5-color talisman light in his palm, and prepared to hit that direction. He wanted to blow this person up in the shortest possible time. But when Luo Yan saw this familiar purple figure, he frowned and stopped. The person who helped me in the dojo just now was you, right? Should I call you the law enforcer, or should I call you Brother Luo? Ice crystal-like lotus flowers formed under the feet of the purple-clothed woman. She came from afar, with a fragrant breeze and fluttering purple clothes. Her long black hair flowed down like water waves, soft and smooth, with a bright purple light. Do you know me? Luo Yan frowned again. He always wore a crane mask, how could he be recognized so easily? And joining the law enforcement hall is an extremely secretive matter. Except for Li Siki and Leon, there are only a few people. Outsiders can't know it at all. But this purple-clothed woman was able to reveal her identity in one breath, so how could he not suspect that something went wrong? You know, it is very easy to offend people when doing things in the law enforcement hall. If someone finds out your true identity, it is easy to cause some unnecessary trouble. Of course, he is not afraid. Fortunately, before Luo Yan could guess for too long, the purple-clothed woman took the initiative to tell him, my sister's surname is Lan, and she is in Xiandi Ridge. With such a reminder, Luo Yan finally understood. It turns out that senior sister Lan of Xiandi Ridge is the sister of this purple-clothed woman. No wonder he always feels that there is an inexplicable sense of familiarity. So Luo Yan instantly changed his tone. You're welcome. It's wrong for them to besiege you with so many people. I just did it by chance. Besides, we are from the same sect, and it is only right for us to help each other. Luo Yan also returned a salute to the purple-clothed woman with a humble tone. This is the sister of senior sister Lan who has taught him the Dharma, and it is not good to respond with a stiff tone. I have dealt with the people in the back. Now, there should be only you and me on this cloud road. Although I am very grateful for what you did just now. But I have a question in my heart. I hope Brother Luo can tell me. The purple-clothed woman walked gracefully, her jade feet exposed outside, looming, with a little jade light flashing. She was very polite and changed her tone to ask for advice. It is rumored that the people in the law enforcement hall have a scale in their hearts to measure the world, which is the standard of our 5 elements temple to the outside world. My doubt is why many law enforcers are so unkind. If the group of female cultivators in the 100 Flowers Valley were from our sect before, how would you deal with it? Would you still help me? Somehow, the purple-clothed woman said such a sentence. She wanted to see how this person, who was regarded as a top genius by her sisters, could understand from the perspective of the law enforcement hall. Because she had met a person from the law enforcement hall on the Cloud Road before. Being in such a place, she still kept repeating the sect rules. She kept talking about the scene of enforcing the sect rules. First, she lowered the psychological defense of several disciples in the sect, and then suddenly attacked. This behavior of using identity to launch a sneak attack is simply disgusting. Shameful. After embarking on this Cloud Road, everyone is in a competitive relationship. Where is the right and wrong? Luo Yan chuckled and then shook his head gently. Although he also felt that the purple-clothed woman's words were full of meaning, it seemed to be a question about the actions of the law enforcement hall. In fact, there is a deeper connection hidden. But looking at senior sister Lan's face, he still gave his own explanation. What does right and wrong have to do with it? You are from the sect, I will help you if I want to. Isn't there a saying like this? It's called helping relatives and not helping others. If you are all from the sect, then just stand by and watch. After all, I don't have that much free time. Luo Yan narrowed his eyes slightly. He always felt that the purple-clothed woman in front of him was a little strange, asking some inexplicable questions. However, he did not get too entangled with her, and changed the subject. You should be the only one in the back, right? Do you want to fight me? Although the purple-clothed woman was very beautiful and had something to do with him. But Luo Yan would not care so much about such matters related to the path of Taoism. Hearing this answer, the purple-clothed woman took a deep look at the figure opposite. Her beautiful eyes were flowing, and it was unknown what she was thinking. There were tiny ice crystals dancing slowly beside her. The temperature around her also became cold, making her whole person hazy and cold. There was an aura that was independent of the world. It made people feel alienated. Luo Yan's face did not change, thinking that she was doing this before the battle, and there were also 5 colored runes on her body. He was ready for the battle. At this moment, the aura of the purple-clothed woman disappeared. I am not a match for senior brother Luo, so I won't come out to show off. Junior sister, let me congratulate senior brother in advance for obtaining the qualification for the Thunder Pool trial. The purple-clothed woman finally did not choose to take action. She watched the scene that happened on the Cloud Road very carefully from behind. The sword cultivators of Lingjian Mountain were defeated, and she herself had no chance of winning. In addition, there was no need to fight with someone who helped her. The purple-clothed woman said no more and simply gave up. Brother Luo, I will take my leave first. After the beautiful figure disappeared, Luo Yan came back to his senses. Combined with the purple-clothed woman's words, she was ready to fight, but now she gave up. To Luo Yan, this was an extremely strange woman. He couldn't figure out what she was thinking. Luo Yan was too lazy to guess. Anyway, it didn't delay his soul cleansing. Women's thoughts are the most troublesome. He couldn't guess anyway. Boom. Luo Yan waited for a while on the Cloud Road, and finally a mysterious pool appeared in the void in front of him. This pool was suspended in the air, looming, and there was lightning and thunder surrounding it. The pool was not big, just the size of 2 squares. It was not as big as the spiritual spring pool that Luo Yan had dug in the Days area. There was a layer of crystal clear liquid with a silver glow at the bottom of the thunder pool. This was the thunder turbulation liquid. There was not much of it. The pool was probably less than 10 centimeters deep. Luo Yan flew towards the sky. The closer he got, the more he could feel the thunder inside the thunder pool. Various electric lights intertwined in the thunder turbulation liquid, like a series of waterfalls falling, and like a gurgling stream, flowing slowly inside. The entire thunder pool was filled with two different auras. A destructive frenzy that made people's scalps numb. A baptism of life that made people's souls tremble, and there was an urge to jump in. Luo Yan sat cross-legged in this thunder pool. These thunder turbulation liquids seemed to have vitality all of a sudden. Flowing from his legs, slowly climbing up his body. Finally, he was completely wrapped up. From the outside, this was a silver cocoon. Hiss. The moment he was surrounded by the lightning liquid, Luo Yan felt a tremor in his soul. The silver liquid seemed to be able to penetrate into the interior of this spiritual body, and it felt tingling. After a moment, there was an intense pain. Luo Yan gritted his teeth and persisted. These light silver liquids seemed to be drawn by jumping runes. Every 2 or 3 seconds, there would be an electric shock. It hit Luo Yan, causing blood to flow from the corner of his mouth. With a bang, even a spiritual body as powerful as his could not bear it, and his whole body was in great pain, and his bones seemed to be broken. It was a pain that went deep into the bone marrow. This kind of pain acted on the soul and could not be avoided at all. Hiss. 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 Luo Yan gasped for breath, and he felt that his spiritual body seemed to be disrupted and reorganized. The pain was simply indescribable. He grimaced in pain. After this pain lasted for more than half an hour, Luo Yan felt that he had lost all his energy. He felt weak all over. The vitality contained in the thunderbolt liquid began to help him repair his spiritual body. The soul of the whole person was sublimated, and the pain disappeared. Luo Yan could sense that his original spiritual power had been greatly reduced and became much more condensed. He knew that this was because the thunderbolt liquid removed the impurities in his soul. He had absorbed too many spiritual light balls before, causing his soul source to increase several times in a short period of time. He felt a sense of emptiness. However, after being cleansed by the thunderbolt liquid, the impurities in the spiritual light balls were being discharged from his body bit by bit. His soul source was experiencing a gift from heaven and earth. At the same time, Luo Yan's mind was empty. The mysterious symbols wrapped in the thunderbolt liquid merged into his body. This prompted Luo Yan to relax his perception of the outside world again, and his consciousness came to another illusory space. The law of thunder must be experienced with a heart and felt with a body. Only after going through baptism can the true meaning and mystery be explored. This is a Taoist temple in ancient times. There is a great being covered in thunder, who is preaching at this moment. Luo Yan feels as if he has passed through many layers of time and space and replaced a disciple who is listening to the sermon in the Taoist temple. Chapter 207, The Secret of Thunder Magic. The place struck by lightning was filled with lightning. The whole world was covered in silver, thunder roared, and silver light shone brightly. The essence of thunder in the world is nothing more than 4 categories: violent, destructive, rebirth and gestation. And the thunder method is one of the most powerful attack secrets in the world. Now, the method I am going to tell you is the foundation of the thunder method. In the void, the illusory figure made of thunder, with endless lightning behind him, crackling. The whole world is the manifestation of thunder, and there is nothing else as far as the eye can see. It is like a vast ocean of thunder and lightning, dazzling and sharp. This great being began to preach. Nothing is nothing, but there is no delusion. A true spirit, not knowing and not knowing. The heart and the thunder god, mixed as one as this being spoke, the number of listeners in the dojo began to decrease sharply. This seemed to be a kind of selection. Entering this space of consciousness requires thunder qualifications. And to understand the method spoken by this being, you need a very high level of understanding. Both are indispensable. Those who are not qualified for comprehension, if they can't even remember this thunder method scripture, are even less qualified to practice. The ancient thunder domain no longer manifests. Coincidentally, Luo Yan is very good at practicing runes. If it is just to remember a scripture, it is not a big problem. 0. Start recording my own physical changes and mental fluctuations. Task established, image recording mode is turned on, data is being established. Luo Yan reacted quickly, knowing that this was a rare opportunity. Although the current power of the chip cannot detect that ray of taurine. but it can record his mental state at this time to achieve the purpose of supplementing the database. It is vast, hazy, without inside or outside, without anything, and without surroundings. The more it moves, the more it comes out, the more the key will hum. The lecture continued, and the silver figure chanted this scripture while evolving various Thunder Deo secrets. As time passed, this Thunder Deo scripture was finally finished. The real Thunder method is the manifestation of rules. The scripture is both a technique and a method. Only after experiencing the baptism of thunder and lightning can one comprehend the mysteries. The silver figure made a single stroke of his hand, and a waterfall of thunder and lightning appeared above the dojo. The thunder and lightning here are very violent and powerful. Countless thunder snakes roamed in the void, and then exploded, as if to drill through the world. Luo Yan emptied his mind, closed his eyes, and carefully comprehended the thunder method scripture just now. His body also glowed at the right time, and countless thunder and lightning symbols flashed and crackled non-stop. There was lightning, and it suddenly exploded. In the void, the thunder and lightning gathered more and more, merging into a thunder river, roaring. This situation lasted for an unknown period of time, until Luo Yan, who was in the thunder pool, absorbed the silver thunder turbulation liquid, leaving only a thin layer. He finally understood. He also had a preliminary understanding of the true meaning of the thunder method. The next step is to practice this Leifa scripture to the entry level. Luo Yan thought to himself while sitting cross-legged in the thunder pool. He knew very well that it was not enough to just memorize this Leifa. Luo Yan must also successfully practice this scripture in a very short time. Otherwise, when he leaves this Taoist temple, this cloud road will no longer be open to him. This grinding ground transformed by the Thunder River is difficult to find a match in the outside world. And as time goes by, this Leifa scripture will gradually be forgotten from his mind. Because this kind of scripture will be forgotten unless it is truly mastered. This seems to confirm the old saying, the law cannot be passed on lightly. It's not that I don't want to pass it on, but that I can't pass it on. If you want to bring this Leifa scripture out of this space, your own level of practice is extremely important. It seems that I must be struck by lightning to understand the true meaning of it. In the ancient Taoist temple, Luo Yan came back to his senses, and the process of the great being's teaching flashed through his mind. A sentence in it left a deep impression on him. If you want to practice the law, you must be struck first. Luo Yan was in this ancient Taoist temple. He hesitated for a moment before rushing into the void. As soon as he touched it, a series of thunderstorms flew over and blasted him away. He fell directly from the sky to the ground, and when he fell, he brought a wave of clouds and mist. Luo Yan screamed miserably. The feeling of being struck by lightning was too uncomfortable. This feeling was too painful. It seemed to act directly on his soul and could not be shielded at all. The difficulty of practicing thunder magic lies here. If you don't draw lightning into your body and don't get struck by lightning, it is impossible to succeed. This kind of tempering is comparable to purgatory. Luo Yan has only memorized the thunder magic scripture now, and is far from reaching the point of entry and mastery. If you can't practice it successfully, this God-given opportunity will be wasted directly. So Luo Yan must understand the Tao. Borrowing the violence of thunder and lightning, comprehend the essence of the runes of thunder magic. But the power of thunder and lightning is really too difficult to master. He just approached the thunder river and was electrocuted badly before he stepped into it. Extremely uncomfortable. Dao Yan, Leifa, scripture. Luo Yan insisted, and the self transformed by consciousness rushed to the thunder river many times. The sky was filled with silver symbols, and ancient thunder snakes appeared and swallowed him. The consciousness fell into darkness again in an instant. Then the spiritual body in the thunder pool woke up leisurely. He first calmed down his somewhat dizzy consciousness, and then continued to sense the Dao Yan and entered the place where the consciousness was. With a bang, the thunder snake crossed the sky, and then exploded, and the silver electric light flew, erasing his consciousness again. It was as if the galaxy was a restricted area and no one could get close. It was said in that ancient law that although thunder and lightning are violent, they represent destruction. But it also has life and will give birth to new life. I have been killed by it many times, and I can still only sense its destructive side. Although it was transformed by consciousness, Luo Yan was still grinning from the electricity. No matter how he resisted, as long as he got close to the thunder river, lightning would hide him one after another. Moreover, this consciousness made him somewhat confused about reality and illusion. It would bleed and feel pain, just like the real world. It was as if he was going there in person. And then he was smashed into pieces again and again. This was completely different from the practice of 5 colors of divine light. This was Luo Yan's first time to come into contact with thunder. It was the secret of thunder. How could he enter the state of enlightenment so quickly without experiencing some pain? In the following time, every time his consciousness was concentrated, it was destroyed. Those silver lightning snakes were as fast as the wind and arrived in the blink of an eye. He had to be fully alert. If he was not careful, he would be hit. Then he collapsed in an instant and couldn't even resist. Boom. After more than 10 days, Luo Yan's consciousness flew into the void, controlling lightning, like a silver thunder god. He sacrificed dozens of electric rays in a row to fight against the lightning snakes in the thunder river. Hiss. Hiss. Those lightning snakes hissed, their bodies burst with lightning, and soared into the air, with dazzling silver light bursting out. Hiss. Luo Yan's lightning was defeated, and those lightning snakes hit his body, and he felt his soul was torn apart. His consciousness collapsed again. This feeling of collapse was too painful. This was the first time he had been so miserable since he started practicing. The thunder in the Thunder River was too overbearing, causing Luo Yan to be bombarded and hit by many lightning. If it were an ordinary person, he would have given up long ago after his consciousness was pierced by lightning many times and completely shattered. Although it was not the main body, in this strange space, everything was manifested by real thoughts. This pain was real. This kind of grinding comparable to purgatory was endless and made people have no hope at all. There was never a moment when he was so eager to end his practice quickly. It was too painful. The thought of giving up had burst out in his mind many times. But after a moment, his consciousness condensed and he rushed to the Thunder River without hesitation. For the road to Xianjiao, he must pass this level. This is the process that a cultivator like Luo Yan, who has no thunder spirit root, must go through if he wants to practice thunder. If you have not seen the Abyssy Hell with your own eyes, how can you understand the peaceful world? Thunder method, thunder method, thunder method. With a boom, Luo Yan's consciousness was defeated again, countless thunder snakes hissed, and lightning flashed continuously. It was like a layer of nets that wrapped him up. Luo Yan could no longer hold it in, screaming, and his whole body was in pain. He felt that his consciousness no longer belonged to him. Only a little instinct was left. And the moment his consciousness returned to his spiritual body, his body was filled with lightning. This kind of grinding, this kind of torture, this kind of pain made Luo Yan feel like someone was smashing his bones piece by piece, then sewing them up, and finally smashing them again. In this way, his spiritual body had long absorbed the thunder tribulation liquid in the thunder pool, and the origin of his soul was also tempered. But Luo Yan was unwilling to give up this opportunity that was at his fingertips for the sake of the next path. Following the wisp of Taoism, his consciousness came to the ancient Taoist temple. Then he was bombarded and killed. Despite the intense pain, he still did not give up. A fragment of a thunder scripture that was most likely from the earthly immortal world was placed in front of him. He was unwilling to let Luo Yan give up. At the moment when his consciousness was shattered by the thunder snake, he sat cross-legged in the thunder pool, nourishing his spiritual consciousness while comprehending the ancient law. Until the end, his pain seemed to be erased. Because the pain was too deep, he had already gotten used to it. In the next 10 days, no matter how many times he failed or how severe the pain was, his face did not change. He was struck by thunder many times. Luo Yan got used to it. But after such a long time, he did not gain nothing. Thunder patterns appeared on the outside of his spirit body, shining silver light, crackling, and drowning him in the thunder pool. Clang clang. With a roar, a silver phoenix appeared above this cloud road, with a blazing silver light all over its body. There were all kinds of runes in the center of the thunder pool, and then the phantom of the phoenix gradually solidified. The phoenix flapped its wings, and countless lightning burst out, rushing in all directions. The area was immediately covered by a thunderstorm. Luo Yan became even more terrifying just because he had only comprehended a little bit of the thunder method, without using the 5 elements magic, and operating any of the 5 elements magic. The lightning released by the phoenix was thick and terrifying. If I were in the same state, using the 5 elements magic and the thunder method, I would not be able to survive for more than half an incense stick. Only by using the power of a higher level of magic can the situation be improved. This is the horror of the thunder method. Since listening to the teachings of that great being, Luo Yan has had some enlightenment in his heart. In Luo Yan's opinion, The thunder cultivators in the sect are a group of half-baked people. They don't understand what real thunder is. If the thunder method is practiced to the home, it is impossible that they can't even get a place in the thunder pool. What is this if not half-baked? To practice the thunder method, you must penetrate the essence of it. If you haven't been struck by lightning thousands of times, how can you comprehend the true meaning of it? These days, he has never slacked off. Comprehending the thunder method, forcing his way through the thunder river, and fighting with the thunder snakes in it. At this moment, Luo Yan finally understood a little bit what exactly is the essence of the thunder method that the great being mentioned. He continued to comprehend and recite the thunder method scripture, and countless lightning flashes appeared in his palm. Luo Yan casually shot out the lightning in his palm, crackling and shaking the cloud road. It is recorded in the thunder scripture that a complete thunder should have 4 states: violent, destructive, rebirth and gestation. I have only mastered violent and destructive now, and have not been able to comprehend the life breath in thunder and lightning. If I want to sublimate the thunder method, I must thoroughly understand these 4 mysteries. Luo Yan knew very well that he was barely at the threshold of the thunder method. But this was just a threshold, and there was actually not much difference between him and those half-baked thunder cultivators in the sect. Thunder magic is just like other magic. Any cultivator can release it as long as he touches the threshold. Just like Luo Yan himself, he can still use fire magic without fire spirit root. He can still make continuous sword moves without sword intention. The principles of the two are the same. The same is true for thunder magic. It is not difficult to touch the threshold. The difficult part is the subsequent practice of the mystery and the thunder runes melted in the body. Add the thunder magic scriptures. Only when the 3 are combined can the true power of thunder be exerted. For Luo Yan, runes are actually the simplest. This is what he is best at. But the mystery of thunder magic, such a mysterious thing, has to be realized by himself bit by bit. However, after such a long time of thunder strike, he still caught a trace of the other 2 mysteries in thunder, gestation and rebirth. It is very weak and not very obvious. He can only vaguely feel it with careful sensing. Is this the benefit of being struck by lightning every day? Sure enough, this space is special. It is very likely that it was used by people from the upper realm to train disciples. If I were in the outside world, I would never be able to come into contact with the power of thunder so frequently without suffering any damage. Sitting cross-legged in the thunder pool, Luo Yan pondered, recalling the fleeting breath of life. It was very small, extremely weak, and almost invisible. If he had not been struck by lightning countless times every day for a month or 2, he would not have been able to detect it. Chapter 208, Taiyin Divine Thunder Sutra Part 1. Luo Yan has been in this space for more than 3 months. These days, he has been comprehending the Thunder Sutra all day long. Then he used thunder to fight the thunder snakes in the Thunder River. Every time they collided, there would be a sound of thunder. Various silver snakes were flying, connecting the sky and the ground. If there were only 1 or 2, he could still fight with them. But if there were more, Luo Yan would only be able to passively take the beating. It's not that he hadn't thought about using the power of the 5 elements to forcibly suppress these thunder snakes. But once he used a power other than thunder, this thunder river would instantly go wild and kill him directly. There was no room for him. After suffering a few losses, Luo Yan had to honestly comprehend the thunder method. Chila. The sky trembled, silver snakes crossed the sky, Luo Yan fought with countless thunder snakes, and cast down dazzling brilliance. The afterglow illuminated the entire sky. After being killed by the thunder snake many times, Luo Yan finally felt a little rhythm in it. With this rhythm, he could fight against it. It would no longer be like before, when the body transformed by consciousness was blown up by it before stepping into the thunder river. Because the outer edge of the thunder river was also filled with violent thunder and lightning power. Thunder is a violent and unparalleled force. It is difficult for ordinary people to control it. If it were in the outside world, no matter how strong a body is, as long as it dares to step into the range of thunder and lightning, it will be blown into pieces. Not to mention understanding anything from it. There is no safety at all. Maybe some high-level cultivators can treat the power of thunder and lightning as a toy in their hands. But this kind of existence has already cleared its own path. In their eyes, thunder magic is just a slightly rarer kind of power. There is nothing strange about it. Corresponding to it, there are yin and yang, cause and effect, time, etc. Those invisible and intangible taurims are what those high-level cultivators pursue. Despite this, the thunder that manifested in this ancient Taoist temple is still different from the real thunder and lightning in the outside world. This is a ray of thunder and lightning law that was captured by that great existence with great magic power, and then placed here. It is a place specifically used to train future generations of disciples for their thunder method practice. Therefore, this secret realm of the Thunder Pond is actually a wonderful place very suitable for thunder cultivation. Because the thunder here, although it is also extremely violent, it will not have a great impact on its own body. Compared with the real 9-day thunder and lightning, the mighty power of heaven and earth, the thunder here is still much gentler. It's just that the pain of being struck by thunder is too unbearable. This kind of pain that goes deep into the bone marrow and the depths of the soul is unbearable for ordinary ascetics. And there are too many restrictions to enter this deeper level of thunder method space. A lower world cultivator may only have 1 or 2 opportunities in this life. You have to compete with a large number of Xianjiao to have the possibility of coming to this hidden ultimate place. In the Thunder River, all kinds of electric light are flashing, and thunder snakes are leaping fiercely. The lightning flashed so brightly that it was hard to open one's eyes, and one felt a tingling sensation on the scalp. Luo Yan, who was transformed into consciousness, was still fearless, and he operated the lightning pattern to fight against the lightning snake. He tried to feel the vitality hidden in it, which was nurtured in destruction. This world of the Thunder River was the manifestation of the true law of thunder in the upper realm, and it was a definite and complete force. Every time the lightning snake in the Thunder River fell, it was accompanied by a mysterious breath. That was the power of life. This power, which was completely opposite to thunder, was born and nurtured in destruction. Once touched, it would definitely be the first to touch the power of destruction. I got you. Suddenly, Luo Yan, who was fighting against the lightning snake, was shocked. Born in destruction, nurtured in thunder, and then a breath of life bloomed. It was vague and invisible. Luo Yan widened his eyes and finally felt something. Just like that wisp of Taorim, it could not be felt without the corresponding cultivation talent of the law of thunder. His current cultivation level was very low, and he could not fully understand the mysteries of this kind of secret method. But you can observe. After fighting with the lightning snakes in the lightning galaxy for a long time, you can sense those extremely subtle changes. Come again. Luo Yan did not dodge or avoid, and resisted the thunder with his body. With a boom, a lightning flash came down, so thick that it directly submerged him. The body transformed by Luo Yan's consciousness was shocked, but he still resisted. Compared with more than 2 months ago, his current state is much better. The power of these lightning snakes is still unmatched, without any change. But Luo Yan's own perception of the thunder method has become much stronger. His own resistance to the thunder method has greatly increased. He has a deeper understanding of this thunder scripture. After such a long wait, he finally touched the vitality. It turned out to be hidden in the manifested lightning snakes. Densely packed, everywhere. At this moment, his heart is not only trembling, but also excited. Condense for me. Luo Yan shouted, his black hair flying, and he turned himself into a lightning snake. Rushing into the Thunder River, he was immediately targeted by the boundless thunder, and his whole body was blazing with lightning. He subconsciously ran the Thunder Dao scripture, controlling the lightning and merging with the thunder here. He wanted to use this to comprehend the secret of the Thunder River breeding thunder snakes. Unfortunately, these thunder snakes have spirituality and quickly identified Luo Yan, a disguised one, and then swooped down swiftly, rushing over like a tidal wave in an instant, swallowing up his consciousness. Luo Yan did not give up. After resting for a while, he continued to come to this space. Compete with the silver snakes in the Thunder River. This behavior, as if wandering on the edge of life and death, is equivalent to stepping into the abyss of hell, and can truly experience the supreme and panic-stricken power of heaven. Chila. Another thunderstruck, shaking Luo Yan's whole body. Even though he has gained a lot of insights into thunder methods these days. But in the face of the true power of heaven, it is still extremely difficult. These thunders are like a rushing river, coming from nothingness and dissipating in the sky. The Thunder River in front of him seems to be just a part of it. Mysterious, unknown, deep, and empty. It poured down from the front and drowned Luo Yan. He no longer resisted and tried his best to operate the Thunder Dao scripture. While enduring the power of destruction, he operated the Thunder Dao rune and tried his best to capture the life force in the Thunder Snake. Crack! Luo Yan was electrocuted again and his consciousness collapsed. The spirit body on the cloud road outside was also spewing lightning subconsciously. Luo Yan adjusted himself and continued to go to that special place. His body was constantly injured. He went forward one after another without stopping. It was a taboo place. No matter how powerful a person is, he would seem weak and powerless in the face of this kind of real power. If it were someone else, knowing the scripture here was just a foundation thunder method, he would have given up long ago. After all, if he was not a thunder cultivator, it would not be of much use to get this thunder method scripture. Even for a thunder cultivator, the improvement of his own strength after coming into contact with this foundation method is very limited. After all, it is only the basic chapter. Only Luo Yan himself knows that he is only a little bit away from the last chance of survival. He can catch it with just a little bit. So he will not give up. He has been struck by lightning many times, and he has long been accustomed to it. He can still fight against a small number of thunder snakes. But once the number of thunder snakes in the Thunder River increases, he can't resist. In this way, Luo Yan was defeated by thunder snakes many times. Each time was accompanied by pain deep into the end of the soul. It seems that this is not a practice, but a torture. Like purgatory on earth, every time you enter the Thunder River, you have to suffer an unimaginable heavy price. It makes people have no hope at all. Boom! Lightning and thunder, silver snakes flying. Luo Yan tried his best to catch a thunder snake. Before he could comprehend it carefully, he was rushed by other thunder snakes and defeated him instantly. These thunders condensed together, like a whole, with life, and extremely powerful. Luo Yan didn't know how long he had been there. He felt like he had been living for years. It was so long that he forgot everything. Finally, on this day, he grabbed the tail of a lightning snake and pulled it out with a sudden tug. The other lightning snakes sensed the sudden change here and rushed here frantically. They were densely packed and boundless. They were all lightning snakes. It was impossible to have the slightest thought of resistance. Luo Yan turned himself into thunder and dodged the pursuit of those lightning snakes in the Thunder River. He grabbed a ray of life. The thunder runes in his body were running at full capacity, without stopping for a moment. Luo Yan was racing against time with these lightning snakes. Rage, destruction, rebirth, and nurturing with a humming sound, Luo Yan was hit by the lightning snake behind him. Although he was in great pain, he remained calm. He began to seriously comprehend the thunder scripture and then compared it with the lightning snake in his hand. Silver light filled the sky and thunder rolled. Finally, the lightning snake turned into a spinning rune. It's done. Luo Yan was overjoyed, disassembled the rune, and then swallowed it. He carefully sensed it. At this moment, he could clearly sense the vitality fluctuations contained in the rune transformed by the lightning snake. Although it was only a small rune, the power contained in it was extremely violent. The breath was very amazing. Destruction and vitality, so that's it. Luo Yan's consciousness no longer avoided the attacks of those lightning snakes, and he let go of his mind. This time, all the lightning snakes that came from the Thunder River were caught by him. Then they all turned into running runes that kept spinning. These runes were disassembled by him, and then all were swallowed by him. Luo Yan's body also emerged from a wisp of mysterious taurime at the right time. At the moment when this wisp of taurime emerged, the Thunder River flowing in the void suddenly stagnated. Then it disappeared in the sky. The lightning snakes that were constantly flying in the void also fell silent at this moment. They turned into runes with electric light, rushed down, and sank into Luo Yan's mind. The first part of Taiyin Shenlai Sutra. This is the law contained in this thunder pool space. It is the real great supernatural power of thunder. If Luo Yan can find the middle and lower parts of this scripture in the future, the three scriptures will be combined into one. At that time, it can form a real immortal scripture. It is the supreme supernatural power of thunder. It is also famous in the earthly immortal world, and it is not accessible to ordinary people. The unknown Taoist in the Taoist temple before was talking about this law. But at that time, I didn't actually see it, and I felt a little confused. Now these runes, Luo Yan has mastered all of them. This scripture has also been deeply imprinted in his mind. Even if he doesn't practice, he will not forget it. Because the four basic mysteries of thunder, violence, destruction, rebirth and gestation, are all mastered by him. Luo Yan sat cross-legged in this ancient Taoist temple, with various thunder runes flashing on his body. There was an indescribable violent destructive force, and there was also an amazing life force. These are all one of the laws of thunder. Hiss. 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 With a hissing sound, A silver thunder snake appeared in front of him, extremely sharp. A layer of electric light misted, covering this thunder beast. Its scales rustled all over its body, as if it had come alive. Finally, this thunder snake was stained with a layer of electric light, turning into runes, dotted on its body. Luo Yan's own aura was also many times stronger, intertwined with the thunder method. One by one, mysterious and ancient symbols took shape, evolving extremely powerful and terrifying thunder power. Luo Yan sat cross-legged there, his body surrounded by thunder light. I don't know how long it took before he opened his eyes, and suddenly there was a burst of thunder light. In front of him, there was a small silver snake flying, still hissing from time to time. Its body was not huge, only about 1 foot long. But its aura was extremely powerful. The snake opened its mouth and a flash of lightning flew out with a bang. It was shocking. Is this the true power of thunder magic? It really exceeds the 5 elements magic by a lot. Luo Yan's consciousness returned to his spiritual body, and he sighed softly. There was a silver snake flying in the thunder pool. It not only had destructive power, but also had spirituality. It was in tune with his mind. After a moment, the silver snake dissipated and turned into a rune, flying into his brow. It was nourished in his mind. As soon as the Taiyin Divine Thunder Sutra was completed, Luo Yan's whole person had a more fierce aura. There was lightning all over his body, and the lightning was fierce, representing the strongest art. Hidden in his body, it formed a different charm. Although this was only a thunder magic secret art, it was inconsistent with his own 5 elements artistic conception. But Luo Yan truly understood it and experienced the power of thunder magic. There was no sense of disobedience. It did not affect his true temperament, but there was a little more destruction of thunder and lightning in his eyes. After nearly half a year, he finally mastered the secret art of thunder. It also increased his own foundation. Luo Yan glanced at the thunder pool, a trace of nostalgia flashed in his eyes, and his figure gradually disappeared in this space. With the thunder method in hand, the origin of the soul has also been greatly enhanced. Next, it is time to build the foundation. This is the real transformation and sublimation. After more than 10 years of practice, Luo Yan has finally reached this step. The soul returned to the body, and Luo Yan, who was in the day's liquid pool, woke up slowly. He walked out of the liquid pool with his black hair loose. He opened his mouth and inhaled, and the long-lost spiritual power filled his body. It gave him an illusion that it had been a long time. Luo Yan's footsteps stepped on the mountains and forests, and there was a faint electric light. However, the thunder runes were not melted into his body, so the electric light was very weak. Almost invisible. Chapter 209, Spiritual Intelligence, the difference between the ancient method of building a foundation and the new method of building a foundation. Only by integrating those thunder runes into the body, Luo Yan can bring out the true power of thunder in reality. But he has more important things to do now. That is to advance to the foundation building stage. So much time has passed, and it is almost time for him to prepare for the foundation building. Luo Yan's consciousness just returned to reality, and he did not immediately start to advance. Instead, he planned to have a good rest for a few days. For nearly half a year, he has been fighting endlessly in the thunder pool. Even though his soul is intact, he still feels deeply exhausted. The pain that penetrates deep into his bones, even now, he can't forget it. Luo Yan needs some time to completely forget those not-so-good memories. Squeak. Squeak. The soul-eating rat, which was originally nesting on the roof of the hut on the lake, saw the familiar figure and shouted happily. Swish. Swish. The spiritual crane that was foraging in the water in the distance heard the shout and immediately looked up. Then it flapped its wings and instantly turned into a sharp arrow, rushing towards the direction of the forest. It has only been half a year since I last saw it, and the scene of these 2 little guys running over. It actually gave Luo Yan an illusion of being in another world. Very warm. He leaned down and touched the heads of the 2 little guys. Their fur was soft and smooth. A smile appeared on his face at the right time, and then it quickly faded. Hey, what have you 2 been doing during this period? Did you steal the spiritual medicine I planted? Why do you 2 feel a little fatter than before? Luo Yan glanced at the soul-eating rat and then at the spirit crane, with a strong aura floating from his body. In his eyes, the bodies of the 2 little guys were a whole circle fatter than before. It was probably because he hadn't been keeping an eye on them during this period. The 2 little guys ate and drank a lot, and they were fat and round. They were just 2 little fat guys. Hearing this, The soul-eating rat and the spirit crane, who were originally very happy after seeing Luo Yan's figure, immediately hung their heads. The small figures were trembling with fear. Then the little eyes kept looking up, as if to find out someone's true thoughts at the moment. Just like a child who made a mistake and was afraid of being scolded. Forget it this time, but control your diet next time. If you dare to gain weight again, I will throw you two into the depths of the wilderness for training. Especially you. Luo Yan glared at the spirit crane, which frightened the little guy. He will have to ride the spirit crane to travel to the sect in the future. If he gets too fat and becomes a fat-headed crane, he won't be able to fly. That would be a big joke. A flying spirit beast, but in the end, it can't fly because it is too fat. Or the flying speed slows down. That would make other cultivators laugh out loud. After simply scolding the two little guys, Luo Yan put his hands behind his back and walked down the mountaintop slowly. From time to time, he stared at the spirit fruit trees all over the mountain. Check their growth status to see if they are stunted. Whether they are affected by some unknown reasons. The two little guys, the spirit crane and the spirit-eating rat, were relieved when they saw that someone was no longer angry. They followed Luo Yan closely. They were like two majestic butlers patrolling their territory. On the way down the mountain, he accidentally encountered a gray and white mountain chicken. It walked gracefully in the forest, out of tune with other mountain chickens. It looked around with a proud look, as if it was full of disdain for its kind who were foraging on the ground. After a while, it flew to the spiritual fruit tree again. It swallowed a golden spiritual fruit in one bite. Then it burped and landed on the treetop to rest. Luo Yan was very surprised when he saw this scene. A chicken that grew up in the forest actually ran up the tree. And looking at its proficiency, it must be more than the first time. It looks like a veteran. This mountain chicken gave him the feeling that it was quite smart and intelligent. Luo Yan opened his hand, and gently pinched the mountain chicken from a distance of several feet, and lifted it over. Seeing this, the mountain chicken was not frightened, did not hide or avoid. Let the illusory big hand lift itself up. Taking it close, Luo Yan carefully examined the state of the mountain chicken and found that it was full of vitality. The inside was also filled with spiritual charm. Has it become a spirit? Luo Yan looked at this unique mountain chicken curiously. Using his spiritual sense to carefully sense it, he found that the concentration of spiritual energy in this mountain chicken was enough to be called a first-level spiritual beast. It has only been 7 or 8 years, and it has become a spirit. This also shows from the side that this day's water area has been well nurtured by him. The abundant spiritual energy permeates the entire mountain forest, with clouds and mist. It can be called an excellent small spiritual place. However, this mountain chicken is still a little dull, and it is completely incomparable with the two little guys, the soul-eating rat and the spirit crane. Luo Yan gently used his spiritual sense to sense the inner emotional changes of this mountain chicken. It was found to be a chaos, without any subjective imagination. And subconsciously, it has a friendly attitude. Luo Yan guessed that this was probably because this mountain chicken had been living in the day's forest since birth. After being isolated from the world for a long time, it has lost its original sense of danger. Luo Yan checked again, among the hundreds of other mountain chickens, and found that this one was the only special one. Judging from the overall number of mountain chickens, the probability of generating intelligence is not high. Perhaps in the future, when the number of their population becomes larger, the number of mountain chickens with intelligence will increase sharply. Thinking about this, Luo Yan suddenly thought of the spiritual fish living in the big lake. Their number is even larger, and the probability of generating intelligence may be even higher. So Luo Yan went to the depths of the big lake again, and the water state of mind on his body burst out, and the whole person seemed to be completely integrated with the water waves. There was no ripple. As soon as he entered the water, he could see densely packed spiritual fish of all kinds swimming in the water. There were some spiritual fish that originally lived in the water, as well as moon snakeheads and thunder dragonfish. However, the temperament of thunder dragonfish is a bit fierce. Once their figures appear, they will scare other spiritual fish away. As Luo Yan went deeper into the waters, the number of spirit fish around him became fewer and fewer. However, the size of these spirit fish became larger and larger. And they were basically fierce fish of the thunder dragonfish type. Luo Yan came to the center of the Great Lake. This place had been widened by him using magic, and the depth was also very deep, almost hundreds of meters deep. There were also several earth vein fulcrums connected underground. The intersection of these earth vein fulcrums had a much higher spiritual charm than the outer ones. Because it was one of the nodes of the entire mountain protection formation, it was full of spiritual energy. Suddenly, a black shadow appeared in front of Luo Yan. This was a thunder dragonfish with a body of nearly 10 meters long, with a flat head, like a snake head, and no scales. Luo Yan transformed into human form with water waves. The thunder dragonfish sensed the movement and came from a distance with a whoosh. It swallowed a human-shaped water wave transformed by Luo Yan in one gulp. It was very fierce. Luo Yan just flicked his finger lightly, and trapped it and made it unable to move. Look at this aura, it's almost in the middle stage of the first stage. Luo Yan looked at it for a moment and gave a conclusion. You know, in the outside world, the reason why ordinary monsters take a long time to grow is that there is not enough food containing spiritual energy. It can't guarantee their rapid growth. Because the growth of monsters in the early stage mainly depends on eating. By eating a lot of food with spiritual energy, and then feeding themselves. The reason why the thunder dragonfish in this water area can grow to the middle stage of the first stage in just 7 or 8 years is because there are many foods with spiritual energy here. The number of moon snakeheads in the shallow water area is so large that the spiritual crane can encounter them every time it lands. But the number of spiritual fish in the entire water area, although it is relatively large, is still not overflowing. The root cause is because of the existence of these thunder dragonfish. They always control the number of moon snakeheads to a controllable level. And the thunder dragonfish that have become spirits will also devour some of their kind with more abundant spiritual energy. In this way, it can ensure its own spiritual charm and steady growth. This seems to have formed a perfect ecological cycle. The aquatic spiritual medicine on the shore and the spiritual valley residues provide the growth of the moon snakehead. The moon snakehead was swallowed by the thunder dragonfish. Luo Yan turned around in the deep water area and found that there were very few thunder dragonfish that reached the middle stage of the first stage. There was only this one. There were also a dozen or so thunder dragonfish with smaller bodies and auras of only the early stage of the first stage. The personalities of these thunder dragonfish were all fierce. The moment they saw Luo Yan, they would attack him. Even after being restrained, they still opened their bloody mouths with a fishy smell. They seemed to be struggling constantly. They had no intention of communicating with him at all. Perhaps they have not yet developed the spiritual intelligence to communicate with Luo Yan. Luo Yan finally returned to the shallow water area. The shallower the water, the more moon snakeheads there were. They were densely packed, in sharp contrast to the thunder dragonfish in the deep water area. After turning around the waters of the big lake, Luo Yan even found something strange in a narrow bend. There are very few moon snakeheads here, but each one is more than 6 feet long. You should know that ordinary moon snakeheads are generally only about 1 to 3 feet in size. The area within the narrow bend was dug out by those large moon snakeheads, and a huge pit dozens of meters deep was dug out. The area within the narrow bend was completely hollowed out. It was like a habitat in a paradise. The number of moon snakeheads that have born spiritual intelligence is slightly more than the number of thunder dragonfish. There are only about 100 of them. And each one is very gentle. If Luo Yan reaches out to touch them, they will not run away. However, they are all in the early stage of the first stage, and there is no moon snakehead in the middle stage of the first stage. Seeing this scene, Luo Yan felt a little bit amused. Although he knew very well that the reason these moon snakeheads dug pits was probably to avoid those thunder dragonfish. But the mountain chicken that can climb trees, the moon snakehead spirit fish that can dig pits and build their own habitats. This is a bit weird no matter how you look at it. Luo Yan thought about it, but did not take any action to stop these spirit fish digging holes everywhere. He let these moon snakeheads do whatever they wanted. After thoroughly checking the Great Lake, Luo Yan returned to the roof of this small house in the lake and began to adjust to his own state. He had to adjust his state to the best. In order to avoid being disturbed by trivial matters in the outside world when building the foundation. Another 4 or 5 days passed, and Luo Yan's mental fatigue finally disappeared. His own spiritual power was also adjusted to peak state. It was time to start building the foundation. Luo Yan fully opened the formation of the entire Great Lake, and then arranged a set of tranquilizing formations on the periphery of the spiritual spring pool. Although the Great Lake is a bit remote and almost no one will come to disturb it. But in order to make his retreat smoother, Luo Yan still activated all the formations on the periphery. avoid accidental accidents from disturbing himself. Then Luo Yan found the spirit-eating rat and the spirit crane, and told the two little guys not to run around, as he was about to retreat again. Judging from the current intelligence of these two little guys, what he said was completely understandable. After doing all this, Luo Yan came to the spiritual spring pool and sat cross-legged in it. The spiritual spring liquid here was almost full of more than half, which was enough to supply his breakthrough. Foundation building period, here I come. Luo Yan took a deep breath, and then slowly closed his eyes. The cultivation world has developed for countless years, and there has long been a clear division for the breakthrough of key refining cultivators to the foundation building period. There are generally two ways for key refining cultivators to break through the foundation building period. One is to find a foundation building pill and then combine it with some other spiritual medicines. Use these medicinal powers to assist cultivators to break through to a deeper level. Another way is to build a foundation in the heavenly way. There is a big difference between the heavenly way foundation building and the ordinary foundation building. One relies on oneself. The other relies on the medicinal power of the foundation building pill and other spiritual medicines to help the cultivator break through that level. Both can help cultivators build their foundation, and there is no conflict between them. Most of the cultivators with excellent talents will give priority to the heavenly way foundation building as long as conditions permit. Only when the heavenly Dao foundation building fails will one consider using the foundation building pill to build the foundation. Although the heavenly Dao foundation building is highly respected by many cultivators, because each cultivator has different qualifications. The number of cultivators who can successfully build the foundation without relying on the power of pills. Less than 1 in 100. This is the difficulty of the heavenly Dao foundation building. It is even rarer than the number of cultivators who have obtained the qualifications to enter the Thunder Pond secret realm. Because these are two different methods. In ancient times, the rules of heaven and earth at that time were manifested, and the quality of spiritual energy was also high. The heavenly Dao foundation building was the norm, that is, the mainstream. As time went on, the laws of heaven and earth were not obvious, and the concentration of spiritual energy became lower. The heavenly Dao foundation building method was gradually eliminated by later generations. The heavenly Dao foundation building method was replaced by the foundation building pill. This is the replacement of the ancient foundation building method by the new method of foundation building. Although many cultivators of the major sects highly respect the ancient foundation building methods, such as the heavenly Dao foundation building, but in fact, most cultivators today use the foundation building pill to build their foundation. After all, the world is changing, and the best way to build a foundation without relying on any external objects is no longer suitable for the public in this era. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 210 Heavenly Dao Foundation Building, Spirit Refining, and Fusion. In fact, using foundation building pills to build the foundation will not affect a cultivator's path much. It's like two people with different heights. But the lifespan of these two people, to a certain extent, is rarely affected by their height. Building a foundation with foundation pills and building a foundation with a heavenly Dao are just two different ways of building a foundation. One of the benefits of building a foundation with a heavenly Dao is that it will be more adaptable to spiritual power in the future. You can absorb any attribute spiritual energy in nature to transform it into the spiritual power you need. For example, a fire-attributed foundation building cultivator goes to a water area, a place with rich water-attributed spiritual energy. You can still transform the water-attributed spiritual energy into spiritual power that matches your own attributes. But building a foundation with foundation pills is different. A fire-attributed foundation building cultivator will be greatly restricted when he goes to that kind of water environment. Before reaching a certain realm, he will be limited to a certain type or several types of spiritual energy. For example, water-attributed spiritual energy, earth-attributed spiritual energy, fire-attributed spiritual energy, and so on. And cultivators who use foundation pills to build a foundation will have slightly higher requirements for cave heavens and blessed places. However, there are countless places in the cultivation world where these 5 attributes of spiritual energy exist. You can find a lot of them even if you close your eyes. This is not something difficult to accept. Therefore, Although there is a certain impact on the foundation building with a foundation building pill, the impact is also within an acceptable range. After all, the foundation building method of the Heavenly Dao has been passed down since ancient times. It is suitable for cultivators with a preference for comprehensive cultivation qualifications. But for ordinary cultivators, it seems a little uncomfortable. In addition, cultivators who build the foundation of the Heavenly Dao need to use the power of runes to crush all their flesh, blood, and bones. Then use the power of runes to reorganize. And it also requires cultivators to have a certain study of artistic conception. Because the reorganized rune flesh is equivalent to seed and bud. Artistic conception plays the role of attracting external spiritual energy, which can speed up the cultivator's absorption of a certain type of spiritual energy. If Luo Yan only comprehended the water-based artistic conception, it would be more appropriate to build the foundation in a place with abundant water attribute spiritual energy. The absorption rate of external spiritual energy will be about 30% faster than that of ordinary cultivators. Only when the above conditions are met, there is a chance to form the foundation of the Heavenly Dao. If you want to achieve these conditions, it is still too difficult for a cultivator in the key refining period. After all, the first step is to use the power of runes to reorganize your flesh and blood. The pain produced here will undoubtedly make many cultivators doubt their lives. So this step alone can basically make more than 90% of the cultivators in the key refining period give up. Not to mention that there is still the rune level to transition. If the cultivator is not proficient in rune knowledge, forcing the foundation of the Heavenly Dao will only damage his own origin. There is no benefit at all. It is precisely because of the restrictions of various conditions that the foundation of the Heavenly Dao has become so difficult. It is even rarer, comparable to the number of geniuses with different spiritual roots. For this reason, there are senior cultivators who have conducted long experiments in order to figure out the specific differences between the foundation building period and the key refining period. Later, after a careful comparison of these two types of cultivators, it was found that in addition to mental power, the most important characteristic of the cultivators in the foundation building period is the spiritual power. The spiritual power stored in the body of a cultivator in the key refining stage is in gaseous form. However, for a cultivator in the foundation building stage, it is in liquid form. So after a long period of research, they finally developed a convenient way to build a foundation with a foundation building pill. This allows many cultivators in the key refining stage to have the possibility of building a foundation. To build a foundation with a foundation building pill, you only need to continuously compress the spiritual energy in the body. Then convert it all into liquid form. By then, the foundation building will be successful. Unfortunately, it is undoubtedly a very long process for a cultivator to convert all the gaseous spiritual power in the body into liquid by himself. Because the spiritual veins in the cultivator's body are very fragile, you need to be extremely careful when compressing the internal spiritual energy. Otherwise, there is a higher risk of the spiritual vein exploding. The existence of the foundation building pill is to speed up the rate of this conversion process. When building a foundation, if one pill is not enough, take 2 more. This is a typical drug-taking flow for many cultivators. Although pills are not omnipotent, for some cultivators with average qualifications, if they only rely on themselves to absorb Qi without the assistance of pills, it may take dozens or even hundreds of years to fully replenish the spiritual power in the body. Otherwise, there would not be so many key refining cultivators whose cultivation is stuck at a certain level and then cannot make any progress. Luo Yan already has a law in his mind for these two methods of foundation building. Heavenly Dao foundation building. This is the foundation building method he has identified a long time ago. Compared with using foundation building pills to build the foundation, this method that relies on external forces, Luo Yan still prefers to try it on his own. Because he is good at both artistic conception and rune power. It's nothing more than a feeling of pain. He has experienced it before in the thunder pool space. He is used to it. Since there is a better way to build the foundation, he certainly can't take it easy. For the sake of future considerations, choosing the Heavenly Dao foundation building is the most appropriate. The spiritual mist in the spiritual spring pool is full of spiritual mist, and the crystal is shining. The pale white spiritual mist flows out of Luo Yan's body, which makes people feel peaceful. After sitting cross-legged for a long time, Luo Yan finally took action. He used the divine pen to carve out advanced runes of the 5 elements in the void, one after another. These runes were grouped in 3 or 4, 2 groups in 1 layer. and then all of them were immersed in Luo Yan's body. This is a high-level rune that can break up and reorganize the flesh and blood of a monk. It requires the user to have extremely high rune attainments to draw it. Break. Luo Yan took a deep breath, gritted his teeth, and operated these runes. Suddenly, a burst of bright light burst out from his body. Bang! 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 Continuous explosions sounded. In just a moment, Luo Yan's side was filled with scarlet blood mist. The flesh and bones in his body were all broken under the crushing of these 5-element runes. It was like a ball of mud, which was directly crushed into a thin and viscous state. Hiss! Blood flowed from the corners of Luo Yan's mouth. Although it was not the first time he suffered such a deep pain, he was mentally prepared in advance. But he still almost couldn't help but cry out in pain. This kind of pain was too terrible, it was simply unbearable for ordinary people. Luo Yan could feel that his body seemed to have turned into a ball of mud. He suspected that there was no intact part of his body except for the skin. Attention! Attention! The main body is injured by more than 95%. Please treat it in time, otherwise it will endanger your life. The method of treatment is to use the Vitality Palm to absorb the vitality of the external spiritual plants. Luo Yan directly ordered the chip to hide this section, and then jumped to the part that he was most adapted to at the moment. Beep. Detected that the main body's state is abnormal. The main body shows that the realm is promoted. The data analysis is as follows. Heavenly Dao Foundation Building Method, based on the 5 elements runes, melt the main body, recast the flesh and blood, and achieve the purpose of rebirth. The estimated melting time is 64 hours and 17 minutes, and the reorganization time is 128 hours and 44 minutes. Based on the runes drawn on the main body, it is predicted that this behavior can play a positive feedback growth effect of more than 31% on the growth of the spiritual power in the main body of the foundation building period. The analysis results of the chip immediately appeared in front of Luo Yan. The duration of the rune is just over 8 days. Luo Yan held back the pain and murmured softly. These runes will always exist in his body. Then his flesh, blood, and bones will be reassembled in the way of refining spirit. The recast flesh and blood will become closer to the spiritual energy. Achieve the effect of artificially constructing an acquired spiritual body. This is the fundamental reason why the cultivators who have built the foundation of the Heavenly Dao can transform the spiritual energy of other attributes into the spiritual power they need. The essence of the cultivator's practice is to gradually shed their mortal body and transform it into an acquired Dao body that is more suitable for absorbing spiritual energy. This transformation process is extremely amazing. Through the power of runes, the desired goal can be achieved in a very short time. Compared with the cultivators who use the foundation building pill to build the foundation, the progress of the physical body is much faster. But this is not without cost. This pain that penetrates into the bone marrow will last for more than a week. And in the future, you have to condense the runes that are suitable for your spiritual root attributes. If you take a wrong step, it will lead to the final promotion and fail. Despite the reorganization of flesh and blood, the pain was excruciating. But except for the first moment when Luo Yan's lips turned pale and he cried out, he sat cross-legged in the spiritual spring pool, motionless. The spiritual spring liquid, which was originally clear and seemed like a deep pool, was stained by Luo Yan's blood. It became bloody red and turbid. Luo Yan was accepting the power of runes to recast his external body. He could clearly feel the power of runes, the spiritual energy in the spiritual spring liquid, and his own body. These three were undergoing some unknown but closely connected connection. The spiritual mist in the spiritual spring pool was lingering, and the spiritual energy was very strong, as if it was a fairyland on earth. Luo Yan endured the pain, controlled the 5 elements runes, and reorganized the flesh and blood in his body in the direction he wanted. This slow and controllable transformation was extremely amazing. For 8 whole days, he was immersed in a mysterious state. Runes were glowing everywhere in his body, constantly swallowing and exhaling external spiritual energy. Fortunately, there was a lot of spiritual liquid accumulated in this spiritual spring pool, enough for his breakthrough. Otherwise, Luo Yan would have to crush some spiritual stones or swallow some spiritual energy replenishing pills to replenish his needs for advancement. It was not until the morning of the 8th day that he woke up from this state. The pain had long disappeared, and his body shape did not change much under his own forced control. Now the spiritual energy is full of his whole body. Every inch of flesh and blood contains spiritual power, and there is a feeling of spiritual energy overflowing. It made him feel refreshed and many times stronger. After the initial smelting of his body was completed, Luo Yan continued to draw various runes. There were more than 300 basic runes in total, and he had melted them in at the beginning of the reorganization of his flesh and blood. In fact, after reaching this step, he can already start to condense the liquid spiritual power in his body. As long as the condensation is successful, Luo Yan will be a genuine foundation-building cultivator. But in order to make his strength a qualitative improvement, he has to continue to integrate more runes into his body. This time he was going to refine the rune system after the advancement. Luo Yan currently only had 2 sets of this kind of complete system. One set was the Great Magical Power of 5 Colors Divine Light, and the other set was the Taiyan Divine Thunder Sutra obtained in the Thunder Pool space. He needed to integrate both sets of runes into his body as soon as possible. Because the longer the cultivator nurtured the runes, the more powerful they would be. Luo Yan's initial plan was to use more than 300 basic runes as the foundation and 2 sets of scripture systems as the advanced ones. Together, they would build their own body. But the body of a cultivator was so small, and scriptures of different systems were likely to conflict with each other. In the end, it would lead to spiritual power disorder and even obsession. For ordinary cultivators, they would never dare to integrate the scriptures of these 2 different systems into their bodies at the same time. Most of the foundation-building cultivators use the power of runes in the same way as Luo Yan did before. First condense externally, and then absorb it into their bodies. This kind of flesh and blood seemed to be integrated with the runes. In fact, his body is just a rune storage. Although the power of the runes will increase to a certain extent, it is also extremely limited. Because these runes can be taken out at any time. So this method can only be called nourishment, not a complete fusion with the runes. A small number of Heavenly Dao Foundation cultivators will melt some specific scriptures into their bodies. For example, various magical skills, ancient secrets, etc. The advantage of this approach is that the scriptures that are completely integrated with their own flesh and blood. When using this magical power, the power can be maximized. This is one of the reasons why many major cultivators deliberately pursue the Heavenly Dao Foundation. With the blessing of the scriptures, it is easy to increase the power of a secret method or magical power to a level that outsiders can hardly imagine. Even to the point that when you see that magical power, you will think of the picture of that person. Even a very simple small fireball rune, after being melted by flesh and blood, when it is used again, it will become as terrifying as a big fireball. So here lies another advantage of the Heavenly Dao Foundation. It can improve the lower limit of the power of the magical power when a cultivator performs it. Perhaps the upper limit of a fire-based magic is to destroy forests and burn mountains. But after the runes of a small fireball technique are blessed by the fusion of the cultivator's flesh and blood, it can at least produce the power of a large fireball. This is the difference between the upper and lower limits of the power of the magic. Not to mention those magical powers that touch upon the operation of rules. Before reaching a certain realm, it is almost impossible to practice this kind of magical secrets to perfection. Because any magic that can be called a first-level magical power is far from as simple as imagined. Luo Yan's idea is also very direct. Ordinary magic and magical powers are not within his consideration. The magical skills that can be melted into one's own flesh and blood can only be the top-level secrets. Chapter 211, Transformation, Foundation Establishment, Thunder Method Flaws. If it were other cultivators, they could only choose one scripture that suits them best and melt it into their bodies. But Luo Yan is different. He has the help of a chip. There are more possibilities. Even if it is a complete version of the Great Divine Power, he has a 5 colors Divine Light to choose from. There are also incomplete Great Divine Power secrets. Luo Yan has currently come into contact with 2, the Art of Dream Butterfly and the Taiyan Divine Thunder Sutra. He has practiced all of these and has entered the door. Among all the key refining cultivators in the Kangwu realm, he can also be said to have a strong foundation. Unfortunately, with Luo Yan's current situation, if he greedily wants to melt all 3 magical secrets into his body, there is not enough time for the carving of runes alone. So Luo Yan must give up one of the secrets. After comprehensively considering the future path, Luo Yan is still ready to put aside the smelting of the Art of Dream Butterfly. After all, the upper limit of the Taiyan Divine Thunder Sutra is too high. The combination of the 3 parts, upper, middle and lower, is the legendary immortal scripture. Compared with the Art of Dream Butterfly, the possibility of subsequent completion is also greater. That strange world composed of spiritual thoughts and feelings is likely to exist in the spiritual world. At that time, we can find a way to search for subsequent scriptures. As for the incomplete parts of the Art of Dream Butterfly, even the owner of Xiandi Ridge has no clue. Not to mention an outsider like Luo Yan. If you want to complete it in the future, the possibility is too low. In addition, the chip can play an extraordinary role in calculation, anomaly detection, data analysis, and summary. With the help of the chip, Luo Yan can make the impossible possible. Artificially create a postnatal thunder spirit root. At that time, the power of the 5 elements and the power of thunder will be combined in him. Even the peerless evildoer on the road of Xianjiao has practiced for decades more than him. Luo Yan also has absolute confidence to win the final upper world quota. 0. Call up the calculation results of these two systems. Generating data for the 5 elements system. Generating data for the thunder method system. The 5 elements system contains 2,174 high-level runes, each of which is composed of 4 to 7 basic runes. Combined with the speed of the main body engraving runes, the estimated time required for engraving is 1,964 hours and 48 minutes. The thunder method system contains 845 high-level runes, and the estimated time required for engraving is 1,023 hours and 17 minutes. Luo Yan sat cross-legged in the spirit spring pool, his aura sometimes strong and sometimes weak, giving people a sense of uncertainty. It was like a candle in the wind, which could go out at any time. Because Luo Yan's transformation has not been completely completed, only a small part has been completed. He must complete the final transformation before his physical body loses all activity to spiritual energy. Only then can he be promoted to the foundation establishment stage. Once the limit of physical activity is exceeded, the Heavenly Dao foundation establishment will fail. It will take about 4.5 months to carve the runes required for these two scripture systems. The spiritual energy activity contained in the surface of my body can only last for less than a year. That is to say, I only have 7 months to condense liquid spiritual energy. Luo Yan roughly estimated the total time required for his transformation. With a blessing of 5 artistic conceptions, the speed of condensing liquid spiritual energy is about twice that of ordinary cultivators. My calculation is correct, and there is enough time for me to transform. Luo Yan frowned, and then thought about it carefully, comparing the time he spent on each link. Finally, his brows relaxed. List the rune nodes that need to be melted in the flesh and blood for the two scripture systems. Luo Yan muttered silently. The real-time 3-dimensional image of the main body is being generated. The basic rune rejection is being compared. The degree of integration between the 5 elements systems scriptures and flesh and blood is being extracted. The degree of integration between the thunder systems scriptures and flesh and blood is being extracted. The analogy of the 3 types of runes is being summarized. While waiting for the chip to calculate, Luo Yan began to use his mind to draw the scriptures about the 2 magical powers. The time left for him to transform will not be long, so he has to hurry up. When a cultivator goes from the key refining stage to the foundation building stage, it is not only a promotion in the realm of cultivation. There are also many reasons such as the physical body, soul, and spiritual power. It is equivalent to a comprehensive and deep transformation. Therefore, the gap between the cultivators in the foundation building stage and the cultivators in the key refining stage is so large. The reason why Luo Yan spent his mental energy to draw these scriptures is because it involves the secret methods at the level of great magical powers, which are almost impossible to describe with specific words and words. And this kind of scriptures, even if copied by conventional means, is useless. Because of the lack of the Dao rhyme, the two cannot be confused. This kind of magical secret technique that is deeply involved in the rules can only be drawn with the spiritual power of the cultivator. In order to ensure a long-term continuous existence, and spiritual power is generally invisible to outsiders except in the strange space of the ancient secret realm. It is like the consciousness of a cultivator, which is different from the soul, but it really exists. It is invisible and intangible, invisible, intangible, and cannot be felt by others. But the spiritual body technique of the 5 elements view can be controlled by consciousness. This kind of thing that goes against cognition is common in the world of immortal cultivation. Therefore, many things need to find a definite explanation. Even a great cultivator at the first level of the spiritualization stage may not be able to understand the specific connection between them. The data analysis is over, and the rune nodes have been marked in the three-dimensional map. Hearing the reminder of the chip without any tone, Luo Yan nodded with satisfaction. Then he sank into it. According to the flesh and blood nodes given by Zero, the scripture runes drawn were filled in one by one. As soon as these runes entered Luo Yan's body, they instantly merged with him and glowed in his body. As more flesh and blood nodes in his body were filled with runes, the breath in Luo Yan's body became more and more intense. There were 5 colored rosy clouds all over the sky, and there were also hissing lightning flying, and thundering. His mouth and nose kept swallowing and exhaling pure spiritual energy, and it was misty. It was as if a postnatal sacred was slowly reviving. Luo Yan's body seemed to have become the carrier of 2 scriptures, echoing each other. This situation lasted for more than 4 months, and the overflowing sound slowly calmed down, and the divine light gradually restrained. The 2 auras in Luo Yan's body were rich, and the induction of spiritual energy was very strong. 5 colored rosy clouds and silver thunder flowed on his body. The power of 2 different systems, like a wedge, fit together. They do not interfere with each other. And his soul origin is also closely connected with these runes. Luo Yan's face showed an indescribable joy. At this step, his process of building the foundation of the heavenly Dao is more than half completed. Next, you just need to completely transform the spiritual power in the body into liquid and let the body adapt to the liquid spiritual power environment. The liquid spiritual power here does not mean that the spiritual power flows like water, but specifically refers to the high-intensity spiritual energy density. Then it gathers inside the body of the cultivator. Generally, to achieve this, it is related to the spiritual veins in the cultivator's body, the degree of compression of spiritual energy, etc. There is a certain degree of connection. Compared with the key refining stage, the cultivators in the foundation establishment stage will have a tougher physique. The spiritual power contained in the body will also be more. In addition, the density of spiritual energy is denser. The total amount of spiritual power in the body of a cultivator in the foundation establishment stage is almost 5 times that of a cultivator in the key refining stage. My flesh and blood all collapsed, and the spiritual power also scattered out. So if you want to raise the density of spiritual power to a certain limit, you have to borrow the power of artistic conception. Luo Yan sensed the density of spiritual energy in his body and found that the reorganized flesh and blood, not only did it become more friendly to the spiritual energy of the outside world, but the total amount of spiritual power in the body also increased several times compared to before. This is even more thorough than the marrow cleansing in the secular storybook. Luo Yan is directly reborn in flesh and blood to achieve the purpose of true transformation. If the spiritual energy is continuously compressed, the final total amount of spiritual power may even reach more than 10 times the previous one. If you want to completely transform the spiritual energy in your body into liquid, it is not enough to compress the spiritual energy. You also need to find an anchor to keep these spiritual powers constant. I have drawn 2 complete scripture systems in my body. It must be feasible to use these runes to act as the anchor of the constant spiritual power density. Luo Yan thought to himself, looked at the spiritual liquid in the spiritual spring pool, and closed his eyes again. The spiritual energy stored here has already become liquid, enough for him to consume. He activated the 5 elements artistic concept to help his body quickly absorb the spiritual liquid in the spiritual spring pool. The next moment, thick spiritual energy columns entered and exited Luo Yan's mouth and nose. Those were pure spiritual energy, derived from the essence of the spiritual liquid in the spiritual spring pool, moving with his breathing. Then he separated a part of his mind to control the runes in his body. He compressed the spiritual energy absorbed into the body. When the spiritual energy was compressed to the maximum density, he used the power of the runes to suppress it. For a while, Luo Yan's body was full of sunlight. The spiritual liquid in the spiritual spring pool was like a gurgling stream, pouring into his body continuously. The small spirit gathering array arranged here was also running frantically, like a whale swallowing, madly absorbing the spiritual energy from the outside world, constantly replenishing the consumption in the spiritual spring pool. This abnormality lasted for a long time, and finally Luo Yan's whole body made a clanging sound, and the spiritual energy of the entire days was riding. The spiritual spring pool was filled with auspicious clouds, the basic runes were restrained, and the 5 color runes and silver thunder runes were flying around him. With a click, Luo Yan finally broke free and saw a new world. The world was completely different. After 11 years, He finally succeeded in building a foundation at the age of 23. Although this foundation building speed was not as fast as those of the truly peerless monsters, it was also one of the faster ones. And he was building a foundation of heaven. The gold content was much higher than that of ordinary foundation building cultivators. Soon, all the strange phenomena dissipated, the runes sank into his body, and Luo Yan opened his eyes. With lightning in his eyes, he went straight through the layers of formations and hid a hill opposite, smashing the huge rocks on the top of the mountain. For a while, the trees were charred and the gravel rolled. The swamp was resonating and rumbling. It was like a god descending to earth, scaring the spirit-eating rats and spirit cranes in the swamp. He hid subconsciously. Luo Yan looked at the mountain in the distance, frowning. This power. He thought of the thunder power introduced in the Taoyin Divine Thunder Sutra. The feeling of destroying the world. He always felt that there was something wrong with his thunder method. In order to verify his guess, Luo Yan activated the great magical power of 5-color divine light. The colorful clouds on his body filled the air, and he pointed it at the sky. With just a light blow, a huge hole was blasted out of the mountain protection formation of Fang Days, which was called the second-level top-level small 5-element yin and yang inversion formation. Then, under the repair of the power of the earth veins, it slowly closed again. You must know that Luo Yan has just successfully established his foundation, and his strength is far from reaching the peak. Facing this kind of cultivator who can block the mountain protection formation with a full strength attack from the foundation building great perfection, it can still be broken. This is the power of the complete version of 5-color divine light, which deserves to be called a great magical power. The power of the 5 elements system has not been affected. It seems that there is no problem with my own rune smelting. Luo Yan was puzzled, sensing the runes of the thunder system in his body. His face was uncertain. As a great supernatural power, the power of thunder should not be so low. He is a dignified cultivator in the foundation building period, and he can only smash a mountain with a thunder rune. This power is simply a joke. There must be something wrong. Luo Yan didn't believe it, thinking that it was because a single thunder rune was not powerful enough. So he started to operate the thunder rune again, this time with a complete Taoyin Shenla I Jing scripture. Luo Yan raised his hand and a galaxy appeared, and the sound of lightning was dense. This was the impact of electric light. His entire palm was wrapped in silver thunder. The dazzling electric light illuminated his body. For a time, the sky in this spiritual spring pool was filled with thunder light, and the sound was terrifying, as if a thunder domain was appearing. Terrifying. This time, Luo Yan did not release this thunder attack. He was feeling it carefully. He wanted to find out at the first time whether his guess was wrong. Unfortunately, Luo Yan was still disappointed. His guess was right. It was indeed the power of the thunder method that was limited to a certain extent. Because Luo Yan could clearly sense that the Milky Way manifested by the Taoyin Divine Thunder Sutra had not been manifested for a long time. A silver snake rushed out from it in an instant, and then hovered in his palm. Like a miniature thunder dragon. Judging from the silver snake transformed by the thunder scripture, it was almost the same as the one used in the thunder pool space. But it was precisely because of this that Luo Yan was confused. He had used the power of thunder many times in the thunder pool space before, and knew the ultimate power of the silver snake transformed by the Taoyin Divine Thunder Sutra. But now that he used it in reality, it completely lost the power of destroying the world. But the 4 basic mysteries of thunder method still exist on this silver snake. If it didn't exist, this silver snake wouldn't be able to appear. Chapter 212 Self-Examination, Shortcomings, and Plans. The power of thunder magic has really not reached its limit. Luo Yan began to reflect, his eyes full of doubts. Even the joy of the success of the Heavenly Dao Foundation building was greatly affected. After his own flesh and blood were recast, he endured so much pain and integrated so many runes. In terms of basic runes, the power of the 5 elements system has been greatly enhanced. But it just so happened that only the thunder method system did not seem to be forcibly stripped off a piece. Luo Yan originally thought that by melting his own flesh and blood into the thunder rune, he could exert the true power of the thunder method. But now it seems that this matter is far from as simple as imagined. Luo Yan roughly estimated that when he used this Taoyin Shenla I Jing now, the power of the thunder method would burst out. It was about 3 times more than in the thunder pool space. You have to know that he is now in the foundation building period. The spiritual power has increased significantly, The physique has been strengthened, and there are thunder runes in the body. It stands to reason that the thunder method used by Luo Yan, even if it is done casually, compared with before, the power should have increased by at least 5 times. For example, the great magical power of 5 colors divine light has increased more than 10 times compared to when Luo Yan used it in the great perfection of key refining. Otherwise, it would be impossible to break the second-level top mountain protection formation. Only the power of this Tai in Divine Thunder Sutra seems to have been cut off by a large part out of thin air. If the power of the thunder method that is carefully pursued is only this little bit in front of you. To be honest, the help to Luo Yan can be said to be dispensable. Although this scripture is only the first part of the Tai in Divine Thunder Sutra, it is generally used as the foundation of the thunder method. Many powerful secret techniques are not recorded in it. Therefore, in terms of power, it cannot be compared with 5 colors divine light. But from Luo Yan's personal experience of using this thunder method many times in the thunder pool space, the thunder method used now does have great problems. Now that my foundation building body is complete, the scriptures in my body are in perfect harmony with my flesh and blood. The power of the 5 elements system has also been greatly enhanced. As long as my subsequent spiritual power keeps up, my strength should also be among the upper reaches at this stage of foundation building. Luo Yan believes that even among foundation building cultivators, there may be many cultivators who are qualified to access the level of great supernatural powers. After all, many sects have collected some incomplete great supernatural powers. Although incomplete, they are more than enough to be used on them. Despite this, the number of cultivators who can truly practice them successfully should be very small. Because many secret techniques and ancient scriptures require certain prerequisites to be met. Only then are they qualified to contact and practice. The opening of the path of genius is once 100 years. In other words, Luo Yan's future opponents are likely to be some senior cultivators who are several dozen years older than him. They are also geniuses, and have practiced for decades more than him. No matter how you look at it, Luo Yan feels that it will be extremely difficult for him at that time. Even the great magical skill of 5 colors divine light cannot give him an absolute sense of security. Because no one dares to be sure whether there will be more evil characters who will suppress him by force. Take Leon as an example, there is no need to think too far. According to the current situation, if there is a person as evil as Leon among those senior cultivators, he only needs to practice 10 years more than him, and then Luo Yan will face great trouble. In this world, Luo Yan has never dared to underestimate anyone. Even Ji Hongxi, the young master of Tai sect, has so many resources and a first-class background of the second generation of immortals. People like him do not have much confidence in the subsequent battles of the Xianjiao road. Therefore, Luo Yan did not dare to make an absolute guarantee and think that he would definitely be able to do it. After all, the opponents they will face in the future are at least the first-level Xianjiao characters of each sect. Judging from the fierce battle on the Cloud Road in the Lychee Secret Realm, if the great magical skills are not used, Luo Yan's own strength is at most on par with the Taoist of Taking Sect. But the problem is that the key refining Daozi of Taking Sect will be changed every 10 years or so. If the Daozi of Shengzhuang from decades ago is included, the absolute advantage of the great divine power will be offset. At that time, facing such an opponent, Luo Yan himself has no idea. He is very scared. They are all absolute geniuses of each sect, and no one will be much worse than the other. It seems that I have to find out as soon as possible where the defects of my own thunder method are. Only by completely integrating the power of the 5 elements in thunder, these 2 systems, I will be able to suppress those senior geniuses. Otherwise, once I encounter an existence that has also practiced a great divine power, I will definitely fall into a bitter battle. Luo Yan's thoughts drifted quickly. At this moment, he thought of the 4 protectors he met in the second half of the Cloud Road. That was one of the most difficult trials he had ever encountered. 4 protectors who did not even have the qualifications for the Thunder Pool cleansing joined forces, and he fell into a bitter battle. If he met those senior monks who were more talented, Luo Yan could not guarantee that he would still be as optimistic as he is now. After all, time is the most vast and unpredictable magical skill. Even a pig can become a demon saint if it lives long enough. Luo Yan carefully sorted out his current strengths and weaknesses, and then decided again on the plan to be implemented next. As a person with memories of his previous life, he made a careful plan and took one step at a time. This is the basic operation. The difficulty is how to implement it. If I remember correctly, There is a thunder spirit root on the 5 elements peak in the sect. I saw him in the Xianjiao camp a few years ago. Go directly to his house and ask him for help. Luo Yan thought of a possibility, and then shook his head violently, ruling out this way of contact. He didn't even need to think too much, he knew that he would definitely be rejected. It seems that I have to think of a way to trick that guy out of the 5 elements peak. Since direct contact didn't work, Luo Yan changed his mind. If he wanted to solve his own problems, the most direct and simplest way is to observe a real thunder spirit cultivator. Only by truly figuring out the runes in his body and the hidden mysteries, can we find the problem with Luo Yan himself. Otherwise, he can only rush around like a headless fly. 0. Detect my current state and analyze why the power of thunder magic is limited. With a glimmer of luck, Luo Yan gave the chip an order. Start comparing during data generation. Data analysis. There is no abnormality in the thunder magic texts in the subject's body, and there is no abnormality in the body's functions. The power of the Ingenuity Sutra has not been restricted. The subject's command is detected, and there is a big difference with the data analysis. The chip starts self-checking. Comparing the texts of the Ingenuity Sutra in the body, detecting the nodes of the thunder magic system, comparing the runes of the 2 scripture systems. Luo Yan took a look at the thin layer of spiritual spring pool liquid that was absorbed by himself, and waited patiently for the conclusion given by the chip. Although in his heart, he no longer had high expectations for this. Because if he made a mistake in any link, the chip would definitely remind him. But until now, 0 has not given any reminder. In other words, the chip has not found the problem, and where it is specifically manifested. After all, 0 is just an auxiliary chip. The basis of its data detection is based on the knowledge range that Luo Yan has come into contact with. 0 does not know the sections beyond this range. So the chip is not omnipotent. It also needs to supplement its internal core database through continuous learning. After waiting for about half an hour, seeing that 0 is still in a state of self-examination, Luo Yan knew that it was almost impossible to analyze the specific defects of the thunder method based on the current information. He had to find a way to supplement the core database of the thunder method. And the most suitable database is the thunder spirit root who once appeared in the Xianjiao camp. Do you want to find a way to catch him directly? No. This kind of strange spirit root must be concerned by the elders on the 5 elements peak. Luo Yan frowned fiercely, thinking about the feasibility of this. It would definitely not work to go directly to the door. After all, if he wants to find out what his own problem is, he has to carefully check the physical condition of the thunder spirit root. But even the brothers of the same lineage will not easily agree to such a matter that concerns his privacy. Not to mention an outsider like Luo Yan. So Luo Yan has to think of a perfect way. Lead the thunder spirit root out of the 5 elements peak without alarming the elders behind him. It seems that we have to set up a trap. For the sake of his own future path, it is very necessary to find a real thunder spirit root cultivator for research. That is to say, at this moment, he may more or less understand the thoughts of the Lord of the U-Hall. Human nature is selfish. This is even more true for cultivators. Even if the thunder spirit root cultivator is his fellow disciple, Luo Yan will find a way to attack him. Because this is related to his future path. Only by truly figuring out how the runes in the thunder spirit root are arranged and manifested. Only then Luo Yan could find the real reason why the power of his thunder method was limited. After finding the reason, with the help of the chip, there would still be a chance to complete it. Next, I will go to the Sutra Pavilion to learn some pill recipes, formations, scriptures, etc., and then deal with some trivial matters. And I also need to be more familiar with my strength after the advancement. If I am not wrong, I am also promoted to the foundation building stage, after the purification of the thunder pool in the foundation of the heavenly way. The mental power and spiritual power will be many times stronger than other foundation building cultivators. Thinking of this, Luo Yan's thoughts fluctuated a little. Even though he was defeated in the way of thunder now, his own path was not affected at all. But if we judge according to the real situation, I want to shine on the road of Xianjiao in 20 years. I must solve the problem of thunder method. Although I don't know why the thunder method I use will be restricted to a certain extent. But Luo Yan is very clear that this kind of problem involves the great secrets of the human body. It must be related to something inside it. In fact, it is true if you think about it calmly. If the acquired thunder spirit root can be cultivated by recasting the flesh and blood and smelting the thunder rune, In the eyes of those high-level monks, they will definitely let the younger generation to smelt it. After all, this is one of the shortcuts to improve their own qualifications. It is precisely because all this is not as simple as imagined. The monks with different spirit roots who are so rare that they can be called treasures will be regarded as born lucky by all monks. Therefore, there must be a reason that cannot be ignored. That is why so many monks are discouraged. Envy the talents of monks with different spirit roots in a certain path of magic, but can only look at them eagerly. After thinking about this, Luo Yan's originally depressed mood suddenly improved a lot. A temporary setback does not represent the final outcome. If you encounter a problem, just find a way to solve it. Chi. 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 Luo Yan flicked his 10 fingers lightly, and suddenly more than a dozen lightning lights shot out, like dazzling sword beams. They pierced through the rocks in front. The bottomless hole was not only dark, but also had a slight electric sensation. Although the thunder method I used was greatly restricted. But with this power in front of me, it's not a big problem to deal with some ordinary stuff. After all, the scriptures in Luo Yan's body were inherited from that ancient secret space. And the Taiyin Divine Thunder Sutra scripture is also likely to be a part of the ancient immortal scripture. It is normal to have such a huge power. But Luo Yan's future opponents are almost all senior monks who have practiced for decades more than him. Facing those influential figures who are also the first-level Xianjiao, the Taiyin Divine Thunder Sutra is the foundation chapter. Naturally, it will seem a little inadequate. From the beginning, Luo Yan deeply understood a truth. The world of cultivation is far from as simple as imagined. These cultivators with different spiritual roots that can be regarded as the palm of the hand by the high-level cultivators of the sect. To a certain extent, existence has its own reason for existence. Luo Yan can only sigh at present. He thought it was too simple. He thought that he had the memory of 2 lives, and his thinking was broader. He would subconsciously look at things from multiple dimensions. He took it for granted. If the acquired thunder spiritual root was so easily replicated by Luo Yan, even if the thunder method is difficult, the number of thunder cultivators who study thunder methods should not be so few. However, after this year's transformation, Luo Yan's gains are still extremely huge. After the mental power and spiritual power have undergone a deeper transformation, coupled with the blessing of several great magical skills, Luo Yan already has extraordinary combat power. He has become a cultivator in the foundation building period and has taken off the word rookie in the cultivation of immortals. The world outside the sphere of influence of the 5 Elements Temple has finally opened up to him. Chapter 213 Rune Restriction, Substituting Concepts. After a year, the figure in the spiritual spring pool walked out again. The soul-eating rat and the spirit crane, with their new little brother, the gray and white wild chicken, had been waiting outside. Except for the wild chicken, which looked a little dazed, the other 2 little guys seemed to be able to feel Luo Yan's joy at the moment. Their minds were very simple, and seeing Luo Yan happy, their emotions soared. Even the little eyes of the soul-eating rat were almost narrowed into a slit. After gently touching the heads of these little guys, Luo Yan walked towards the small house in the lake. The soul-eating rat and the spirit crane followed him closely. They even imitated his walking posture and learned it in a very good way. I have already established my foundation, it's time to release it. The first thing Luo Yan did after establishing his foundation was to release the petrified demon snake. After all, almost a year and a half had passed, and the petrified spirit snake had been staying in the closed space of the spirit beast circle for a long time. For such a long time, it has been dormant, which is also not good for the future growth of the monster. Luo Yan does not want to delay others' path because of his own selfish desires. At that time, the cause and effect will definitely be formed. At present, the situation is still within the controllable range. It just so happens that there is enough time now, and my own strength has also undergone earth-shaking changes. After locking up the petrified spirit snake for so long, it is time to let it out. Come out. Luo Yan just lightly knocked, his mind sank, and the restrictions of the spirit beast circle loosened. After a while, a 3-foot-long red monster snake rushed out. Then its body turned into a brown stream of light, and it was about to rush out. The 3 little guys who were waiting on the side and looking around were very scared. Hurry! Seeing this scene, Luo Yan was already prepared. The 5 color runes in his palm were blazing, turning into a huge net that covered the entire sky. The gray-red shadow transformed into its true form, with its forehead slightly bulging, and its tail swept towards the colorful light curtain. Suddenly, the 5-color cage that looked like a rainbow was hit and caused ripples. Its body was too long, and even if it was coiled, it would be several feet tall when standing upright. For a moment, all kinds of collision sounds were heard. It looked very scary. Chi. The petrified demon snake opened its mouth wide, swallowing the sky with a bloody mouth, and a mouthful of pus spurted out. It was gushing with a strong corrosive gas. But it still failed to break the seemingly simple 5-color prison. What followed was that the 5-color cage began to shrink rapidly, locking the petrified spirit snake's body tightly. It could not escape. Luo Yan changed the spell, and secretly exerted force with his palm. Suddenly, 5-color runes filled the sky, and the flowing aura became stronger. Hiss! Hiss! When the petrified spirit snake's body was illuminated by the 5-color rune light, it instantly felt pain and cried out. Then it had to shrink its body, like a mini snake, hovering in the void. Are you calm now? Luo Yan shook his head, and then said, my 5-color rune light is composed of 5 different attribute powers. The runes of the 5 attributes are endless and continuous. As long as you are a creature within the 5 elements, or have not used power beyond this level, you will not be able to escape. I told you before that I will not kill you. Luo Yan's 5-element magic is like a 5-word mantra, with great magic power. No matter how hard the petrified demon snake struggled, it could not break free. Seeing that his escape was fruitless and he could not break through this magic, the petrified demon snake turned around. The pair of strange vertical pupils stared at Luo Yan's position. Despicable guy, let me go. Otherwise, when I break free from your little trick, I will swallow you up in one gulp. The eyes of the petrified demon snake were filled with an extreme anger, and the tone was grim and violent. The current scene made it very uneasy. The petrified spirit snake believed that it could not break free from this 5-color cage that looked like camouflage. The most fundamental reason was the power of some high-standard magic weapon. It did not think that this was the true strength of the young man in the green Taoist robe opposite. They had fought each other a year and a half ago. If it had not been for the fact that he was injured by the thunder tribulation and suffered a serious injury at that time, it would never have been possible for this guy to stay with him based on the ability he showed at that time. But now he can use such a powerful binding spell with a light wave of his hand. If you say that this is the true strength of the guy opposite, it will be the first to disbelieve it. I am a 2nd-level alien creature, born with innate magical powers. And now that his injuries have healed, how could he not be able to break the casual moves of people of the same level? Chi. Chi. Thinking of this, the petrified demon snake's struggle became smaller. Curling up in mid-air, with its head held high. There was a trace of hesitation in its vertical pupils. If it remembered correctly, a few years ago, the guy in front of him had just reached a late stage of ki refining. It remembered that it had fought with him at that time. At that time, this guy was still a very immature boy. Although he had already made his mark in magic, he was still not taken seriously by the petrified spirit snake. However, considering the sect behind this guy, it simply dealt with him twice at the beginning, and then found an excuse to slip away. But now, in the perception of the petrified spirit snake, the guy in the green Taoist robe opposite him is indeed undoubtedly in the foundation building stage. This kind of aura cannot be fake. It's good that you're calm. Let's talk. Still the same condition. I need to observe the petrified scriptures in your body. Luo Yan sat cross-legged on the roof of this small lake, his face indifferent, and spoke slowly without any emotion. Before this, when he faced this alien demon snake, he still appealed to its emotions and reasoned with it. But now he has no patience. This is the most real change brought to him by strength. Luo Yan's mentality has also become more casual as his strength grows. In his heart, this alien spirit snake can agree or not. Since he has been given this opportunity, Luo Yan must learn the petrification magic. Shut up. Hearing this, the petrified demon snake scolded lightly, with a furious tone in his tone, and his vertical pupils were instantly covered by a thick black light. Then 2 blazing gray lights shot out in an instant. The momentum was terrifying. But Luo Yan, who was sitting opposite, did not change his expression, and there was no ripple in his eyes. Because the 2 petrification attacks still couldn't even break the barrier of the 5-color cage. His current strength is many times stronger than before the foundation building. Therefore, Luo Yan's mentality has also undergone earth-shaking changes. The petrified spirit snake's attack of this level can no longer hurt him. Don't waste your efforts. With your rune attainments, it is almost impossible to break my magic prison before my spiritual power is exhausted. Luo Yan tightened the 5-color cage in the distance and then pulled it closer. Looking at the petrified demon snake being restless and still bombarding with its innate magical powers, Luo Yan's eyebrows twisted. He didn't want to waste too much time with this alien demon snake. Then he gently pinched the 5-color prison and it shrank in an instant, like a layer of camouflage-like 5-color cover, tightly restraining the petrified spirit snake. It can't move. You must know that the strength of this demon snake has reached the 2nd level, and it is also an alien creature. But in Luo Yan's hands, it is difficult to even resist. It is conceivable how terrifying Luo Yan's current strength is. Don't move, it will be done soon. Luo Yan pointed with God, condensed the void, and drew a mysterious rune with the color of fireflies. Then this rune rushed directly to the forehead of the petrified spirit snake and imprinted it, adding a little mystery to it. Don't worry, this is not a method to control your freedom, it's just a rune mark. With it, I can sense your specific location at any time. Don't think about escaping. The formation gathered by the 2nd level top-level mountain protection formation is not something you can break at present. Secondly, once I find you, you have the intention to escape. Then I will keep you in the spirit beast circle. Luo Yan first put a mark of his own on the forehead of the petrified spirit snake, and then threatened. We are old acquaintances, so I don't want to restrict you too much. Staying in a closed place like the spirit beast circle for too long will affect your future growth, so I let you out. You can move freely in this big swamp in the future, but you are not allowed to bully the 3 little guys behind me, and don't get close to the spirit spring pool in the back mountain. You can eat the spiritual medicine in the greenhouse and the spiritual fish in the water of the big swamp. Just don't eat them all from me, and remember to leave some seeds for me. In fact, in addition to being able to sense the location of the petrified demon snake, Luo Yan's rune mark can also directly manifest and instantly control its mind. If there is no such countermeasure, Luo Yan would not choose to release this demon snake. After all, this petrified demon snake is different from the spirit-eating rat and the spirit crane. It is not raised from childhood, and its wildness is unpredictable. When I learn the magical power of the scripture in your body, I will let you go. By then, I will also give you enough cultivation resources so that you don't have to worry about resources when you reach the 2nd level. This is equivalent to the reward for my learning your scripture. Luo Yan seemed to have completely ignored the vertical pupils of the petrified spirit snake, which were already filled with blood red. Looking at him, it was like a mortal enemy, wanting to swallow it alive. But the rune that Luo Yan carved on its forehead, with a force of 10,000 pounds, made the demonic power in its body disordered. It could not be completely gathered together. As a result, the innate magical power of the petrified spirit snake was suppressed and could not be used directly. Don't worry, once I learn your petrification magical power, I will let you go. You have lived in the sphere of influence of my 5 elements temple for so long, you should know more or less that the cultivators of my 5 elements temple do not have any prejudice against you monsters. In fact, the reason why Luo Yan released this petrified spirit snake, it was because this demon snake was very intelligent and knew how to communicate with people. Otherwise, it would not have been possible to sneak into the core hinterland of the sect and live for such a long time. If it had been a demon beast that had been living in the depths of the wilderness, the wildness of those demon beasts would be even more difficult to tame. Coupled with the suppression of the special rune, this petrified spirit snake lost its temper. Under the suppression of this absolute power, it struggled less than before. Seeing the current appearance of the petrified spirit snake, Luo Yan knew that it should have understood what he meant. Then Luo Yan didn't care about it anymore and stopped restraining its movements. He also told the little guys behind him to stay away from it. With a rune mark, although it would not be eaten, it was a 2nd-level demon snake after all. Even if it was just a simple touch, the demon bodies of the little guys could not bear it. Looking at the petrified spirit snake that disappeared in front of him and ran into the forest in the back mountain, Luo Yan's mouth curled up slightly. He learned this behavior of giving a candy date after hitting someone with a stick from the master of Yaodang. It was obvious that he wanted to steal the innate magical power of the petrified spirit snake, but when Luo Yan said it, it sounded righteous. He directly changed the concept and turned the house arrest into an equal transaction. The advantage of doing this is that even if the elders of the petrified spirit snake clan come to find him in the future, or if there are other causes and effects about this demon snake, there will be a barely acceptable reason. After doing this, Luo Yan sat cross-legged on the roof, and his consciousness changed instantly. After a while, Luo Yan's spirit body in the underground secret room of the law enforcement hall woke up slowly. He has already established his foundation, and he needs to report to the merit hall first and change his identity information. Including his current spirit body, it also needs to be improved to a certain extent. But these are not the most important things. For Luo Yan, the most important thing for him at present is to go to the Sutra Pavilion to exchange jade slips after changing his identity information. In order to improve his personal strength, outside the law enforcement hall, all kinds of ancient trees are green and full of spiritual energy. In the distance, there are also the cries of cranes and the roars of monkeys. This small world is much more lively than the big swamp where Luo Yan is. You don't need to look, just listen. There is an extraordinary vitality in it. Looking around, whether it is the trees in the sky or the spiritual fish in the big lake, etc., they are all full of vitality. It took Luo Yan less than an instant of time to change his identity information in the merit hall. Then he left the merit hall. Not far from the merit hall is the peak where the Wanfa Pavilion is located. Flying is prohibited on Kiksha Mountain. Therefore, Luo Yan can only walk up the mountain. Even so, there is a trace of runelight flowing under his feet, and then it disappears at the foot of the mountain in an instant. Following the mountain road stairs, Luo Yan reached the top of the mountain in a moment. Chapter 214 The Secret Art of Sealing and the Small Teleportation Array. The attic in the distance is still as magnificent as I had seen before. The surroundings were not only quiet, but also had a faint fragrance of spiritual medicine. The road leading to the Sutra Library was paved with bluestone. After arriving here, Luo Yan gathered all his strength, slowed down his pace, and walked in. This was the necessary respect for the Sutra Library, a holy place of scriptures. After entering the Sutra Library, Luo Yan went straight to the second floor of the practice area. He first exchanged the foundation building chapter of the Wood Spirit Inner Observation Sutra, in order to ensure that the practice he practiced had the upper limit of the absorption of spiritual energy. Under normal circumstances, the basic practice of the cultivators of various sects would not differ too much. Because this is just a process of absorbing spiritual energy, as simple as eating and drinking water. Even if a person eats delicacies from mountains and seas every day, his stomach is always limited. Therefore, the choice of practice method, the one that suits you, is the most important. Luo Yan stayed on the second floor for a long time and read a lot of introductions to various techniques. Whether it is the 5 elements or outside the 5 elements, the various mystical systems gave him a more intuitive understanding of this vast sutra library. Luo Yan had even seen a dozen incomplete small magical arts. Because these magical arts were incomplete, they were placed in this area. Luo Yan simply learned about them and gave up exchanging them. These magical arts were not very helpful to him at present. After having the great magical art of 5-color divine light, Luo Yan was not very interested in ordinary magic. Then Luo Yan came to the third floor. There were formations, elixirs, and other knowledge that he urgently needed. Luo Yan exchanged some elixir recipes in the elixir area that could only be used in the foundation building period. For example, the elixir recipe of Xingyin pill can increase the spiritual energy of the cultivators in the foundation building period. It is similar to the enhanced version of Juki pill. It's just that the effect is stronger, the spiritual medicine used is older, and the types of spiritual medicine are more complicated. It is one of the main spiritual pills used by cultivators in the foundation building period to increase their cultivation. There are also recipes for Huoxing pill and Ningxin pill, etc. Anyway, these are the pills that can only be used by those who have reached the foundation building stage. Luo Yan exchanged all the pills that were not very effective. Then he came to the formation area and exchanged a lot of basic knowledge about the second level formation. The formation that Luo Yan cared about the most was the arrangement method of the small teleportation formation. Just this formation jade slip cost him nearly 4,000 contribution points. Even if he had the token of the law enforcement hall in his hand, after a 30% discount, the contribution points consumed were still so much. If an ordinary inner disciple came to exchange this formation jade slip for the teleportation formation, the price would be almost 10,000. It is conceivable how expensive the cultivation materials after the foundation building stage are. Finally, there were the jade slips in the rune area of the 4th layer. Luo Yan selected a few sealing secrets that he had never come into contact with before. This seemed to be another kind of knowledge different from the formation, but it seemed to be derived from the formation. Similar in form but not in meaning. Being singled out and placed in the rune space on the 4th floor has its own importance. This is a secret art system that focuses on binding, blocking, and imprisonment. The enemies targeted are those who are too fast, or those with special attributes such as shadows, yin and yang. Just like Luo Yan himself, who has practiced a dream butterfly art, no matter how fast he escapes, if he uses the power of this sealing system in advance, he can seal off a complete area. At that time, the enemy will be like a turtle in a jar, unable to escape even if he wants to. After reading the jade slips of these secret art systems, Luo Yan's heart trembled. Once upon a time, he was arrogant. He would simply think that he only needed to practice some magical scriptures. He could be called invincible at the same level. But now the existence of these secret art systems is like another mysterious world, revealing the tip of the iceberg in front of him. Take the 5 elements seal as an example. Draw the secret art runes in advance. When it is completed, it is enough to completely seal off a complete space. At that time, whether it is trapping the enemy or sealing, it will have excellent effects. Luo Yan will naturally not let go of this secret art system that is similar to the formation, but different from it. However, the exchange price of these secret art jade slips is very high. Even if he holds the token of the law enforcement hall, the discounted exchange price still makes Luo Yan feel that it is too expensive. He also discovered a special sealing secret art called 8 diagrams seal. When Luo Yan received the knowledge about the 8 diagrams seal in his mind, he finally understood what kind of strange power this is. Using various advanced runes as chess pieces, and then arranging the formation and manifesting in the palm of the hand. The thunder trigram in the 8 diagrams seal can be used to shield thunder, absorb the power of thunder, or guide it to other places, forming the effect of thunder magic not invading the body. When fighting against a monk who practices thunder magic, just use the thunder trigram in the 8 diagrams seal. The power of thunder can be weakened to the maximum extent. Thus, one gains while the other loses, and the purpose of strengthening oneself is achieved. There is also the Zunfenghua in 8 trigram seal, which can seal the power of wind, etc. These are different from the array, but with some similar knowledge, which opened Luo Yan's eyes. However, the activation of the sealing secret technique requires a certain amount of time to prepare in advance. If the enemy you face is encountered by chance, the sealing secret technique is very likely to be unable to be used. Because the opponent will not give you too much time to perform the sealing secret technique. And if the strength of the target object is very strong, it is also necessary to control the creature or restrict it to a certain area. In order to exert the true power of these sealing arrays, the most important point is that when the sealing secret technique is activated, it is very slow. It is easy for the opponent to sense and dodge. So it is rarely used directly against the enemy, because it is difficult to hit. This is the disadvantage of the sealing secret system. Despite this, this system power derived from runes. Its power is also unquestionable. The contact with the sealing secret technique has greatly increased Luo Yan's knowledge. When he came out of the sutra library, he had accumulated tens of thousands of contribution points, but he had only spent a little over 10,000. But at this time, Luo Yan still had a feeling of not being satisfied. There was a lot of knowledge in the sutra library, and he wanted to exchange it all. It felt like every jade slip could be used. Like a country bumpkin with little knowledge. After exchanging the knowledge he wanted, Luo Yan left the sutra library. Every outer disciple who applied to advance to the foundation building stage in advance has 2 years and can be exempted from any tasks. Counting from going to Taiyi sect to compete for the Thunder Pond secret realm, more than a year and a half has passed. In other words, according to the rules of the sect, Luo Yan has about 2 or 3 months to stay in the sect to improve his strength. During this time, Luo Yan has enough time to set up the trap set for the Thunder Spirit Root Cultivator. The previous experience in the depths of the Great Wilderness was allowed by the Lord of the U-Hall. But after knowing the Lord of the U-Hall's general idea, Luo Yan was not prepared to continue to accept his kindness. After all the special treatments have been marked with prices in advance. If you get too deep, you may not even have a reason to refuse. Only by considering everything comprehensively can you be less likely to be picked on in the future. Luo Yan's vigilance towards the Lord of the Yaodang is always the highest. In addition, he has already established his foundation, and he learned from senior brother Li Siki to choose an area to guard the mission. It doesn't take much to use a spirit puppet to station there to perform such a mission, so there is no need for him to delay. After leaving the Sutra Library, Luo Yan returned to the Merit Hall and exchanged a few Kongming stones. There were also some medium-grade spirit stones of the 5 elements. He exchanged about 10 spirit stones of each attribute. Then he left to depart for the spirit body. The rest was taken back by the spirit crane that had been waiting outside the lake. After about half an hour, the spirit crane flew back and handed the storage bag hanging around its neck to Luo Yan's body. After getting these things, Luo Yan began to study the layout method of the small teleportation array. Teleportation arrays are generally divided into one-way transmission and two-way transmission. This is further divided into short-distance transmission and medium and long-distance transmission. If it is a medium and long-distance transmission array, the foundation stone of the array is composed of top-grade spiritual stones. Because the construction of medium and long-distance transmission arrays requires a lot of spiritual energy, low-quality spiritual stones are not enough to activate it. The transmission array that Luo Yan took from the branch temple to the headquarters was a medium and long-distance transmission array. Every time it is activated, the spiritual energy stored in the top-grade spiritual stones will be consumed. Fortunately, with the current means of the sect, even if the spiritual energy in the top-grade spiritual stones is consumed, as long as the shell residue of the top-grade spiritual stones is placed in the sect's spiritual stone mine. There are special places with top-grade spiritual stones plus soul formations and soul-gathering formations. In less than a few decades, the top-grade spiritual stones that were once consumed can be fully charged again. Then use them again. It is precisely because there is a top-grade spiritual stone mine to back it up. The sect's teleportation array can be spread across all cities. Otherwise, this kind of array with astonishing consumption will not be deployed too much unless it is absolutely necessary. There is also the output limit of the Kongming stone mine and the consumption of high-level spirit stones by the teleportation array. After the high-level spirit stones are activated by the teleportation array, they must either remain silent or continue to operate the teleportation array. This is similar to the carbon stone that continues to burn under the earth fire refining furnace. Once it starts burning, it will not stop. Therefore, many small cities within the Great Wilderness have not chosen to deploy teleportation arrays. This is based on this reason. Not to mention that the spiritual stones consumed for one teleportation are at least hundreds. In addition to the daily maintenance, the spiritual stones consumed by the continuous operation of the array, etc. Calculated in this way, the consumption in a year is at least more than 1,000 spirit stones. This is still a small teleportation array. If it is a medium and long-distance teleportation array, the consumption will be even higher. After all, the sect's sphere of influence alone is an area of 100,000 miles in the Great Wilderness. The general small teleportation array has a teleportation distance of at most a few hundred or 1,000 miles. At most, it can only be teleported to a nearby city. If it is not a special case, ordinary disciples or elders would rather fly slowly by themselves than take the teleportation array. Most of the foundation building cultivators are unwilling to take out thousands of spirit stones from their storage bags every year, because there is no need, even if there is an emergency. At that time, a temporary teleportation array will be set up on the scene, and it will be in time. This is the inner thought of most foundation building cultivators who have chosen the guarding mission. With that spirit stone, it is better to keep it for yourself and use it to buy some yuan zengyan to assist in cultivation. However, Luo Yan's idea is different from that of most cultivators. He plans to set up a two-way small teleportation array between the sect and the day's water area. In this way, he can be more concealed when exchanging some things or traveling to the sect. Using 5 medium-grade spirit stones with 5 elements as the base point, based on the frequency of his current trip to the sect, the consumption in a year is actually only about 100 spirit stones. After all, the day's water area is only more than 200 miles away from the 5 elements peak, which is not too far. The consumption of using the teleportation array is naturally not that high. In addition, Luo Yan considered that he might face visits from fellow immortals in the future. He couldn't just go to Muling Peak and randomly choose a courtyard to receive them when receiving them as before. With this two-way teleportation array, it would be much more convenient to receive fellow immortals in the future. In the long run, this is definitely beneficial. The arrangement of the teleportation array is not particularly difficult, but it is definitely not simple. The first thing is to take out the Kongming stone and then engrave the array pattern around it. The effect of these array patterns is very simple, that is, to produce a special space oscillation frequency. When the array pattern between the day's water area and the sect has the same space oscillation frequency, a void bridge will be built between the two. At this time, the role of the calming stone is to solidify this invisible bridge and form a fixed channel between points. Then the 5 high-level spirit stones of the 5 elements under the array base began to play a role. The gold spirit stone will follow the oscillation frequency between the two, directly penetrate this constructed void channel and make it wider. It can accommodate the entry of monks. The high-level spiritual stones of water and wood attributes, after the transformation of the array pattern, will generate a spiritual shield of mixed water and wood attributes. It prevents the physical body of the monks and the teleportation array from being torn apart by the space cracks when the space is broken. It is not injured by the turbulence of space. Finally, the spiritual power of earth and fire attributes will be added to the space channel. The channel will be reinforced again to avoid accidents. Combining the above points, a small teleportation array has been arranged. However, the teleportation array in the sect cannot be arranged at will, so as to avoid being sneaked in by monks from other sects. Therefore, the location of the teleportation array in the sect is generally drawn out in a specific area. Chapter 215 News, King's Hu Town, Picking the Moon in the Water. Beyond this area, there is a sect formation to isolate the area. The teleportation array will also fail. So although the teleportation array is very convenient, many soul-sealing arrays can isolate the teleportation array. After all, high-level practitioners are very familiar with spatial fluctuations. The farther the distance between the teleportation arrays is, the stronger the sense of space being torn apart will be. Therefore, the teleportation arrays that travel to and from the 5 Elements Temple must be placed in a specific area. There is the sect's ancient mirror or secret treasure monitoring here. If a person with the aura of a disciple who does not belong to this sect is found, he will be discovered at the first time. Then mark it out and arrange a small teleportation array in the day's water area. Luo Yan's spirit body in the law enforcement hall ran to the cliff near the lake. Find a place large enough to place the teleportation array. This is outside the 5 Elements peak. The sect will not care if the teleportation array is arranged here. This is a special area that has been planned. There are many small teleportation arrays arranged here. Looking around, it is densely packed. It seems that many fellow cultivators have made the same choice as Luo Yan. Although the consumption of the teleportation array is relatively expensive, it can save a lot of time on the road. Therefore, many fellow disciples will set up a receiving array here. This is also more convenient when returning to the sect. Luo Yan randomly selected an open space, and then began to carve the teleportation array pattern, and put in the middle grade spiritual stone with 5 elements, the calming stone. In a short while, the array was already arranged. Luo Yan also tried it with a spiritual body, and it was unobstructed in both directions. Then, he carved a few runes with isolation and monitoring auras in front of the newly arranged teleportation array. In this way, if someone accidentally touches it, Luo Yan can also find it in time. After doing this, he turned his attention to the sealing secret technique that he had just exchanged. Luo Yan also planned to practice this kind of secret technique in order to deal with the unexpected situations that may be encountered next. Because many of the objects of the sealing secret technique are generally evil ghost individuals, or resentful spirit creatures that are not visible to the naked eye, yin corpses that have been nourished by yin qi for hundreds or thousands of years, etc. These evil creatures, due to their special nature, cannot be dealt with by ordinary means. Especially for the yin-attributed creatures like zombies, their bodies are even comparable to magic weapons. Ordinary magic is like tickling them. There is almost no effect. And thunder magic is a particularly useful method for dealing with yin-type creatures, unless it is a critical moment. Luo Yan does not intend to show it in front of others. Therefore, the sealing secret technique caught Luo Yan's eye and was used to increase his means of fighting the enemy. Luo Yan's idea is very simple. He will choose a place that intersects with several other sects as the next place to guard. Only in this way can he obtain a large number of cultivation resources at the fastest speed. With Luo Yan's current strength, he can go to the outside world to take some cultivation resources to supplement his own use. This is the most time-saving way to obtain resources. Otherwise, based on his current speed of consuming contribution points, it will take a long time to get rewards by completing tasks alone. What's more, Luo Yan has already established his foundation, except for leisure tasks such as guarding. He does not intend to take over other tasks. Everything had to be prepared for the opening of the path to becoming a genius 19 years later. If his mind was delayed by these trivial matters, Luo Yan's speed of strength growth would be more or less affected. In addition, the age of the spiritual medicines planted in the waters of the Great Lake was still young, and even if they were sold, they would not be able to sell many spiritual stones. This way of obtaining spiritual stones was too time-consuming and labor-intensive. He never expected to sell the spiritual medicines in the waters of the Great Lake and then exchange them for enough cultivation resources. Luo Yan always believed that one of the fastest ways to accumulate spiritual stones was to take from others. In the past, because of his own low strength and the fact that he had not yet established his foundation, the sect did not allow low-level cultivators to run to places outside of their sphere of influence in principle. After all, although the outside world is free, it is also full of evil. It is difficult for cultivators in the key refining stage to ensure their safety if they run out of the sect. In addition, the sect's sphere of influence is 100,000 miles of wilderness, and ordinary cultivators in the key refining stage cannot run that far if they cannot be teleported through the teleportation array. But once you have enough strength, you can go to those chaotic areas outside. It is inevitable that you will be successful. So since Luo Yan established his foundation, he has set his sights on the outside world. That is why he squandered his contribution points. He has been staying in the comfortable nest of the sect for more than 10 years, and it is time to go to a wider world. But before that, he needs to make some preparations in advance, in order to deal with the possible situations in the future. So Luo Yan began to consciously use the identity of an internal staff member of the Law Enforcement Hall to search for the traces of the Thunder Spirit Root. According to the time calculation, the Thunder Spirit Root should have completed the foundation building now. During the key refining period, these geniuses with different spirit roots were all under the eyes of the elders on the Five Elements Peak. When the foundation is successfully built and has a certain degree of self-protection, as long as it is not an old cultivator with declining blood and ki, the foundation building alone has consumed all the potential. The road after that is almost cut off. The rest of the inner disciples will not continue to choose to stay in the sect. Cultivators need to gain knowledge through continuous experience. This was also the case with Luo Yan himself. So it was not too difficult to find the specific location of the Thunder Spirit Root. With the fame of this prodigy, it was only a matter of time to find his specific whereabouts. So Luo Yan found the people in the intelligence hall and asked them to help collect the movements of all the outstanding prodigies in the sect in recent years. The reason he used was that he wanted to discuss with them about cultivation. He himself was a prodigy in Tai's sect who had obtained the qualification to enter the Thunder Pond secret realm. It was just right to use this reason to explore the movements of prodigies of the same age. If Luo Yan only asked for information about the Thunder Spirit Root, it would be extremely conspicuous. And using this method, to a certain extent, he could avoid being discovered by outsiders about his true intentions. And when Luo Yan asked his fellow disciples in the intelligence hall for help, he did not seem very anxious. It seemed like just a casual remark. The people in the intelligence hall did not refuse such a handy thing. After all, they are all from the Law Enforcement Hall, and he is a talented genius, so it is normal to give him some face. However, because there are a lot of geniuses in the past 10 years, some people's basic information needs to be further verified, so the delay will be a little longer. During the waiting period, Luo Yan carefully sorted out the sealing secrets and the knowledge of the second-level formation, turned it into the nourishment for his own growth. The breeze blew, and the whole forest of the big swamp was swaying gently. The emerald green spiritual leaves made a rustling sound, and the fresh air came towards him. Luo Yan sat cross-legged in the hut in the lake and slowly opened his eyes. He pinched a spinning jade slip with his 2 fingers and fell into deep thought. After waiting for more than half a month, he finally received the news from his fellow disciples in the intelligence hall. It records the general information of almost all the geniuses in the sect in the past 10 years. More detailed information requires a higher level of authority. Even the fellow disciple in the intelligence hall can't get it. But the information in front of him is enough for Luo Yan, because the news about the Thunder Spirit Root was in it. In other words, not only him, but also several other geniuses with different spirit roots, all appeared in the same place. Continuing to read, Luo Yan finally understood the reason. It was in the far distance of the southern region, adjacent to the location of the 100 Flowers Valley. There was a small town called Kingshu Town. Kingshu Town has had frequent strange things in the past 2 months. First, the moon in the sky disappeared for no reason, and then the monsters in the forest rioted collectively. Every night, they all came out spontaneously and walked towards the top of the mountain. It seemed like they were worshipping something. It was very strange. Moreover, the moon that disappeared in the sky often appeared inexplicably in an ancient well where the residents of Kingshu Town tasted water. There was no moon in the sky, but there was a reflection of the moon in the jar. It seemed that some treasure had come out. Such a strange scene naturally attracted the exploration of practitioners in the nearby area. And when these practitioners stepped into this area, they were all confused by the scene before them. Whenever night falls, the moon in the sky disappears, and then the reflection of the moon appears in the ancient well. If you touch it with your hand, it can be fished out manually. When a considerable number of practitioners touch the reflection of the moon in the ancient well, these phantoms will turn into a crescent mark, which will be branded on the head of the practitioner. Then the figure of a Taoist performing a magic will come to mind. The unknown existence just stretched out his hand and picked the moon in the sky. In his hand, it was like a ball. It made his not-so-tall figure look very majestic. As this strange thing spread more and more, the number of practitioners who were branded by the crescent moon also increased. Later, someone searched through ancient books and finally found the origin of the unknown Taoist. Tens of thousands of years ago, a great supernatural being named Luo Yan appeared out of thin air in the south region. In just a few years, this great supernatural being came out of the south region and challenged the other 4 regions. With his strange art of trapping people, he dominated the 5 domains. He was truly invincible. Even several masters of the holy sect were defeated by him. It is conceivable how terrifying that unknown existence was. It was because he learned an extremely powerful secret technique from nowhere. This secret technique was between reality and illusion, and could capture people from thousands of miles away. It was like a mirror flower and water moon, making it hard to guard against. If you are not careful, you will be hit instantly. And this powerful magical secret technique was also called picking the moon in the water by outsiders. There was also a similar crescent mark in the middle of the forehead of this Luo Yan. After defeating many powerful enemies, this great master disappeared. Many people speculated that he ascended to the spiritual world. Even though Luo Yan appeared for a very short time, it was still recorded by some ancient sects in the form of a biography of a strange man. And none of the practitioners who got the crescent mark on their foreheads were over 30 years old. Some people speculated that it was very likely that the inheritance of the great master was about to appear in the world. He was looking for a successor. Later, a senior practitioner with a high level of cultivation came out to confirm this. It proved that the fake crescent mark was only a secret method certificate and could be refined at any time. It would not cause any harm to the practitioner. So the inheritance of Master Luo Yan would be born soon, and this gossip spread throughout the southern region in an instant. Many practitioners were moving towards the direction of Beihu Valley through the sect's teleportation formation. After all, it was very likely that it was the inheritance of a great supernatural power. There were still many people who were very excited about this. No one wanted to give up such an opportunity to get a great supernatural power for no reason. What if that lucky person was himself? Therefore, the several spiritual roots of the 5 elements peak went to that place together through the sect's teleportation formation a few days ago. The genius with the thunder spirit root that Luo Yan had targeted was also among them. Picking the moon in the water. Luo Yan gently threw the jade slip in his hand up, and then caught it. He kept throwing and catching. Get ready, or go and see it in person. Luo Yan made up his mind. Although his first target was always the thunder spirit root, this kind of alternative opportunity might as well be worth seeing more. Luo Yan thought about it, took out the tortoise shell fragments, the spirit puppet core, the jade marrow mushroom and other puppet materials, and began to paint. The former spirit puppet body, after he established his foundation, was no longer powerful enough. Luo Yan needed to make a simple modification to it, and he was going to replace the array pattern inside. This time, he was not going to use those fancy attack arrays. Luo Yan was going to replace them all with runes for gathering spirits and the scriptures of 5 colors of divine light. Because the power of ordinary attack arrays was not as strong as the magic he used. Therefore, replacing them equally was also a necessary choice. 2 days later, After many twists and turns, Luo Yan's spirit puppet body also arrived at the area where Beihou Valley was located. After asking about the specific direction of Qingzhou Town, Luo Yan also quickly rushed there. The direction of Qingzhou Town is adjacent to the outer area of Beihou Valley. This place does not belong to any major sect, so it has not been occupied by the cultivators of Beihou Valley. Outsiders are not allowed to enter. However, this place is remote and rarely populated on weekdays. Now, the number of cultivators attracted by the magical secret art of picking the moon in the water is unusually large. For this reason, the entire Hengdun Mountain seems very lively. Many unfamiliar faces can be seen every day, and cultivators from the southern region are constantly coming. More and more people. Chapter 216, Clearing the Field. Shocking. Luo Yan also mixed in the crowd and did not run to Qingzhou Town immediately. He wandered around for a long time and got a lot of valuable information. The crescent mark can be obtained from the ancient well by any cultivator under the age of 30. There is also a senior old man from Beihou Valley who came to a conclusion after carefully surveying this place. That is, there is indeed a small space sealed in this mountain range. And the space is different from the ordinary secret world. It seems to be blessed by special rules. The most important function is to be able to imprison most of the magical powers and powers. The more powerful the person, the greater the restrictions. It can even reduce some big figures who break in by force to mortals. It is very likely that the inheritance of the Heoang's Henrin is hidden inside. The crescent mark in the ancient well is the key to enter that space. Is this the opportunity recorded in the biography seal in the Sutra Library? Luo Yan's eyes were filled with curiosity. This kind of thing that appears silently but is linked to the cave of the predecessors. It is often accompanied by the legacy left by the predecessors. However, after so many years, it still exists. The restrictions inside must be extraordinary. Entering such a place is also unknown. After simply figuring out these gossips, Luo Yan walked towards Qingzhou Town. He first had to find the location of the fellow disciple with the Lei Lingjin, and then formulate the subsequent matters. However, there were too many cultivators coming and going in this area, and they were densely packed everywhere. In the case of not being able to blatantly expose his own breath, Luo Yan did not find the trace of the target person. After searching for another half a day, Luo Yan looked at the sky. He found that there were more cultivators coming. Even the mountains and forests in the distance were almost occupied by low-level cultivators from the southern region. Because this private secret realm has not yet been officially opened, many cultivators have to wander around the mountains. I hope that a trace can be found. Seeing this situation, Luo Yan simply gave up the idea of looking for the fellow disciple with the thunder spirit root. He was waiting for the small space to open. With so many cultivators present, there would inevitably be a fight. At that time, the fluctuations of the battle of the fellow disciple with the thunder spirit root could not be hidden. If there is a chance, the inheritance of the secret method of picking the moon in the water should not be missed. Luo Yan wore a black robe and hid himself in the crowd. There were many cultivators dressed like him. Therefore, he was not very conspicuous. Since he did not find the target person, Luo Yan planned to go to the ancient well first. Get the moon-shaped mark representing the key to the secret space. Ensure that he can enter there as soon as possible when the space opens. After all, it is the legacy of the predecessors. It would be a lie for Luo Yan to say that he is not tempted. The further he walked into Qingzhou Town, the more he could feel that there were many unfamiliar faces in the outer area of Qingzhou Town. The cultivators from the southern region kept coming. More and more people. However, those who came to this place were basically low-level cultivators in the key refining stage or the foundation establishment stage. Perhaps they were deliberately reminded that those senior cultivators with high cultivation or slightly older age rarely appeared here. Because the senior cultivators, even if they arrived at the scene, could not obtain the crescent mark. Since they could not obtain the key, they could not enter the space after it was opened. They could only stare blankly. Why don't you let us go in? At this time, a riot broke out in Qingzhou Town, and two groups of people began to confront each other clearly. That's right. You people from the 5 major sects in the southern region are too overbearing. Why are you surrounding the ancient well and not letting us get close to get the secret key? Luo Yan learned from the discussions of the people outside that the ancient well has now been surrounded by people and outsiders are not allowed to get close. And the people who organized all this are the disciples of the 5 sects in the southern region, who joined forces to do it. Brother, please stop talking nonsense. We are helpless to surround this ancient well. After all, there are too many cultivators present, and some of them have not even reached the late stage of key refining. Once the alien space is opened, they will be in great danger. Even if such a person gets the moon-shaped secret seal and enters this alien space, he may die at any time when facing the enemy. For the future of the southern region and for the safety of these weak people, we have come up with this bad idea. Next to the ancient well, a cultivator from the Jade Toad Palace stood up. His voice was rumbling, as if thousands of troops were galloping. He looked amiable and seemed to be considering everyone present. He was very kind. Behind him, there were dozens of cultivators from the 5 sects in the southern region, almost all of whom were cultivators above the foundation establishment stage. Each of them was very eager to fight. The female cultivators were beautiful, and the male cultivators were celestial. Everyone's feet were not touching the ground, 3 feet above the ground, floating in the void, as if showing their strength. And there were waves of majestic pressure that shook the 10 directions, and the aura of solemnity and majesty enveloped the entire town and the surrounding areas. It was like a kind of deterrence. Luo Yan carefully looked at the cultivators in front of him, judging from their clothes and aura. They were indeed the inner disciples of their 5 elements temple. However, the several geniuses with different spiritual roots described in the jade slip given to him by the intelligence hall were not here at the moment. It seemed that they were deliberately hidden. It seems that these guys want to clear the field. Just thinking about it for a while, Luo Yan understood the reason why these people gathered together. Facing a secret art inheritance that is likely to be a great supernatural power level 1. All of these super sect disciples would be tempted. Then they joined forces to control the number of people entering the different space. This operation is normal. If it were Luo Yan himself, in the position of those fellows, he would make the same decision. As for the dissatisfaction of the outside cultivators, what does it have to do with him? Luo Yan hid in the crowd, watching all this with cold eyes. He didn't want to expose himself before the alien space was opened, or he met the fellow disciple with a thunder spirit root. With the union of the disciples of the 5 sects in the southern region, the scattered cultivators, various large and small families, and foreign cultivators outside Kingzhou town at this time. The behavior of the cultivators of the 5 sects in the southern region to control the situation seemed extremely disgusting. Brothers, we are not unsympathetic. After all, we don't know the specific situation of this alien space. But for your safety, we need to set a performance rule with you brothers. That is, we will randomly send a fellow disciple, and you brothers can challenge him. As long as you can defeat him, there will be a secret seal for the winning brother. As the high-sounding voice of the Yuchen Palace cultivator fell, the cultivators of the 5 sects in the southern region standing next to the ancient well all lined up neatly. The disciples of each sect were clearly separated, but not too far away. The whole body exudes a sharp and powerful aura. Dozens of disciples from the 5 sects in the southern region who are in the foundation building stage stand together, and various runes and anomalies appear, flashing with divine light, and the brilliance is brilliant. The faces of the other cultivators gathered here are livid. Aren't you from the 5 sects in the southern region playing rogue? There are not many people who can be promoted to the foundation building stage before the age of 30, and you are all from major super sects. How can we, the independent cultivators or cultivators from small families, be your opponents? Some cultivators on the periphery were resentful, with a gnashing expression on their faces. He was very dissatisfied with the behavior of the cultivators from the 5 sects to clear the field. But he was powerless. Because although he was also a cultivator in the foundation building stage, he was also the most talented in his family. But when facing these geniuses from the big sects, he still felt powerless. The gap between the two sides was too big. If he stepped forward to challenge, it would definitely be a humiliation. Therefore, he could only shout loudly to resonate with everyone present. That's right, all of you disciples from the 5 super sects are at the foundation building stage. And any one of you can probably wipe out a small family from the outside world. We have come from afar, but we can't even see the secret realm. Isn't this pure bullying? If we don't even have the chance to go in, we will definitely go back to our clan to invite our ancestors after this trip. When we run to your mountain protection formation and cry, we'll see if the elders in your sect will punish you for your reckless behavior. A cultivator from a large family roared, making people's ears buzz, and jumped out to threaten loudly. Many cultivators outside Kingzhou town also talked about it, and they all became indignant and angry. For a moment, the place became very noisy, just like a vegetable market. Echoes and curses were heard everywhere. "Everyone, be quiet." The leading monk from the Jade Toad Palace frowned, looked at the frantic crowd, and shouted loudly. He turned around and looked at the monks from other sects. His lips moved slightly. Then they began to whisper and discuss with each other. They were not afraid of being threatened by these people. Even if they reported to the elders of their own sect, they would at most receive a light punishment. After all, they were all from the same sect, so it was natural to say who was favored. Even if these people united, everyone present would not feel too much pressure. After all, being able to build a foundation at this age, the talent is naturally beyond description. The group of small family monks and independent cultivators outside are nothing more than a mob. If they dared to gather together and fight with them, they would definitely teach these independent cultivators and monks from small families a lesson. But what made them hesitate was that some of those people just now said something that made sense. They were all monks from the southern region, and many family monks had a close relationship with the elders of their own sects. If they didn't give any face at all, that would be unreasonable. If they were facing the true legacy left by Master Luo Yan, it would be understandable for them to do this. But now, everything is unknown, which is indeed a bit unreasonable. And whether there is the inheritance of Master Luo Yan in this alien space is uncertain. Before the alien space is truly opened, no one dares to guarantee it. If there is nothing inside, or it is very dangerous, with all kinds of restrictions, etc., then the behavior that has caused great anger will be more than worth a loss. Considering this, the disciples of the 5 sects surrounding the ancient well became a little hesitant at this moment. It is not impossible to clear the place here, but if the reward is not so amazing, it may also attract inquiries from the top leaders of their own sect. It is indeed unnecessary. After all, who doesn't have a few clan children outside? They are all cultivators in the southern region, and the various clan relationships are complicated. It is really not good to be completely unsympathetic. After everyone's discussion, they still think it is better to be safe. What if this alien space is very dangerous, and it may endanger your life? After all, it is a senior relic that does not know much, and no one can be sure what is inside. If there are more people, they can help them explore the way. If there is danger, there will be one more person to share the burden. After comprehensive consideration, the monks of the 5 sects reached a consensus at the first time. We discussed it and found that the approach just now was indeed a bit inappropriate. But there are indeed too many monks coming here. It is not realistic to let you all in. So we will still control the number of people entering. So we changed the rules for obtaining the crescent mark. The rules are very simple, that is, everyone present needs to defeat 2 people in a row to get our approval. You can get the moon-shaped mark. The monks of Yuchen Palace threw out another rule, which made the noise of the people present even louder. Isn't this equivalent to letting them kill each other? It's so sinister. Someone hid in the crowd and refused to give in. Then he yelled, "The disciples of the 5 sects have bad intentions. They want us to attack each other. Don't be fooled." Unfortunately, the foundation building cultivator of the Jade Toad Palace instantly locked the specific location and then suddenly attacked. Just a palm in the air, the casual cultivator who had perfected key training was stunned. Then he grabbed him out of thin air and threw him far away. To shock everyone. "You still want to incite others, you don't know whether you live or die." The cultivator of the Jade Toad Palace shouted coldly, and a red toad phantom appeared behind him, with amazing ferocity. The disciples of the various sects standing behind him also tacitly revealed their own strong momentum at this time. It seemed that they were ready to attack at any time. Suddenly, the atmosphere outside Kingzhou town stagnated, and everyone quieted down. It seemed that they finally remembered that the people standing in front of them were all geniuses from the 5 major sects in the southern region. In a place like the southern region, no one can compare to them in terms of arrogance and domineering. In the crowd not far away, several monks with blazing rainbow light all over their bodies frowned and said, "These guys from the southern region are too arrogant. Do you want us to teach them a lesson?" If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 217, Restriction on Strange Beasts. The man who was speaking was hidden in the crowd, with purple air all around him, like a red sun, with terrifying flames leaping. Then it went out in an instant. He was very powerful and his aura was terrifying. He was an extremely strong person. Don't expose yourself for now. We have come from the East region and happen to encounter such a great opportunity. Let's go in and take a look first. If we reveal our whereabouts now and cause those guys to be on guard, it will be difficult for us to carry out subsequent actions. Let's sneak into this strange space first, and then find a chance to teach these guys a lesson. Next to this person, there was another imposing young man, whose eyes seemed completely empty. Looking around, there was a silence. When his eyes opened and closed, he could completely swallow the purple air floating around him. Very extraordinary. His character was more stable, and he stopped his companions from rushing forward. A few years ago, when he was competing for the final qualification for the Thunder Pool refining, he met several geniuses from the South region. It made him fall into a hard battle at that time, and in the end he had to work hard to defeat them. This is why he stopped his companions. If he attracted the attention of those people, he would definitely fall into a hard battle again. It's totally not worth the loss. They happen to come to the South region and happen to encounter such an opportunity. Before the opportunity is completely in hand, it is completely unnecessary to quarrel with others for no reason. After all, this is in the South region, not their East region. If someone does not follow the rules and comes out to bully the minority, they can't do anything about him. So it's better to hide in secret. The reason why the disciples of the 5 major sects gave such a way should be that they want us to act as pathfinders. Among the crowd, there are some shrewd cultivators who instantly guess the real intention of these disciples of the 5 sects in the South region. That is, they want to obtain the legacy of their predecessors in this different space, but they are afraid of encountering unpredictable dangers. Therefore, they did not forcefully clear the field. This is the nature of these super major sects. When they encounter any good thing, the first thing they think of is to monopolize it. It's so greedy. A person next to him also echoed in a low voice, his eyes full of resentment. At the same time, he was a little envious. Although they condemned these guys, if they were given the opportunity to become one of them, they would do so without hesitation. Under the strong intervention of the disciples of the 5 sects in the southern region, the periphery of Kingzhou town suddenly turned into a chaotic battlefield. An unknown cultivator jumped up and rushed to the side. He opened his mouth and roared, and the talisman light was blazing, covering the front. The rest of the people were not to be outdone. The light of various magic weapons shone, completely illuminating the place. For a while, all kinds of people were fighting. There were independent cultivators, cultivators from large and small families, outsiders, etc. All of them were in a mess and fought together. It was like an appetizer before the opening of the alien space. In just a short period of time, many cultivators were seriously injured and eliminated. There were even cultivators who were not careful for a while and were ambushed and died on the spot. It scared some people with low strength. Then some people who thought they were mediocre withdrew directly and stood in the distance to watch. They didn't dare to continue fighting. They could only place their hopes on the opening of the alternate space and the disciples of the 5 sects in the southern region entering. There would be opportunities to fish in troubled waters later. As time went on, more and more people obtained the moon-shaped mark. Luo Yan also activated the 5-color talisman light and casually knocked down 2 people. However, when he went to the ancient well to obtain the moon-shaped mark, one of his fellow disciples blinked at him. It seemed that he recognized that they were fellow disciples. That's right, although Luo Yan's opportunity to attack was very short just now. But his 5-color talisman light was too obvious. Although it was only for a moment, it was still discovered. After another half an hour, a strong spatial fluctuation came from the mountains and forests not far away. A mysterious power manifested, which was very strange and spread outward like ripples. And the moon-shaped marks they had obtained before began to glow faintly at this moment, becoming magnificent. At the same time, the sky above the mountains and forests suddenly had the sun, the moon, the mountains and rivers, and the ancient trees in the sky. The mysterious luster flowed, presenting an ancient and vicissitudes of life atmosphere, blowing in the face. Everyone knew that the small secret realm was about to open. So all the people gathered in Kingzhou town flew towards that direction. At this time, the disciples of the 5 sects in the southern region, although they had a big show before, all restrained their powerful aura when they rushed into the alien space. It was as low-key as it could be. It seemed that the high-profile behavior before was just to intimidate other cultivators. Damn, those guys destroyed the ancient well. Someone originally planned to wait until everyone went in before going to the ancient well to get the moon-shaped mark. I fantasized about fishing in troubled waters, but now I am anxious. Because the people from the 5 sects in the southern region secretly destroyed the ancient well after the alien space was opened. It has come to a permanent hammer. At that moment, many cultivators were itching with hatred, but they had no way to deal with those people. After all, the 5 sects, as giants in the south region, have stood in the south region for thousands of years. Their foundations are naturally very solid. It is understandable to say that they are the real overlords. The cultivators of these small families, or the scattered cultivators, have no choice but to be dissatisfied. So they can only stop and gather in the periphery to find out if there are other opportunities. Otherwise, it would be too boring to come all the way here and just take a simple walk. Luo Yan looked at the cultivators who rushed in a swarm in just a moment, and followed them. He also entered this strange space. After a short dizzy moment, Luo Yan came to a huge mountain range. The mountains here are undulating, ancient trees are towering, the spiritual energy is blazing, and there are extraordinary beasts living in it. It is like a sacred and peaceful holy land on earth. At the highest point of the mountain range, there is a magnificent palace standing on the top of the mountain. It seems to be gently lifted by the mountain peak, with a majestic momentum, filling the sky and the earth. It seems that there is a lot of mystery in this palace. This thought only lasted for a moment in Luo Yan's mind. Then he heard a terrifying roar of a beast coming from the mountains, accompanied by the terrified shouts of the monks. Then there was no sound in an instant. Everyone be careful, there are alien creatures in the mountains, and those dozen people just now are all dead. A monk rode the rainbow and fled, his face full of fear. He did not dare to stay in place for a moment and fled to a place far away from the mountains. What happened? The monk behind asked in confusion. A very terrifying beast suddenly appeared in the forest ahead, and swallowed a dozen people into its stomach. Then it disappeared in our eyes in an instant. It's terrible. Those dozen people are all foundation-building cultivators, but not one of them escaped, and they all died. Hearing the people who escaped back say this, many people were terrified. So many cultivators died just after entering this strange space. What kind of alien creature was that, so terrifying that everyone had no power to fight back? The magnificent palace in front of them stood in front of them, like a devil's palace, devouring the confidence of the cultivators silently. Everyone had previously guessed that there must be the legacy of their predecessors hidden inside. So as soon as they came in, they rushed to the mountain with their escape lights. Unexpectedly, there were strange beasts guarding the forest, making it difficult to defend against. Luo Yan felt something was wrong. If it was really a high-level monster, it would definitely be extremely fast. These people would not be able to escape. But if it was not a high-level monster, so many foundation-building cultivators could not even resist. It was simply strange and inexplicable. In addition, the roars of the beasts just now gave him a very strange feeling. It was like watching TV at home in his previous life. The two roars of the beasts gave him a sense of unreality. This is very much like a rule. Luo Yan thought to himself, and planned to wait and see. Suddenly, waves of terrifying energy fluctuations came from the mountains on the other side. Soon, screams of many monks were heard. Then, a large number of monks who had poured into the forest fled in panic. What happened? An unknown beast appeared and tore all the people in that area to pieces. Even several monks from the 5 sects in the southern region were killed in it. No one escaped alive, all died. After hearing this, the monks in the back were even more terrified. More than a dozen people were destroyed, which was beyond everyone's expectations. Before coming, everyone was full of energy and was sure that this was the legacy of Master Haoang. There must be a world-shaking inheritance hidden inside. But now, that palace appeared in front of them, making people itch. But no one dared to move forward rashly. Luo Yan felt more and more strange, because he felt a sense of familiarity when the two fluctuations broke out. After all, he practiced the secret art of sealing and was proficient in runes. So he would be extremely sensitive to this kind of energy fluctuations. This should be an unknown high-level restriction, right? Luo Yan had a guess, and his mind was full of thoughts. Like Luo Yan, there were also many people who guessed that these terrifying alien creatures were actually very likely to be transformed by a restriction. They gathered together and discussed countermeasures with each other. After all, they were all geniuses in the southern region, and they were raised by their elders since childhood. With a broad vision, there was naturally no shortage of knowledgeable people. After finding the specific problem, trying to figure out the root cause became the main purpose. After all, such a large palace was right in front of them. The last opportunity was only a step away. Even though the death threat in the forest was still vivid, but it still couldn't stop those monks who were extremely eager for opportunities. The most important thing now is to find a way to figure out the triggering mechanism of those restrictions in the forest. Before Luo Yan could make a move, someone who saw through the true body of the restriction suddenly attacked the forest. It seemed like a good start. Many monks also learned from that person and attacked the forest. With a loud bang, countless magic tools and talisman lights were immediately fired into the forest. Lights of various colors flew everywhere, and from time to time, muffled whistles were heard. The strange beasts before also appeared in the forest. This is a strange restriction. Outside a transparent round curtain, there are often various strange creatures. Everyone's consciousness immediately swept in those directions, but was repelled outside by some force. The cultivators realized that the restrictions here can only be sensed by them after they are activated. Otherwise, there will be no reaction. Those people before fell under these restrictions hidden in the forest because they were too reckless. After all, the consciousness is generally regarded as a second means of detection besides the eyes by cultivators in the foundation building stage. It is trusted by cultivators above the foundation building stage. I didn't expect that I would be robbed as soon as I entered this strange space. Now that it has been figured out that it is the restriction that makes the monster, many people, who were originally extremely panicked, instantly felt much more relaxed. The horror of the unknown creatures before was the most frightening. In the forest, all kinds of dazzling runes and magic tools appeared, bombarding the restrictions, and the divine light burst out was dazzling. From time to time, there were also terrifying phantoms of ferocious beasts, fighting against the endless attacks. The bombardment of the crowd lasted for more than an hour, and found that these restrictions, under the continuous attacks of so many people, did not even seem to weaken the slightest breath. Instead, they consumed a lot of their own spiritual power. So everyone started looking for other ways to break the restrictions. This violent way of breaking the restrictions was obviously not feasible with the strength of everyone present. Just when Luo Yan was frowning at the restrictions, a figure vaguely appeared at the end of his sight. Then it disappeared into the restrictions in an instant. How did that guy get in? Luo Yan was a little surprised. He flew in that direction and wanted to investigate closely. He did not fly directly into the sky for fear of attracting other people's attention. Just riding the rainbow in the forest. After a while, Luo Yan came to the restrictions that exuded a mysterious aura. There was a 5-colored glow in his eyes, and he began to analyze the weaknesses of these unknown restrictions. These restrictions were like a transparent light curtain, and no breath came out of it. But it still gave him a tingling feeling on his scalp. It seemed that as long as he accidentally stepped into the range of these restrictions, he would be attacked violently by these rune restrictions and then perish. After observing for a while, Luo Yan suddenly took a step forward, his eyes were like lightning, and his hands quickly pinched the seal. Suddenly, an invisible ripple appeared, and various mysterious runes condensed in front of him. Then it turned into a sealing technique filled with the aura of the 5 elements. As soon as these special secret techniques appeared, they were tightly attached to the transparent light curtain in front of them. First, they entangled with it for a long time, and then slowly revealed a hole the size of a person. Seeing this, Luo Yan rushed in instantly. Chapter 218, Bluestone Palace, Puppets Blocking the Way. After learning the secret art of sealing, it is still quite advantageous to break most formations and prohibitions. And this kind of large-scale prohibition that has existed and maintained for tens of thousands of years. With the passage of time, it is probably only 1% of the original power, or even lower. Therefore, the trajectory of the rune operation of this prohibition is not completely traceless. However, Luo Yan is very clear that the reason why he can enter so quickly is mainly because he is proficient in runes, formations, and sealing secrets. After all, these prohibitions that have existed for tens of thousands of years, even after the baptism of time. But the power that erupts now is still shocking. It can explain the problem. After entering the prohibition, Luo Yan continued to move forward, with lightning flashing under his feet, and rushed directly to the palace on the top of the mountain. When he got closer, Luo Yan discovered that this magnificent palace was actually made entirely of stones. However, these stones are particularly complete and flawless, as if there is no crack at all, like the water in a clear pond, very tight. It does not look like it is piled up, but more like a huge and complete stone that was hollowed out and built. The outside of the stone hall was shrouded in a thin layer of green light. These clear lights are like running water, flowing slowly, with a stronger aura than the outer beast restrictions. There is a row of blue stone steps in front of the stone hall, which goes straight into the ground from the entrance. It is extremely dark inside, and no one knows where it leads. Luo Yan stood in front of the stone hall, looking at the entrance for a long time, and hesitated. He lowered his head again and scanned the ground nearby. There was heavy dust. There was no sign of spiritual turbulence in the air, as if he was the first person to arrive here. But thinking of the black shadow he had just seen, Luo Yan narrowed his eyes. At this moment, there was a heavy sound of breaking through the air from behind. Judging from the sound alone, there are still many people coming. Luo Yan's heart moved slightly, so he walked straight in. Going down the stone steps, there was a heavy smell of rust, which was quite choking. After going down these blue stone steps, I found that there was another world inside. There was a white and boundless hall outside the stone steps. The hall was filled with densely packed stone statues, carved with human faces, hands and feet. They also carried weapons such as swords, spears, and halberds. They looked lifelike, like complete stone puppets. They looked very majestic. And these stone puppets were arranged together in an unknown formation. They looked disorderly, but they were actually dangerous. In Luo Yan's perception, the thousands of stone puppets in this underground hall were connected to each other in some way. There was also a pale white solid line mark not far away, as if it was deliberately divided. Luo Yan walked forward and raised his foot to fall. But suddenly he found that the rune marks on the stone puppets had changed at this moment. Luo Yan retracted his steps and stopped outside the solid line. He did not choose to rush forward, but stood in the hall and watched. What made him curious was that the figure of the guy he saw earlier was gone. If he came down directly from this stone step, he should still be here. Unless that person deliberately hid himself. Before Luo Yan could think for too long, more than a dozen cultivators rushed in from behind. The leader was the thunder spirit root that Luo Yan had been looking for a long time. There was also a wind spirit root genius beside him, and senior sister Lan, who had taught Luo Yan the Dharma, was also among them. But Luo Yan changed his own aura and disguised his face. Therefore, he was not recognized by senior sister Lan. Huh? Someone actually came in a little earlier than us. There were men and women among these dozen cultivators, all wearing the clothes of the 5 sects of the southern region. Judging from the aura alone, they were much stronger than the 5 sects disciples they met in Kingzhou town before. Hey, brother Taoist in black robe, you came in pretty quickly. Are you also a disciple from our southern region? Why are you wearing a mask? Did you do something that cannot be seen in public? A cultivator wearing a jade-toed Taoist robe strode forward and shouted at Luo Yan. There was teasing and joking in his words. Luo Yan did not answer the question of the jade-toed palace cultivator. He just glanced at him lightly. Then he stood aside by himself, with blue light flashing in his eyes, as if he was thinking about something. Seeing that Luo Yan did not answer his question, the jade-toed palace cultivator was also quite bored. He did not continue to tease him, but instead cast his eyes into the hall. What's going on here? Why are there so many stone statues? You can feel them carefully. The faces of these stone statues are like lifelike real people. Someone was surprised and spoke hurriedly. The cultivators who were originally curious about Luo Yan and wondered why he could enter here so quickly, immediately shifted their attention, and instantly maximized their perception, and also found clues. Are these stone men soldiers from ancient times? Each of them holds a different stone weapon, just like soldiers ready to go to war. Does that mean that if we want to continue to move forward, we must defeat these stone puppets? Some people speculated, looking at these puppets that were no different from stones, their brows furrowed tightly. Because there are too many stone puppets in the hall. A rough estimate is that there are at least thousands of them. There is also an obvious light white solid line in front of them, like a dividing line. And each of these stone puppets has an unknown rune mark. There is also a faint sense of threat coming. It can bring such a feeling to this group of people. That means that the grade of these stone puppets is at least 2nd level or above. There are so many 2nd level puppets, but they only have a dozen people now. That should be it. No wonder the black-robed Taoist brother stood here motionless before. It turns out that he was afraid of these stone puppets. Someone continued to tease Luo Yan and gave his own conclusion. Although these stone puppets were standing in the hall at the moment, without any sound and looked harmless, everyone knew that since these stone puppets were displayed in such a blatant way, they would definitely be useful. All of you step back first. I will test the strength of these stone puppets, and then we will make plans. The monk from the Jade Toad Palace stood up, full of fighting spirit. A blood-red hammer flew out of his body and quickly enlarged. In the blink of an eye, it was as big as a mountain and smashed towards the stone puppet in front. Dozens of stone puppets under the hammer suddenly opened their eyes, and suddenly red-gray light rushed into the sky. Spears, long swords, stone knives, halberds and other weapons flew across the sky, and a loud sounded in the sky. The giant hammer was blown away on the spot. At the same time, the gray light in the eyes of these stone puppets became stronger, and they rushed over like a gust of wind. Like a group of real people, they soared up and down, with flexible bodies, and surrounded the monk from Yuchin Palace in an instant. Then the light of various weapons was so blazing that the whole stone hall trembled. It was like a dragon turning over and about to devour everything. The foundation building monk from Yuchin Palace was surrounded by more than 10 stone puppets, but he was not panicked. There was another dazzling light bursting out of his body, all of which were various top-level magic weapons. There was even a magic weapon that killed those stone puppets. But these stone puppets were made of unknown materials, and those terrifying attacks on them could only stir up heavy sparks. The puppet bodies were not hurt at all. More than a dozen stone puppets attacked at the same time, and the weapons in their hands bloomed with divine brilliance, bursting out with gray light like sharp arrows. All the magic weapons in the sky were blocked, and even had a cut. Yuchin's true body. The monk from Yuchin Palace shouted, and these 4 words shook like thunder, echoing inside the stone hall. It was as if the entire space was rumbling. It seemed to have a magical power that caused these stone puppets to fall into a brief silence. Behind the monk of the Jade Toad Palace, a huge toad appeared. The black dots behind the Toad Mountain were like a group of fascinating eyeballs, spinning around. A gray light burst out. In just a blink of an eye, the movements of the stone puppets were slowed down and they were greatly suppressed. The weapons in the hands of some stone puppets fell directly. Seeing this, the monk of the Jade Toad Palace suddenly enlarged the phantom of the Jade Toad behind him, and in an instant it stood tall. It became a toad comparable to a small mountain. With a quack, an invisible wave that was stronger than before rushed forward. The giant hammer that was shaken away earlier also flew back and fell down again. It seemed to completely suppress those stone puppets. Clang. Under this high-intensity shock, the stone weapons in the hands of the stone puppets all fell to the ground, and the sound was endless. There was also a metallic texture sound. But only a moment later, the runes on these stone puppets suddenly burst out, and they instantly broke free from the shackles of the gray light. Then more than 10 stone puppets overlapped and merged into a giant puppet, and the aura of the runes on their bodies became stronger. The monks of Yuchin Palace used their best skills to suppress these more than 10 stone puppets. But after these puppets merged, their strength also increased a lot. As a result, the monks of Yuchin Palace actually fell behind. As time went by, he himself seemed to be in danger. Buzz! 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 The giant stone puppet swung its fist violently, and the fist light with a strong rune aura turned into a red sun. The blazing flames were blazing, and the dazzling light flooded the entire space. The sledgehammer shattered silently, and other top-level magic weapons were also blown away. Under this fierce attack, the monks of Yuchin Palace became shaky and spurted out blood. He flew backwards for dozens of meters and landed outside the solid line. After struggling for a long time, he couldn't stand up directly. Finally, with the help of his fellow disciples, he took a magic pill, then sat cross-legged on the ground to heal his wounds. The other 5 sex cultivators were all shocked when they saw such a scene. You know, the cultivators of Yuchin Palace showed strong strength. They were all at the same level as them. But even so, they still couldn't win when facing more than 10 stone puppets. This was really too surprising and shocking. You know, there are at least thousands of stone puppets in front of them. If each of them has such terrifying strength, everyone must be helpless against them. If you want to get through this hall, you must find another way. These stone puppets are too terrifying, right? It's probably impossible for us to get through with just a few people. The man whispered over there. His voice was very soft, but it was enough for the people present to hear clearly. Let me try. A male disciple from Behu Valley stepped forward, pinched his hands, and then his breath disappeared. It was like a shadow hidden in the void, slowly walking forward. In the eyes of everyone, The aura of this male disciple of Beho Valley seemed to have completely disappeared. Not a trace could be felt. Only the colorful glow in Luo Yan's eyes could vaguely sense a little bit of this person's very vague aura. It was a bit similar to the dream butterfly art. The body turned into nothingness and could not be easily locked. The plan of this disciple of Beho Valley was very simple. That is to use body skills to hide the perception of those stone puppets. But once he stepped into the area of the light white solid line, those stone puppets came alive instantly. Then they attacked him fiercely. The attacks of those stone puppets seemed to be able to penetrate through the layers of space and blast out the figures hidden in the void. The hidden secret technique that was very useful for most cultivators was ineffective in front of these stone puppets. Not long after, the male disciple of Beho Valley also retreated with a livid face and blood. Then he didn't say a word, but sat cross-legged on the ground, and with the help of two fellow disciples beside him, he fell into a state of healing. Then it was the other 5 sect's disciples, who used the art of spirit body, puppetry, secret methods, etc. After trying many methods, they found that none of them worked. As long as they stepped into the gray-white solid line, they would be attacked by multiple stone puppets. And the most troublesome thing was that there were at least 2 forms of these stone puppets. One was separate, and the other was after merging. So many changes made them very headache. It seemed impossible to force their way in. But if they didn't force their way in, it would be even more impossible to sneak in secretly. Because the perception of those stone puppets was very sharp, any slight movement would attract their attack. It seems that there is only one way now, that is, everyone will wait for the people behind to come in, and then find a way to deal with these stone puppets. Someone sighed and gave up the idea of continuing to try. Even though the strength of everyone present was among the best of each sect. But with so many stone puppets blocking the way, everyone was helpless. They could only pin their hopes on the people behind them. When more people came in, there would be people to help share the pressure of these stone puppets. Now relying on their own strength, it was simply wishful thinking to deal with so many stone puppets at the same time. So everyone simply fell silent and waited for the people behind to come in. Chapter 219, Melee. The silent atmosphere of Xiantan Pavilion permeated the spacious underground hall. There were people healing in the hall, and the faint smell of blood filled the air. There was also the smell of water rust that had been buried deep underground for a long time and had never been exposed to the outside world. In front of them were stone puppets that seemed silent but were actually extremely terrifying. As time went on, more and more monks entered here. The hall became more and more noisy. Some monks did not believe in evil and wanted to show off in front of others. After stepping into the light white solid line, they were attacked by more than 10 stone puppets at the same time, and then they were seriously injured and fell to the ground in an instant. This terrifying scene made all the latecomers honest. Of course, there were also powerful people who could withstand the first few rounds of attacks from these stone puppets. But when these stone men merged together, they felt a little helpless. After all, the strength of the 10 stone puppets after merging would directly increase several times compared to before. Under such a terrifying deterrent force, few people could resist and remain undefeated. So these people also learned from the monks of the 5 sects in the southern region and stood in several waves with clear boundaries. The independent cultivators stood in a group, and the family cultivators were mixed together. Finally, after waiting for more than 2 hours, the underground hall was overcrowded. No cultivators came in later. The disciples of the 5 sects in the southern region stood up first. Brothers, please be quiet and listen to me. This stone hall should be the legacy left by Master Haoang. There must be treasures hidden in it. But these stone puppets blocking us now are a hurdle that we have to cross. If we can't destroy these stone puppets, we can't go further. So from now on, we need everyone to work together to defeat these stone puppets. This person's words were agreed by all the cultivators present. Because the strength of these stone puppets is too strong. In terms of personal strength alone, almost all of the people present are not inferior to those single stone puppets. After all, these stone puppets are a whole of 10, and once someone defeats one of them, the stone puppets behind will also be added. This is equivalent to a continuous battle. With so many stone puppets, it is impossible for anyone to withstand them with their own strength. Moreover, these stone puppets attack in groups of 10 each time, and they can also combine to double their power. In this case, there are very few people present who can directly resist with their strength. We have discussed for a long time before, and now I will tell you our guess. This is a handsome disciple of Baungsun, carrying a long sword. Unlike other sword cultivators, this disciple of Byung-sun does not have an overbearing sword intention. Instead, he gives people the feeling of a gentleman. His temperament is very elegant. I believe everyone has seen that these stone puppets are basically in groups of 10, and there are nearly 100 groups on the field. After many attempts, we found that when these stone puppets sense that they are in a stalemate with their opponents, they will directly merge and their strength will instantly double. Based on this situation, we have discussed a solution. Then, a Tai sect disciple wearing a Tai Chi yin-yang robe also stood up. He waved his hand lightly, and countless little people appeared in the void, and on the opposite side were those stone puppets. It was like an image evolution. The solution we gave is also very simple, that is, the people present will also spontaneously divide into 100 groups. In the early stage, we need to find more than 100 foundation-building masters to resist the joint efforts of the 10 stone puppets first. Then everyone will step into their respective battles to support them one by one. While the Tai sect disciple was talking, the spell in his hand changed gently. The little people above everyone's heads also began to change. It was a bit like giving a graphic explanation. While telling the story, he also supplemented it with images. After many attempts, we found that the strength of each of these stone men is not very high, and they are just at the second level. And they are dull and have only one method. Any foundation-building cultivator can defeat them in a one-on-one situation. Therefore, we will focus on this direction to break the situation. The Tai sect disciple nodded to the other 5 sect disciples beside him, as if waiting for their agreement. So we will select hundreds of powerful cultivators to resist the early attacks of those stone man puppets first, and try to separate them as much as possible to form independent battles. Then at this time, the people who follow up, what you need to do is to enter our battlefield and fight together. In this case, I believe it is completely no problem to defeat these stone puppets. The Tai sect cultivator explained in detail to the cultivators how to group, how to fight, when to join the battle, etc. Even considering the limited space in the hall, after everyone entered the battle, they gradually moved together. 10 large battlefields were formed. The cultivators present were basically foundation-building cultivators from the southern region. Although there were some key refining cultivators, most of them were key refining great perfection. Those with low strength had been eliminated before. The cultivators who could come here all had some skills. Naturally, they understood the origin of the proposal made by the cultivators of the 5 major sects. With the help of everyone, they could defeat the stone puppets blocking their way. Many people had tried before. They could enter the light white solid line directly with their own strength. They would be seriously injured by the stone puppets in an instant. Therefore, most of the people present did not have much objection to this arrangement. After all, the cultivators of the 5 major sects all took the lead and stood at the front. They needed to resist the joint efforts of the stone puppets for a long time. Even if they were selfish, they could not find any fault with this arrangement. So under the joint efforts of the cultivators of the 5 sects, the 400 or 500 cultivators present were all divided into 10 groups. Luo Yan was also arranged at the front, and 3 helpers were assigned to him. Although he did not reveal his identity directly, he was able to get rid of so many cultivators and come here first. The disciples of the 5 sects would naturally not underestimate him. Knowing that he was a strong man, they deliberately assigned him 1 less helper. In fact, among the people present, those who are powerful, as long as they do not deliberately restrain their aura, they can basically be sensed by others. Then they will lead the team directly, with balanced strength, to deal with those stone puppets. Luo Yan glanced at the 3 helpers standing behind him lightly, and did not say much. It would be a bit difficult to directly defeat these stone puppets with hard power, but it is not impossible. Not to mention that he has a better solution. Please remember, brothers, the moment of joining the battle is crucial. Don't be lazy or play tricks. If there are those who deliberately do not participate in the battle, please withdraw now. Otherwise, once the battle begins, someone will back out, or not enter the battle according to the previous rules. The monk from Tai sect, who was originally full of smiles, withdrew his face, and then a frost covered his face in an instant. If an unexpected situation occurs due to someone's behavior, causing a certain link to fail directly, then after the matter here is over, we will join forces and issue a hunting order. As long as you are still in the south region, we will definitely come to your door and kill you. The last sentence fell with a strong sense of sternness, which made many independent cultivators and small family cultivators feel terrified. But they can also understand why the disciples of the 5 major sects went to such great lengths to warn everyone. If it was because of a problem with one or several people, caused the 10 stone puppets to lose control. At that time, it would be like a dam bursting, with a huge chain reaction. The originally equal and balanced 2 sides are likely to lose balance in an instant. At that time, it is very likely that the battle situation of all people will face collapse because of the behavior of those few people. After all, once the number of stone puppets is too large, or in a state of cooperation, the people present will no longer be their opponents. And now there are more cultivators, and the pressure is not too great when it is evenly distributed to each person. But if it fails once, it will be difficult to organize people so easily in the future. Therefore, the disciples of the 5 sects in the southern region rarely unite together and speak harshly to this group of disciples of small families and independent cultivators. After all, it is very likely that the legacy of Master Luo Yan is at the last minute. It is really not right to fall here. 5 sects disciples, come out. A loud shout came from the crowd, and the cultivators including Luo Yan rushed straight into the light white solid line according to the previously marked direction. Those stone puppets sensed the subtle fluctuations, and as expected, they rushed towards Luo Yan and his group in groups of 10. Suddenly, the energy in the underground hall was pulsating, and various spells were flying, dividing into nearly 100 large and small battle groups. Then the helpers standing on the periphery also began to join the battle. According to the previous plan, they helped them share the pressure. For a while, the underground hall was full of energy fluctuations of the battle. The sound of bang 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 continued. Luo Yan gently used the 5-color rune light, transformed in his palm, and slowly pushed forward to block the attacks of those stone puppets. Bang! A violent shock came, and Luo Yan took a few steps back, but those stone puppets did not move at all. The power was amazing. However, their attacks were very simple, and in Luo Yan's eyes, they were even full of loopholes. He quietly exerted force and slapped a stone puppet. The rune light of the 5 elements was blazing, trapping the stone puppet in place and unable to move. But after a moment, the runes on the stone puppet burst into light, breaking open his 5-color cage. Luo Yan continued to rush forward, his speed became a residual image, like a gust of wind, and his figure could not be seen. This made the 3 helpers who joined in later look at each other, not knowing how to intervene. They could only stand there in a daze. Because those stone puppets turned a blind eye to the appearance of the 3 of them, and all their attention was focused on Luo Yan. Facing so many stone puppets besieging him, he was not afraid. He fought with them heartily. Just when Luo Yan was hesitating whether to continue to burst out his strength and defeat these stone puppets in one fell swoop, he sensed that in the battlefield in the distance, someone happened to defeat a stone puppet. From it, he obtained a glowing talisman. Then his figure disappeared in front of everyone. Many people saw this scene, and their hearts were slightly moved. It is not difficult to guess that it must be a secret key like the previous one. It is possible that to enter the subsequent space, you must pass this talisman. Thinking of this, Luo Yan no longer held back and began to burst out with all his strength. As if sensing his strong aura, the 10 stone puppets in front of him merged together in an instant, forming a posture like a small mountain. Very wild. Life, injury, rest, stop, scenery, death, shock, open 5 elements and 8 prohibitions. Seal it for me. Luo Yan shouted softly, his shoulder-length hair flying, and he became like a god of war. 5 runes with special mysterious auras kept moving forward in 8 different directions, and finally hit the large stone puppet directly. The runes on its body were stripped off, making it unable to move freely. Taking this opportunity, in the stunned eyes of the other 3 helpers, Luo Yan took off these large stone puppet amulets after fusion. There was only one amulet for 10 stone puppets. It seems that the guy before was able to obtain the amulet completely by luck. This amulet carried a mysterious aura, as if it was mixed with reality. When he took it in his hand, he could not even feel the slightest weight. It also gave him a cold feeling. Luo Yan jumped lightly and came to the corner of the hall, looking at the talisman in his hand, which was flashing with misty light. He sensed it carefully, and then his figure disappeared instantly. At the same time, there were several people like Luo Yan, who disappeared in the hall in the blink of an eye after getting the talisman. What is this place? Luo Yan and his friends came to a secret room surrounded by simple bluestone. There was also a huge glazed plaque in front of them, on which was written, Xiantan Pavilion. Looking forward, there were a few words engraved on the outside of each stone room. From left to right, the order was elixir, magic weapon, technique, formation, and sundries. At this time, through continuous study of the talisman in his hand, Luo Yan seemed to understand a little. It should be a treasure place in front of him. There are many good things stored in these stone rooms. But you need to have this talisman to open it. It seems to be a reward for people like them to be able to come here. The people next to him also thought of this and pointed the talisman in their hands at the door on the side of the technique. Then they disappeared from the spot. The purpose of their trip was the secret technique of picking the moon in the water. Since they could choose, they would naturally choose the technique. Luo Yan thought about it and chose the technique's secret room. The talisman in his hand glowed slightly, and then took him into the stone chamber. Chapter 220, Hidden Treasure, the Holy Spirit who lived for countless years. There is a different world inside the stone chamber, which is about the height of a 3-story building, with countless jade slips suspended in it. Although it cannot be compared with the sutra library of the Five Elements Temple, if it is the personal collection of Master Haoyang, it is also very spectacular. After all, there are so many jade slips of magic, which can be placed here. Naturally they are rare treasures. Luo Yan frowned instantly when he saw these dazzling jade slips. He practiced a method of great supernatural power and knew that such magic was basically impossible to be engraved on jade slips. Even if the gossip he heard before boasted about how powerful Master Haoyang was. But Luo Yan still didn't think that he could understand magic better than the Five Elements Temple, a large sect that has been passed down for 10,000 years. So Luo Yan didn't even need to look at it. He knew that these jade slips in front of him could not contain the secrets of the first level of great supernatural power. Unless it was a secret technique like the art of dream butterfly, which was very incomplete. Are there no secrets of the level of great supernatural powers? Luo Yan stood there and observed for a long time. He touched a jade slip casually and just wanted to understand some of the knowledge inside. He found that the talisman in his hand began to glow. Luo Yan had a hunch that he could only choose one jade slip. Once he made his choice, he would be teleported out instantly. You don't even give me a simple introduction. Can I only rely on my personal inspiration? You don't have any great supernatural powers, but you are so stingy. Luo Yan was disdainful and expressed contempt for the owner here. He came to such a remote place from afar through the teleportation array. He wanted to send him away with just a jade slip. If he had known this would be the result, he would definitely not have come if it was not for his own special purpose. Things like jade slips of magic can be found everywhere in the sect, and there is no need to worry about any risks. Who knows if the jade slips recorded here have been altered? Luo Yan searched again, but could not find the record of the secret art of picking the moon in the water. He was unwilling to give up. 5 colored rune lights burst out from his body, and a colorful spirit butterfly appeared faintly on his body. The sound of flapping wings resounded throughout the stone room. When the colorful spirit butterfly appeared, the jade slips that were originally suspended in the air seemed to be affected by something. They all fell down with a swish. Not a single jade slip could withstand this kind of pressure. Luo Yan knew very well that this was just a very simple use of the momentum in magic. Only jade slips that could withstand his momentum could increase his strength. Unfortunately, none of the jade slips here could withstand this kind of momentum. Luo Yan did not give up. Violent thunder appeared on his body again, and a mini silver snake appeared, and then soared into the sky. But there was still no movement. However, when he used the Taiyan Divine Thunder Sutra, his heart suddenly showed a throbbing. It was as if it was faintly reminding him not to take it, not to take it. Luo Yan suppressed the throbbing and continued to cast the spell. Hey, just as Luo Yan was showing the aura of the 3 great magical arts of 5-color divine light, Dream Butterfly Art and Taiyan Divine Thunder Sutra in turn. A sigh suddenly appeared in the void. This sigh seemed to carry an inexplicable Taoist rhyme, which made people feel peaceful. My friend's comprehension talent is really terrifying. If I had met it a little earlier, I would have been ecstatic. But now hey, time and fate. Hearing this vicissitudes of life, Luo Yan was stunned for a moment, and then immediately performed a Taoist bow. Old senior. Luo Yan looked around, but could not find anyone. The whole stone room was empty. Except for the jade slips that fell all over the floor, there was nothing else. Suddenly, his eyes were cast on the smooth blue stone walls around him, as if he was thinking about something. What a smart friend, you can guess my existence in an instant. As he spoke, a huge human face appeared on the wall of the stone room. This illusory human face, eyes, mouth, and nose all gave him a feeling of old age. Each part is complete and independent. But when these parts are combined together, they look very strange. It's as if they were deliberately pieced together. I am the spirit of this bluestone hall that awakens naturally. You can call me Shilao. This illusory human face spoke with a sense of vicissitudes of life. This kind of existence, similar to the spirit of a magic weapon, which has lived for countless years, is often called a holy spirit. The difference between a holy spirit and a magic weapon spirit is that a holy spirit has a unique and exclusive growth trajectory. The spiritual wisdom depends entirely on natural awakening, and there is also a set of fixed rules to follow, because this is an important reason why they can awaken their spiritual wisdom. But the spirit of the magic weapon is different. The spiritual wisdom of the spirit of the magic weapon can be artificial or awakened by chance. But their spiritual wisdom is ignorant, just like a newborn baby, and there will not be too many complicated emotions. And what surprised Luo Yan the most was that this illusory human face actually said that the entire bluestone hall is its body. You know, it is not very likely that a stone creature like this will develop intelligence. Not to mention so many emotional changes. If an ordinary stone is placed in a place with strong spiritual energy, it is very likely to become a spiritual stone after countless years. But this stone will never become a fairy stone, because the nature of the two is completely different. Without a sufficiently large external factor, the inner nature cannot undergo a fundamental transformation. Therefore, Luo Yan believes that the huge human face in front of him is either a holy spirit, or it is an unknown existence that deliberately hides its identity. What he said to him now is a lie. No matter which one it is, it shows that the illusory human face in front of him is far from as simple as he reveals. Although his thoughts were flying in his mind, Luo Yan's face did not change at all, and his eyes were a little confused at the right time. May I ask Mr. Shi, is this really the legacy of Master Haoang? Luo Yan turned his head and asked curiously. Yes. No. The illusory spirit said a very intriguing sentence. Before Luo Yan could think about it, he continued to add, the Bluestone Hall was originally a side hall of an ancient sect. This was the place where the sect trained its disciples. The Haoang master you mentioned is actually just a lucky person who inherited the Huanzong. Luo Yan learned a lot of secrets from this stone spirit. It turned out that this different space had existed since ancient times. Through this ancient holy spirit, Luo Yan learned why only people like them who were not particularly old could enter here. Because this was to find the inheritor, and everything outside was illusory. The stone hall in front of him, the stone puppets outside, the vision of King's Town, and so on. Even the higher the cultivation of the cultivator, the more he could feel the falsehood here. This is why those high-level cultivators stopped staying after taking a look at this place. Because this different space is actually just a real projection. From ancient times to the present, it has appeared countless times, but it rarely attracts so many people's attention like it does now. From the mouth of this holy spirit, Luo Yan knew why he sighed. It turned out that before him, someone had obtained the inheritance of the secret art of picking the moon from the water. Luo Yan was one step late. The great supernatural power here can only be passed on to one person every once in a while. Once someone learns it, the stone tablet with countless scriptures will turn into a light spot and dissipate. Then wait for the day when it will reappear. It was because of this special rule that Luo Yan could not find the stone tablet that recorded the secret art of picking the moon from the water. Luo Yan began to reflect on how he could enter here before him. Then give the secret art to the person who learned it in advance. Faintly, the figure in the mountains and forests before appeared again. Is it him? Luo Yan thought to himself and guessed someone. My friend, although the jade slips in the stone chamber do not have a complete secret art of that level. But in these jade slips, there are incomplete secrets, and secret arts of the first level of minor supernatural powers, etc. There are still quite a few secret jade slips of this kind. The voice of the Holy Spirit sounded, indicating that Luo Yan could choose other secret jade slips. Luo Yan shook his head. For him now, ordinary magic is useless. But this is not the main reason. He just used 3 different great magics, except for the dream butterfly art which performed very normally. But when the 2 secrets of 5 colors Divine Light and Taiyin Divine Thunder Sutra were used, Luo Yan's heart had different degrees of throbbing. It seemed to urge him to escape from this place. It seemed that there was some great terror hidden in it. That feeling made Luo Yan stunned. In addition, the so-called Holy Spirit inadvertently mentioned that he should choose the jade slip. Luo Yan's vigilance reached the highest point. Although I don't know why the two secrets of 5 colors Divine Light and Taiyin Divine Thunder Sutra produce this unknown throbbing feeling. But these two secrets, one is a complete great magic. The other is the foundation of thunder obtained from the secret realm of Leichi. The grade of the complete version is very likely to be higher than 5 colors Divine Light. It can be said that these two secret techniques are the highest grade among the techniques that Luo Yan has learned. These two magical powers both give him the same kind of guidance from the unknown. This makes Luo Yan more convinced of his previous guess. That is, there is something wrong with this illusory face. Even the existence of this alien space has certain problems. If the secret technique of picking the moon in the water was placed in front of him, Luo Yan might have a reason to hesitate. But now, these jade slips of techniques in the stone chamber are of little use to him. In addition, the throbbing feeling in his heart is getting stronger and stronger. It is inevitable to choose to give up these jade slips. And this place has an unknown existence like the Holy Spirit that has survived for countless years. You can no longer look at this opportunity from heaven with ordinary eyes. It is better to be careful and choose not to touch it. Young friend, are you dissatisfied with the jade slips of the cultivation techniques here? That's right. You have already possessed several great magical techniques, so naturally you look down on these ordinary grade cultivation techniques. Well, considering your terrifying talent, I can allow you to choose again. For example, among the doors next to you, there are formations above level 3 in the formation chamber, hundreds of magic weapons in the magic weapon chamber, and incomplete spiritual treasures. There are even infant-forming pills in the pill chamber, the kind of heaven-defying pills that can assist giant and cultivators to form infants. Go, choose one again. The illusory face was very kind, and his tone was soft and gentle, like an octogenarian who is worried about his juniors. It seemed that seeing Luo Yan's extraordinary understanding, he was very concerned. He didn't want Luo Yan to enter the treasure land empty-handed and then return empty-handed. Then he took the initiative to mention that he could change his chance to choose a secret room for him. May I ask, Master Shi, can't I choose more? Luo Yan's alertness was very strong, but he didn't show it on his face. He showed some desire and greed. Haha, you are such a greedy friend. Luo Yan's reaction was naturally seen by the illusory face, and there was a little wanton and free laughter in his tone. No, one person can only get one talisman, and one talisman can only be chosen once. Once the choice is made, the talisman will disappear immediately, and you will be teleported out of here. This is a rule that has existed since I was born. Even I can't violate it. Hearing this, Luo Yan was more convinced that the illusory face in front of him was most likely a natural Holy Spirit. Otherwise, he wouldn't always mention the word rules. Thank you for Mr. Shi's kindness. I entered this space for the secret method of picking the moon from the water. Since now, the secret method has been passed down by someone. I won't bother you anymore. Luo Yan looked at the illusory face on the stone wall and rejected his kindness. Then the desire on his face disappeared. His face was clear. My friend, please wait. Do you want to think about it again? Minor magical skills, formations, elixirs, and magic weapons are all available here. As long as you reach out, you can get a treasure that outsiders dream of. My friend, are you sure you don't want to think about it? My friend. Without listening to the illusory face's story, Luo Yan directly crushed the talisman in his hand, and he was teleported out of this space in an instant. Looking at the empty figure in the stone room, the illusory face originally embedded in the stone wall was silent for a while. Then his face was full of disbelief. Someone actually regarded the treasure in front of him as nothing. Without taking anything, he just left. But after a moment, he reacted again. Damn rules, they have bound me for hundreds of thousands of years, you deserve to die. Such a young Taoist genius cannot be subject to my karma, and can only watch him go away, you really deserve to die. If this goes on, when will I be able to avenge the extermination of my ancient illusion sect? At this time, the empty stone chamber was filled with angry roars. The illusory human face that was originally embedded in the stone wall also became hideous at this moment, and an invisible momentum burst out. It seemed that even the void was collapsing, and it was extremely terrifying. Chapter 221, Yellowbird returned empty-handed. The law of cause and effect was outside these stone chambers. Another bright green light flashed. Countless green chains appeared, suppressing the terrifying aura. The void was shaking constantly, as if the sky was collapsing. After struggling for a long time and failing to break free, the illusory face finally calmed down. "This damn bluestone palace is too much of a hindrance to me, otherwise I would have taken action myself just now and would never let it go safely." The illusory face was indignant and still regretful. He regretted missing a Taoist genius. He had existed for so many years, so he naturally knew the difficulty of learning several ancient secrets at such a young age. It is impossible to comprehend such a profound secret technique without being an absolute Taoist genius. This kind of proud talent is much better than most of the inheritors he met before. If it weren't for the special identity of the inheritor this time, he would definitely take the picking the moon in the water secret technique. Forget it. It's better to leave. Anyway, I came in with a fake consciousness, and my real body is not here. Even if I do it myself and follow the consciousness to find it, it is very likely that some old immortals will find it. What's wrong with the Taoist genius? I have seen him countless times over the years. Thank God, I met a naturally sacred existence. With him, I have hoped to avenge my ancient illusion sect. In the empty stone chamber, a heavy sigh sounded at first, and then it was quickly put away after a moment. Then there was no movement at all. The reason why such an existence as he hoped that Luo Yan could collect a treasure was because of the existence of the law of cause and effect. The things in this Xiantan pavilion are opportunities for ordinary cultivators. It is an opportunity to change their future destiny. But for those favored children, the more precious the things they get in the Xiantan pavilion, the deeper their entanglement with this bluestone palace will be. And then they will be inseparable. Inheriting the treasure of the Xiantan pavilion, this is the cause. The ancient existence that destroyed it was the result. If there is a cause, there will inevitably be a result. This is the law of cause and effect. It is okay for ordinary cultivators to stay in this lower world. They cannot cross a certain realm throughout their lives. But it is different for the talented Xianjiao. Their upper limit is very high, and the possibility of becoming a great cultivator is much higher than that of ordinary cultivators. When they were in the foundation building period, they accepted the inheritance of the Xiantan pavilion. In the years to come, the more frequently this treasure is used, the deeper the connection between the two will be. Even after thousands of years, the current foundation building cultivators are likely to become the top cultivators in the human world. At that time, someone will pay for the cause and effect of this hatred of exterminating the sect. Therefore, the law of cause and effect in this different space is more restrictive for those with higher talents. On the contrary, those cultivators with mediocre qualifications are not included in this. Because with their talents, it is already very good to live for 200 years. Therefore, there are those stone puppets blocking the road in the underground hall. The purpose is to select. Some monks who have neither strength, talent, nor luck are screened out. The monks who can pass the test of 10 stone puppets are basically worth investing in advance. Otherwise, no matter how many treasures there are in the Xiantan pavilion, they cannot withstand the squandering of endless years. This is why the spirit of the Bluestone Palace seemed so impatient after seeing Luo Yan display several great magical skills. After crushing the talisman, Luo Yan was teleported back to the place he had just entered. There are still a few monks outside Kingzhou town, looking into the depths of the mountains, but they cannot enter. These people's strength is barely acceptable. They came here from thousands of miles away, and they were a little unwilling to return. But the ancient well that can obtain the moon-shaped mark has been destroyed. They don't put their hopes on it. They just gather in groups of 3 or 5, and from time to time they look into the depths of the mountains. Obviously, they have their own little thoughts. The moment Luo Yan appeared, he was stared at by several malicious eyes. "Brother Taoist." Several of the figures looked at Luo Yan for a moment, then rushed over with a smile on their faces. Luo Yan just glanced at them and found that the people who were rushing over were surrounding him in a kind of encirclement. How could he not understand their intention? They were treating him as a fat sheep and wanted to attack him. "You don't know whether to live or die." Luo Yan snorted coldly, his cold eyes suddenly condensed, and his hands burst into a blazing glow. A piece of runes intertwined into a net, covering these people. They also had the glow of magic weapons on their bodies, but they were no match for the colorful net. Then they were restrained in an instant, making them unable to move. The runes in the field flickered, the light was dazzling, and accompanied by screams of pain. "Brother Taoist, you misunderstood. Brother Taoist, please listen to our explanation." Seeing that their group was instantly restrained by someone, these monks who were suspected to be casual cultivators shouted immediately. Luo Yan shook his head and did not listen to their explanation. With a slight wave of his right hand, the sealing technique appeared. Completely seal the spiritual power in these people's bodies. After doing this, in order to make his ears quieter, Luo Yan also sealed their mouths. Don't let them talk too much. Because I'm too lazy to listen. Since you dare to attack him, you have to pay a corresponding price. After a while, the periphery of Kingzhou town returned to peace. The strength of these people is not too weak, and each of them is quite good. If they are placed in the group of casual cultivators, with their strength, they can also be called masters. But unfortunately, they met Luo Yan, and they were doomed to tragedy. The casual cultivators who were watching the battle here from a distance were so scared that they fled immediately. The melee that this group of people had expected did not happen. Several cultivators in the foundation building period were instantly controlled by the black-robed man, and they couldn't even resist. They were tied up like dumplings. Such a powerful existence, they actually wanted to go forward to rob. It was simply a trap. The process went smoothly, but the result was very intriguing. Luo Yan ignored the guys who were scared away, but cast his eyes on the ground, where he tied up several people tightly. With a slight move of his right hand, he took the storage bags of these people in his hand. He also stripped off their Taoist robes and threw them on the ground like garbage. Finally, Luo Yan used the thorn technique to hang these people on a big tree in the distance. When the wind blew, they swayed with it. It was like a calamus with ears hanging. These people's faces were pale, their lips were black, and their eyes were full of panic. They wanted to beg for mercy but found that they couldn't make a sound, and the spiritual power in their bodies seemed to have disappeared. No matter how hard they tried, they couldn't mobilize it. So the panic on their faces became more intense. These people were hung on the treetops like this, a white patch that made people feel cold all over. It didn't take long for all the people in this area to run away. After all, the monks who are still here now all have some bad intentions. Looking forward to some unexpected gains. After all, they had come all the way here, but they couldn't enter the remains of Master Haoang. Returning empty-handed didn't fit their philosophy. So they had the idea of robbing. But when they saw the scene in front of them, they were shocked. They realized that many of the cultivators who had entered the alien space before were talented disciples of the 5 major sects. They were blinded by greed and dared to attack these people. Now, only an unknown black-robed man has made a move, which is unstoppable. If they met a real disciple of the 5 sects, they probably wouldn't even have the chance to escape. After thinking this through, the casual cultivators who were still watching from the outside ran away in an instant. After all, the dispute in front of them pulled them back to reality from their fantasy. The disciples of the major sects are invincible. This ironclad fact has been circulated in the southern region for tens of thousands of years. It has its own reason for existence. In fact, the reason why those people dared to attack Luo Yan was because he didn't wear a token related to any sect in the southern region. So they mistakenly thought that Luo Yan was also a casual cultivator. Moreover, this casual cultivator also entered the abandoned land of the alien space, so his greed could no longer be suppressed. Unfortunately, they still made a wrong judgment. The black-robed man who was targeted was not the prey, but the prehistoric beast. And he didn't even give them a chance to beg for mercy. After hunting geese all day, he was finally pecked in the eye by the goose. Luo Yan ignored those guys who fled, weighed the storage bag in his hand, and then put it away. Then his eyes looked at the mountain range not far away, and he felt a little bit like a world away. What he didn't expect was that just an ordinary opportunity attracted the attention of some unknown existence. Faced with this situation, no one would be calm. Fortunately, Luo Yan's spirit puppet body was dominated by consciousness, not the body. Otherwise, facing such an unknown existence, he was not sure whether he could come out as easily as he did now. Sure enough, with my fate, it's still too difficult to dream of pie in the sky. Luo Yan laughed at himself lightly, and the corners of his mouth twitched. With a little sigh. Sighing that opportunity seemed to be really far away from him. Luo Yan did not forget what the main purpose of his trip was. Just now in the Bluestone Hall, the monks of various sects gathered together, and there were many people and eyes. Luo Yan could not find a suitable opportunity to attack the fellow disciple with a thunder spirit root. Now he can only stay here and think of a new way. In order to avoid missing them, Luo Yan set up monitoring formations on the tops of the mountains around. With this formation, Luo Yan can know the general breadth of the monks coming out of this area. Previously in the underground hall, He had secretly recorded the breath of the thunder spirit root in advance. As long as he came out of that strange space, he would definitely not escape Luo Yan's perception. Soon, people were teleported out of that space one after another. And these people all had obvious external injuries and looked angry. Obviously, after Luo Yan left the stone puppet lair, something earth-shattering must have happened. Damn it! Those guys are sneaking up on us. After leaving that strange space, someone started to curse in a low voice. Luo Yan, who was standing by, pricked up his ears and listened secretly for a while before he realized what was going on. The reason why these people were injured was because the talismans produced by the stone puppets were uneven. After all, there was only one talisman for defeating 10 stone puppets. And the strength of those stone puppets was still very strong. This also made many monks start to have their own little tricks in their hearts. In the battle, they deliberately let their companions go. The more spiritual power their companions consumed, the greater their chances. What's more, some even openly snatched the talismans from other people's battles. As a result, the underground hall became a mess. Except for the previous few monks, the monks behind were all caught in a civil war. After all, only one talisman was produced among 10 stone puppets. It was still obtained through the joint efforts of everyone. The specific ownership of the talisman would naturally attract everyone's disputes. Facing the key to the next stage, which is likely to be the key to entry, this major event that concerns one's own chance. Even if they will face off against the disciples of the 5 sects, no one will give up voluntarily. Like Luo Yan before, he didn't need anyone's help and took the talisman neatly. This simple and direct behavior will not attract the covetousness of outsiders. Because only the strongest among the strong can do this. And more people need the help of others to defeat the joint efforts of the stone puppets and get the talisman. But at this time, the others are not happy. Everyone has contributed, but unfortunately only one person got it. Naturally, they are unwilling to help again. Without their help, many stone puppets were left unattended. So these stone puppets scattered and gradually integrated into other people's battles. Originally, it was difficult to deal with 10 stone puppets working together. Now the number has increased, and the difficulty coefficient has risen sharply. Most monks, facing this situation, are directly defeated. The more monks are defeated, the more empty stone puppets there are. Then a chain reaction is formed. There are many monks who want to defeat the stone puppet, but there are more people who take advantage of the situation and think that they can't get the talisman. In this case, why should we try our best to share the pressure for others? In addition, there are a small number of people with ulterior motives, so that the underground hall is in chaos. There are many people who attack each other. After all, it is more difficult to defeat the stone puppet and get the talisman than to attack those who get the talisman directly. The risk is much lower. After all, a monk as powerful as Luo Yan defeated the stone puppet in a very short time and went deeper. After such a long time, the monks who are still in the hall will naturally not be much stronger than others. Based on this situation, all kinds of small thoughts jumped out. Then it caused a big fight. Luo Yan waited for another half an hour, and then there was an abnormal movement in the monitoring formation. The person he was waiting for finally appeared. But when he saw the situation in the distance, he hid quietly again. Chapter 222, Consecutive Defeats, Training, and Obstruction. I have seen the sword cultivator from your 5 elements temple once a few years ago. He had an invisible sword energy that was extremely powerful. In the secret realm of Thunder Pond, he is invincible and has no rivals. I wonder if you, who also has the thunder spirit root from the 5 elements temple, have the ability of that person. This person was emitting a strong purple aura, and strange flames were dancing in his eyes when he opened and closed his eyes. That person is in the same class as me, and his swordsmanship is indeed amazing, I admit it. As for whether I have that kind of superhuman ability, it depends on whether you are qualified. The fellow disciple with the thunder spirit root grinned slightly, with a bit of wanton pride. The area around him was even more filled with endless thunder and lightning, bringing this void into a world of thunder. It seemed that there was a little grudge before, so the two of them confronted each other as soon as they came out of that alien space. And this gave Luo Yan, who was watching from a distance, an opportunity. If someone took action for him, he would not have to face the risk of exposing himself. Attacking his fellow disciples, thus attracting unnecessary speculation. Staying in a wild place like the southern region for too long will make you look down on others and become arrogant. So what about thunder magic? Thunder magic that has not been mastered is only worthy of tickling me. The cultivators in my region will go out in the middle and late stages of key refining to conduct cross-region training. Every advancement is accompanied by the risk of death. The process of growing up is full of hardships. No matter what kind of experience, it is much richer than you people. The young man with blazing flames all over his body was surrounded by purple air and runes appeared, looking weird and hideous. The ancient trees in the mountains and forests were roasted by the purple flames and spontaneously combusted in an instant. Then the area was filled with thick smoke. Thunders intertwined with runes appeared and covered the surrounding areas. The thunder rolled and the momentum was terrifying. The people who came out from the different space one after another were horrified, watching the purple flames and the thunder in the sky. They all stepped back involuntarily, showing curiosity. The name of the thunder spiritual root was known to not only the disciples of the Five Elements Temple, but also the southern region cultivators present. But what puzzled everyone was that the person on the opposite side who used the purple flame was unknown. It was as if he had appeared out of thin air. Is he a great sect prodigy from another region? Some people speculated and guessed a general origin of that person. After all, to be able to confront a prodigy with a different spiritual root, one's own strength must also be at that level. And that person also mentioned the word training, and this kind of training is particularly popular in the eastern region. Luo Yan restrained his breath and stood in the distance to watch the battle. He found that the purple flame was composed entirely of mysterious symbols, as if it was made by nature. It was not loud, but it was actually extremely powerful. Even the void was distorted by the burning. The fellow disciple with the thunder spiritual root on the opposite side used a thunder rune, which was a scripture that Luo Yan had never come into contact with. However, the most basic framework was still composed of advanced thunder runes. Luo Yan was very clear about this. Although the movements look almost the same as when he used thunder magic, there is still a slight difference in the power of the two. The thunder magic of this fellow with thunder spirit root only has two powers, violent and destructive. It lacks the breath of gestation in life. Therefore, in Luo Yan's eyes, the basic thunder magic power of this fellow is actually incomplete. He has practiced a foundation chapter of Tai and Shenle I Jing and can do better than most thunder magic in basic thunder magic. Despite this, the thunder magic of this fellow with thunder spirit root should not be underestimated. Because he has the blessing of natural runes in his body. In this regard, Luo Yan can never compare. Boom, boom. The young man with purple flames all over his body and the thunder spirit root of the Five Elements Temple are in an extreme duel in the sky. Every time they collide, the sky will burst with rosy clouds, and the entire mountain range will tremble. It's like the end of the world. Is this the strength of a genius in the foundation building period? Someone took a breath of cold air, his eyes full of shock. Seeing the fight between the two disciples of the great sect, the ordinary cultivators felt their scalps tingling. Such a horrible scene, they didn't even have the opportunity to get close to watch it. They were afraid of getting burned and unable to resist. The fight between the two was very fierce, and they started with extremely terrifying killing moves. The forest was baked dry and cracked, and some places even caught fire directly. In this area of the fight, the wind and cloud surged, lightning came, and the faint purple flames captured all directions. Both of them burst out with extreme energy, and purple-blue light spots flashed and emitted brilliant light, dyeing this place with a gorgeous color. Various high-level runes poured like a flood, densely packed. The power was amazing. Your geniuses in the southern region are not good. Except for the Five Elements Temple, which is barely acceptable, the rest of the sects are not up to standard. The young man surrounded by purple flames spoke. This remark, like a cannon, aroused the anger of the monks around. If he was not in a battle with someone would have jumped out immediately to fight him. To teach him a lesson. It is not your turn as an outsider from the eastern region to make comments on the monks in my southern region. The fellow disciple with the thunder spirit root snorted coldly, as if to refute. In fact, deep in his heart, he also thought that this statement was very pertinent. Among the many sects in the southern region, only their Five Elements Temple could be said to be full of masters. But in front of so many fellows, he couldn't admit it directly, so he could only respond ambiguously. Then he continued to rush forward and started a very fierce fight with him. The battle between the two was very long, with dozens of runes overlapping like waves. The collisions continued. In the end, both were injured. The young man was surrounded by purple flames. Half of his body was burnt black by the lightning, and his robe was completely damaged. He fell to the ground, holding on tightly to prevent himself from falling. Wu Xingguan's thunder spirit root was also burned by the boundless flames. One side of his body was pale and the other side was dry. Obviously, he had also suffered very serious injuries. At this moment, both of them were standing on their own. It seemed that they would fall down at any time. Seeing this scene, Luo Yan's heart moved. He didn't need to do it himself, and the companion with the thunder spirit root was already seriously injured. Next, he only needed to find an opportunity to approach him, and then in the name of helping him heal his wounds, he could achieve his goal. Thinking of this scene, Luo Yan subconsciously raised a subtle smile at the corner of his mouth. The previous feeling of depression caused by being targeted by an unknown existence was also swept away in an instant. Okay, you two stop here, there is no need to fight anymore. At this time, a young man with a blazing talisman light in his eyes appeared in an instant. His aura was stronger than that of the young man with purple flames. If nothing unexpected happened, his strength would be even stronger. Behind the man with the thunder spirit root from the Five Elements Temple, two figures, a man and a woman, appeared. One of them was the man with the wind spirit root, and the other was Senior Sister Lan, who taught Luo Yan the scripture of the art of dream butterfly. There were still more than a dozen disciples from the Five Elements Temple outside Kingzhou town, but they did not come closer at this moment. Because this was not only a fair fight, but also a battle between the first-level geniuses. Their strength was not enough for them to intervene in this level of fighting. Otherwise, it would be easy to be in danger of life. You heal your wounds first, I will meet them. The companion of the purple-clothed young man casually set up a small secret magic barrier to prevent interference, and told him to heal his wounds. His whole body was shining brightly, and there was a breath of nothingness between his eyes, shooting out a ray of fierce light. It seemed that the void was collapsing. A cultivator with wind spirit roots. If your strength is not as high as that of your companion, you will fail. Come on, let me see your strength. The companion of the purple-clothed young man put his hands behind his back, and spoke in a sonorous voice, like the sound of swords, with an indescribable power. He hooked his fingers at the other side. His face was calm and comfortable, as if he didn't take it to heart at all. He also signaled that the battle between the two sides would continue, and he would take over the next battle. Humph, arrogant. You cultivators from the East region have traveled thousands of miles to my territory in the South region to collect opportunities, and even provoked my companions, and actually regarded this as a kind of experience. In that case, let me end your experience. The cultivator with wind spirit roots on the Five Elements Peak was extremely angry, and the breath of wind on his body was strong. Gusts of wind came out of thin air, driving the mountains and forests to move. Various sha and sha noises continued, and the humming sound was fascinating, attacking the front. What a petty trick! The companion of the purple-clothed young man pushed his hands flat, and the light in the air was blazing, flooding the front. It blocked the boundless gust of wind and fixed the area around it. It was like a wind-fixing spell. I want to see if your arrogance is worthy of your pride. The face of the wind spirit root cultivator was gloomy, the breath of his whole body was surging, his eyes were red, and his face was ugly. The guy opposite him looked so indifferent, obviously not taking him seriously. In front of so many fellows, the wind spirit root cultivator felt humiliated. This made him, who had always been arrogant, very unacceptable. On weekdays, he was an absolute genius in the Five Elements Temple, and his peers held him very high. All kinds of praise and admiration were endless. Now this guy who didn't know where he came from in the East region was talking nonsense here, and he didn't take him seriously at all. This arrogant look made him very angry. This man from the East region is too arrogant. Brother from the Five Elements Temple, don't hold back, burst out with all your strength and teach him a lesson. It will also let the outside world know that people from our South region are not easy to mess with. The other four sect disciples who were watching outside also reacted at this moment. Previously, they thought it was some kind of personal grudge, but now they realized that this was a cultivator from the East region who came to pick a fight. For a moment, the faces of many cultivators from the five regions suddenly darkened. They were also filled with righteous indignation. They wanted the wind spirit root genius from the Five Elements Temple to teach this arrogant guy a lesson. They have always looked down on others, but now they are underestimated by two outsiders. Come on, fight with me, let the world see your weakness. The companion of the purple-clothed young man spoke. Damn it! The 5 elements of the primordial key are in all directions, and the sun, moon and stars are impermanent. Use the wind control spell for me. Hearing this, the cultivator with the wind spirit root became even angrier, and the wind aura all over his body was strong. It sent out invisible hurricanes, rushing straight forward, and ancient trees fell along the way, with a terrifying momentum. Crack! The companion of the purple-clothed young man looked up, and there was a gray breath in his eyes, and then a red light flew out, fixing the hurricanes. The attacks of both sides collided with each other, and a group of invisible waves suddenly broke out in the air. There was a faint rain of rune light, falling on the rocks on the ground, making a series of puff sounds. Soon, the cultivator with wind spirit roots was defeated. He was severely injured, bleeding, and his face was as pale as snow. "I'll do it." A cultivator from the Jade Toad Palace flew over to take over the battle. Unfortunately, it didn't take long for him to be seriously injured and retreated into the crowd. Then the disciples of the 5 sects took turns to fight, but they couldn't defeat the companion of the purple-clothed young man. The gray air produced in his eyes seemed to be able to annihilate the endless void. Any magic weapon and rune light could be wiped out by his 2 gray air. Like an infinite god of war, no one can defeat him. You are the only one left. The companion of the purple-clothed youth glanced at the direction where Senior Sister Lan was. Because the first-level Xianjiao characters on the field were basically swept away by him. Only the last Senior Sister Lan had not made a move. Senior Sister Lan glanced at her companions around her, as well as the disciples of other sects, all of whom were injured. She knew that the man on the opposite side was planning to lose face for all the sects in their southern region. Faced with such oppression, for the honor of the sect, she had no choice. She had to take action. This senior brother came all the way to my southern region as a guest, and he hurt so many people because of a disagreement. Isn't it a bit too much? Since senior brother wants to experience the style of my southern region disciples, as a member of the southern region, I naturally can't stand idly by. Please grant. Senior Sister Lan's gentle but cold voice, before it completely fell, she was suddenly stunned. Because a figure slowly appeared in front of her. A monk in black robes and a crane mask stood in front of her. On his waist hung a black token from the law enforcement hall of the 5 Elements Temple. "You've been hiding for so long, and now you're finally willing to come out." The purple-clothed young man opposite spoke. His eyes flickered up and down, and the aura of nothingness annihilated, rushing over with an extremely strong oppressive momentum. Like a peerless bird of prey flapping its wings and screaming, it was extremely sharp, and the terrifying aura was captivating. Obviously, he had sensed Luo Yan's aura a long time ago. When he was in the underground hall, he had already sensed that extraordinary aura. This kind of perception of people of the same level will not be wrong. So from the beginning to the end, the person he wanted to fight the most was Luo Yan. Chapter 223 The Life Essence of Plants and Trees. The companion of the purple-clothed young man who copied the Thunder Talisman is very strong. And it was the kind of unrivaled momentum. But Luo Yan didn't care at all. His face under the mask was calm. Just gently stretched out his hand, and there was a colorful glow, suppressing the 2 oncoming fierce attacks. However, Luo Yan did not attack, but deliberately stopped. There was no desire to fight with him. "This time, you passed. Retreat now, otherwise you too will be left behind." Luo Yan glanced around casually and said something inexplicable. The young man opposite was stunned when he heard it, and his eyes swept around. Seeing that those who were injured by him before had all fled this area. There was resentment in his eyes, and there was also the light of the communication jade slip flying across, and he immediately guessed a possibility. His face turned black in an instant. He originally thought it was very simple, just to learn from the southern region Xianjiao present, so as to hone himself. Therefore, he didn't use heavy hands before. But now it seems that the behavior of these guys is a bit unethical. After all, there were too many communication jade slips flying past. If there was any one of them that was sent to their elders, they would have to flee today. Thinking of this, the companion of the purple-clothed young man had an idea instantly. This Taoist brother is right. I was too abrupt today. I didn't consider that the time is not yet ripe. It is not the time to challenge and make enemies everywhere. Wait until the road of Xianjiao is opened. I will come to ask for advice from Taoist brother. After saying this, he took his companion and disappeared with the escape light. Because those communication jade slips, no matter who they finally attracted, must be very likely to be senior practitioners of a higher level. The two of them are now deep in the heart of the South region. If they cause too much trouble, it will not end well in the end. If they retreat in time now, it should still be in time. Otherwise, it would be very uneconomical to use the trump card to escape. After all, the trump card that can escape the pursuit of high-level cultivators is such a precious thing. Once used, it is really one less. It can't be exchanged for anything. Fortunately, the companion of the purple-clothed youth was a smart man. He understood Luo Yan's subtext. Luo Yan could clearly feel that this guy was not much different from himself in strength, so he naturally understood why he was training like this. If he solved the problem of the Thunder Rune after this, he might also take this path to challenge the 5-domain celestial prodigies. Only by sublimating to the utmost in battle can one truly experience the essence of practice. Because he felt the same way, he understood. Luo Yan didn't want these two people to experience unfair treatment here. So there was such a reminder. In addition, he didn't want to expose himself in front of so many people. Based on these two thoughts, Luo Yan's previous actions were also taken. As for the failure of the previous companions, they lost the external face of their own sect. Luo Yan believed that they volunteered to fight and were not as good as others. There was nothing to delve into. After all, they didn't deliberately ask for it, nor were they aggressive. Willing to fight and admit defeat, this is the truth since ancient times. Although Luo Yan has the confidence and ability to help everyone regain that face. But Luo Yan would not do such a thing that would make him stand out but bring him no benefit. His idea was very simple. He would not fight with a being of the same level unless it was necessary. After watching the two men disappear here, Luo Yan turned around and looked at senior sister Lan, who had once taught him the Dharma. You two are seriously injured. We have to return to the sect for treatment as soon as possible. Senior sister Lan's face showed a worried look. She had a slender body and a graceful figure. Her face was like a fairy in the sky, and her eyebrows were tightly knitted. She did not focus too much on Luo Yan because there were more important things to do. Don't worry, junior sister Lan. My injury is okay. It's not too serious. I should be much better after a while of regulating my breath. But with this guy's current state, I'm afraid we are not suitable for long-distance travel, right? The fellow disciple with the wind spirit root frowned and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth while sitting cross-legged on the ground. His injuries were not serious, just some impacts of the collision force. But following his gaze, the thunder spiritual root cultivator who was high-spirited before was now completely unconscious. His body was both burning and withered. There were thunder runes showing, and there were also lavender flame runes burning. The two intertwined in his body, fighting non-stop, causing his body to appear strangely withered. It was very scary. If it weren't for the sound of his faint breath, it would be easy to mistake him for death. This strange state scared senior sister Lan, and she hurriedly shouted, "What should I do? You don't know how to heal my wounds. The people outside are almost gone. It's not that easy to find someone to help. It seems that I can only fly slower and take you two back first." Senior sister Lan raised her eyebrows and pursed her red lips. The three of them had already met when they were in the Xianjiao camp. After the foundation was established, the three of them agreed to go out together to experience, but they didn't expect that this would happen now. This is the only way. The fellow disciple with the wind spiritual root nodded. Let's go to the nearby city first, and then notify the elders on the 5 Elements Peak and ask them to come over. Because it's unrealistic to fly back directly from where we are now. But with this guy's current state, the sense of separation when entering and exiting the transmission channel will only aggravate his current injuries. Or we can ask for help from the seniors in Behu Valley. Considering the good relationship between the 5 sects, I believe they will lend a hand. The genius with the wind spirit root was very calm and knew where his companion's formation was. It was probably caused by the strange rune power remaining in his body. Although he looked very miserable, his life should still be safe. After all, the physique of a thunder cultivator is also very strong. Hearing this, senior sister Lan calmed down. The main reason was that the injury of the thunder spirit root companion in front of her was too scary from the surface. If his life was really in danger, it would be difficult to explain to the elders in the sect. After all, they came out together. If someone died like this, she also felt that she had some responsibility. Do you need help? At this moment, Luo Yan's voice came at the right time. Sister Lan looked at the black-robed man with a crane face in front of her and felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity, but she couldn't tell where it was. In her memory, She had never dealt with people from the law enforcement hall. She had heard Sister Xia complain about some unruly people in the law enforcement hall before, but she had never seen them in person. This was because Luo Yan had seen Sister Lan in her true appearance before. She didn't appear in her current face. In addition, this was a spirit puppet body, and even some of its aura had changed. That's why she didn't recognize it. Does this brother from the law enforcement hall also have experience in healing? Then I'll trouble you, brother. Although in the eyes of many disciples of the sect, the people of the law enforcement hall are most famous for only recognizing rules and having extremely high strength, they give most disciples of the sect a feeling of indifference and unfamiliarity. It is completely different from the law enforcer in front of them. Based on this, Sister Lan and the fellow disciple with wind spirit roots looked at each other. They carefully sensed it again and looked carefully at the token hanging on Luo Yan's waist. After finding out that it was indeed the law enforcer of their own sect, they agreed. After all, the fellow with the thunder spirit root in front of them was really seriously injured. If he was not treated, there was a possibility of an accident. Even if he flew to the nearest city now, it would probably take half a day. In such a long time, if something unexpected really happened, no one could bear the responsibility. After all, he was a genius with thunder spirit roots, and was regarded as a successor by the elders on the Five Elements Peak. The importance was self-evident. Their requirements were not high, they just hoped that this fellow from the law enforcement hall could temporarily relieve his injuries. Luo Yan took a look at the fellow with the thunder spirit root lying on the ground and saw that he had fallen into deep coma. There were two different auras on his body, one violent and the other hot. If he was not a cultivator with different spirit roots and had thunder runes suppressing his body, his injuries would probably be more serious. Luo Yan glanced at the vague figures emerging from the surrounding mountains and forests. Then he took out a small mist formation from his storage bag to isolate everyone inside. Then he set up a soundproof formation to block out the noisy sounds outside. Then Luo Yan walked to the side of this fellow disciple with the thunder spirit. As soon as he got close, he could see the crackling thunder runes transforming between his bodies. However, there were two other forces in his body that were in a stalemate with him. Luo Yan put his hand on the shoulder of this fellow disciple with the thunder spirit, and then his spiritual power ran into his body in an instant. Luo Yan could sense the violent thunder power in the body of this fellow disciple. The dense runes were arranged in some unknown order. Then thunder was generated and finally dissipated in the body. It seemed to be manifesting all the time. This kind of rune change that can independently produce internal connections without relying on any scripture system made Luo Yan very curious. But he knew that it was not the time to study these things in depth. Luo Yan glanced at the purple runes that were still glowing with fluorescence, and regarded the body of this fellow with the thunder spirit as a battlefield. Two different forces were entangled together, so close that people could not distinguish the specific situation. Although those purple runes, without the blessing of subsequent power, gradually weakened in the body of this fellow with the thunder spirit, they could still burst out with extremely terrifying power. It can be imagined that the strength of the purple-clothed young man was not simple. This was also the reason why Senior Sister Lan and the others felt helpless about this. Because those lavender runes were intertwined with those thunder runes. They were urgently connected and could not be separated from each other. Even if Senior Sister Lan and the others wanted to help heal the wound, they didn't know where to start. If they helped randomly, it might make the injury worse. There was a blazing blue light in Luo Yan's eyes, and countless runes were jumping. It didn't take long for him to remember these purple rune marks. Then, runes of 5 attributes, gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, appeared on his fingertips. Then, they began to rotate continuously in the form of the 9 palaces and 8 diagrams. 5 elements seal, seal. Luo Yan shouted softly, and gently threw the evil sealing magic array on his fingertips forward. Then, it landed accurately around those lavender flame runes, isolating them. And the evil sealing magic array was still constantly devouring the power of those purple runes. After another half an instant of time, the purple runes that were isolated by these sealing magic arrays finally ran out of energy and stopped moving. They turned into light rain and dissipated before his eyes. Without the interference of those purple flame runes, the thunder runes in front of him no longer appeared, and the violent power was suddenly withdrawn. All of them fell silent. Did this brother from the law enforcement hall succeed? The fellow disciple with the wind spirit root beside him asked with curiosity in his eyes. This is an internal injury caused by a foreign rune, but it can be cured in such a short time. I have only heard that the people in the law enforcement hall are very powerful. I never thought that they also have a lot of experience in this complicated sealing secret technique. Now it seems that these guys in black robes can run rampant in the sect for a reason. We just expelled the foreign runes in his body, and the healing has not started yet. Luo Yan shook his head, indicating that this is just the beginning. Then he straightened this fellow disciple with a thunder spirit root and sat cross-legged on the ground. He also sat cross-legged. Then the wood state of mind on his body suddenly erupted and spread to the surroundings. It was like a huge vortex, covering an area of several hundred meters. A magical scene happened. In the area covered by Luo Yan's wood state of mind, countless plants and trees had green fluorescence coming out. Densely packed, covering the entire area. Like a group of flying fireflies. They rushed over one after another. As the spell continued, more and more plant essences gathered here. The original light green fluorescent spots have now turned directly into dark green light balls. And the volume is still increasing. The only price is that the originally lush plants have all turned from green to yellow at this moment. Some have even withered and fallen to the ground with reddish-brown branches. Luo Yan guided these plant essences and rushed into the body of the fellow with a thunder spirit root in front of him. At the same time, he also silently chanted in his heart, 0, start recording the thunder rune information. Task is being established. The target is a natural thunder spirit root cultivator, and the personal information synchronization file is being generated. Basic runes are being compared, and the thunder rune analysis is being performed. It is expected that the target's flesh and blood will be connected to the runes, and the time for all records to be completed is 1617. After knowing the specific time when the chip copied the runes in the body of this fellow with a thunder spirit root, Luo Yan simply closed his eyes. Intentionally controlling the light green fluorescence, the speed of repairing the body of the fellow with a thunder spirit root. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 224, Thunder Method Specimen completed, The Young Man with the Diamond Mark. In the eyes of Senior Sister Lan and the fellow disciple with wind spirit roots, this fellow disciple from the law enforcement hall was now wholeheartedly healing his companion. After all, the green light spots flying all over the sky were full of life. Then the cultivators with wind spirit roots also began to close their eyes and regulate their breathing. Only Senior Sister Lan took on the task of vigilance to prevent them from being disturbed. But her beautiful eyes occasionally passed by the figure with a crane face mask, and a trace of thought flashed across her face. Suddenly, she thought of someone. That person seemed to be in the law enforcement hall, but she did not show it on her face. Time passed slowly, from day to night, and then to day again. The data of the thunder rune has been collected, and the connection between flesh and blood and runes has been engraved. Hearing the prompt sound of the task completion from the chip, Luo Yan's heart was slightly shocked. After wasting so much time, it was time to end it. The dark green light balls gathered in the air, from a large area at the beginning, to a few now. The plants and trees within a radius of several hundred meters were all dried up. A light pinch of the hand would turn them into powder. All the plants and trees were fundamentally destroyed. After a large amount of plant essences were used to replenish vitality, the body of the fellow disciple with the thunder spirit root opposite Luo Yan suddenly changed from a shriveled and withered state to a normal state. This vitality generated by the essence of plants and trees has an extremely magical effect in treating internal injuries. This point was proved by Luo Yan himself a few years ago. However, in order to obtain the essence of plants and trees, it is necessary to have a very deep study of the properties of wood. Even if ordinary cultivators know this, it is difficult to do it. Because this not only requires extremely exquisite spiritual power control, but also requires proficiency in the pure breath of wood. Only in this way can the essence of plants be extracted and transformed into the essence of vitality. Luo Yan's behavior was seen by the wind spirit root Xianjiao and Senior Sister Lan, who were guarding on the side. The shock on their faces became even stronger. In less than a day, the companion who was originally in a coma due to serious injuries has regained his rosy complexion. It is a world of difference from the previous miserable state. It is incredible. But Luo Yan knows very well that the reason why this treatment took so long is that he deliberately controlled the speed of refining the essence of these plants. It could have been done in 2 or 3 hours, but for his own ulterior motives, he delayed it until now. In order to prevent this companion with Thunder Spirit Root from waking up early, Luo Yan even deliberately hypnotized him with illusion. Okay, he should wake up soon, and he should be fine now. Luo Yan breathed a sigh of relief, pretending to be exhausted. Thank you, brother from the law enforcement hall. May I ask if you can leave your specific name? When he wakes up, I can ask him to visit me as soon as possible. The fellow disciple with Wind Spirit Root bowed respectfully and asked sincerely. Luo Yan shook his head and didn't explain anything. But thinking of the identities of these people and the elders behind them, they belonged to the high-level ones in the sect. Luo Yan hesitated, thinking about some unexpected situations that might be encountered in the future, and chose to give his contact information. This is my communication talisman. If there is a chance in the future, I will contact you. Luo Yan took out a jade talisman from the storage bag and threw it to him, and then wanted to go out. Now that the goal has been achieved, it's time for him to leave. Hearing this, the fellow with the Wind Spirit Root was not too surprised. After all, the people in the law enforcement hall are mysterious in the sect, and it is normal to have such a reaction. Although I don't know the specific name, with a communication jade talisman, there will always be opportunities for further contact in the future. It won't be too late to thank him in person for what happened in the past 2 days. Luo Yan withdrew the formation, and with a light hand, the formation plates flew back to his hands. Noticing the eyes behind him staring at him, he did not fly away directly, but deliberately walked to the side. Can I also observe the runes of the Thunder Spirit Root? Senior Sister Lan moved lightly with lotus steps. Her slender figure was full of dreamlike temperament, which made people addicted. Her voice was very pleasant to the ear, as moist as a spring, and particularly recognizable. She casually set up a soundproof barrier. Hearing such deliberate words, Luo Yan knew that his identity had been guessed. For this reason, he was not very surprised. He did not hide some of his little habits. For example, his magical powers, his tone of voice, etc. In front of the meticulous Senior Sister Lan, his specific identity was guessed. It was not very strange. However, Luo Yan was still prepared to ask a few more questions. He turned around and smiled softly. Can't I help you for the sake of my fellow disciples? Seeing the figure in front of her stop, Senior Sister Lan opened her red lips slightly, and there was a light of wisdom in her smart eyes. You are wearing a mask and appearing as a law enforcer. Also, his injuries are not fatal. Senior Sister Lan also smiled softly, like 100 flowers blooming, her red lips seductive. Her reason is very simple. Although the people of the law enforcement hall have a bad reputation, they are generally not nosy in the Five Elements Temple. Unless it is a moment that really endangers the lives of the disciples in the sect. Otherwise, with the temperament of the people in the law enforcement hall, they basically won't come out to meddle in other people's affairs. Not to mention sacrificing a lot of their own time to heal an unrelated companion like just now. This seems weird no matter how you look at it. This is a big paradox with the popular character of the law enforcer. So it can make a law enforcer willing to waste a lot of his own time to save a seriously injured and unconscious person. There must be a certain connection here. Can you determine my identity just based on these? What if I really mean it out of kindness? Luo Yan did not take off the mask on his face, because the fellow disciple with the Wind Spirit Root in the distance also looked over curiously at this moment. Curious, why did the two people have to turn their backs to him when they talked when they just met? Is there something else hidden? I said it was a woman's intuition. Do you believe it? Senior Sister Lan smiled, revealing her white teeth and beautiful eyes. In fact, the reason why she was sure of Luo Yan's identity was because Luo Yan had revealed too many things before. 5-color magical powers, sealing secrets, formations, runes, artistic conception, etc. If these things appeared on an old cultivator, it would be barely justifiable. But the law enforcer who could come to such a place must not be very old. In other words, he must be the same age as her. Among her peers, there is only one who can learn so many things at the same time and has extraordinary attainments. In Senior Sister Lan's memory, only Luo Yan who appeared in Fairy Butterfly Ridge can barely meet the requirements. After all, whether it is the secret art of sealing, artistic conception, formation, runes, etc., Each one requires a lot of time to study deeply before it is possible to reach a certain realm. Otherwise, relying solely on the energy and understanding of ordinary cultivators, it would be amazing to be able to master one of the knowledge in one lifetime. Not to mention reaching the level of Luo Yan, who can do it with ease. The difficulty here is beyond the imagination of ordinary people. For example, she has read those runes without any rules countless times. And she has been exposed to them since she was a child, and she can only remember the text of Dream Butterfly art completely. But even so, she barely managed to master it. But when Senior Sister Lan saw Luo Yan, she realized what a true genius is. Those things that looked like ghost paintings did not take more than 7 days in his hands. Not only did he remember them all, but he also made modifications that were more in line with human practice. This is no longer something that can be described as a simple genius. Except for the word evil, she could not find any words to describe it. So since that separation, Senior Sister Lan has been deeply impressed by Luo Yan. After all, even her mother was amazed by his act of changing the scriptures. It is conceivable how deep the impression Luo Yan had on them was regarding his talent and comprehension. Another thing is the timing of Luo Yan's appearance. He directly stood in front of her instead of attracting the opponent's attention in other ways. This kind of deliberate protective behavior is generally not done if you don't know him. Combining the above points, it is not surprising to guess Luo Yan's true identity. I haven't seen you for 6 years. Is Senior Sister Lan okay? Hearing Senior Sister Lan's slightly playful answer, Luo Yan no longer hid it. There was a little softness in his tone, and he asked softly. Senior Sister Lan showed her side profile. Her beautiful eyes were full of smiles. I have already established my foundation. What else is there to be bad about? Indeed, compared to before, Senior Sister Lan has become more and more charming and beautiful. Senior Sister Lan frowned slightly when she heard this, and deliberately said, What do you mean by this? I was not beautiful before. Luo Yan's tone froze, and he suddenly didn't know how to respond. Okay, I won't tease you anymore. Senior Sister Lan's eyes flashed with a hint of mischief, with a bit of cunning. I will keep your identity a secret for you. Luo Yan thanked her lightly, and then suddenly seemed to remember something, and asked in a low voice, Did Senior Sister Lan get anything from this secret realm? What's wrong? I happen to get a small magical jade slip. Do you want to see it? After that, Senior Sister Lan was about to take out the jade slip. Luo Yan shook his head, a little hesitant to speak, because that was his guess, and there was no direct evidence. But the man in front of him had taught him the Dharma, so he had to accept some favors. Luo Yan hesitated for a moment, but still wanted to dissuade him. If Senior Sister Lan believes me, it's best not to practice this magical jade slip. Even less look at it. Senior Sister Lan's curiosity grew stronger, and she wanted to ask more questions, but she could see her companion slowly approaching her. So she smiled gently and didn't ask any more questions. We'll meet again after we return to the sect. Luo Yan nodded and glanced at the fellow disciple with the wind spirit root. There was a bit of precaution in his eyes, as if he glanced at this sight inadvertently. This kind of look that regarded him as a great enemy made Luo Yan slightly stunned, and then he understood it in an instant. This was being regarded as a rival in love. After all, with Senior Sister Lan's talent and beauty, it was normal for her to attract the love of these arrogant geniuses with different spirit roots. After thinking about this, Luo Yan also understood the look of this fellow disciple with a wind spirit root looking at him. Why was he grateful before, but now he became vigilant? Finally, Luo Yan said goodbye to Senior Sister Lan again, and his figure turned into a rainbow light and disappeared into the sky. After about an incense stick of time, Luo Yan stopped on a low mountain peak. You have followed me for so long, you can come out now. Luo Yan put his hands behind his back and looked at the bottom of a big tree on the side. In his perception, there was a dark shadow hidden in it. There was a vague human figure. As expected, someone was following him. This kind of vague prying sight had been noticed by Luo Yan a few hours ago. It seemed that he was being monitored all the way. And this gaze seemed to be directed at Luo Yan alone. So Luo Yan did not set up the teleportation formation and was in a hurry to teleport back. When controlling the rainbow light, he did not use his full strength. He was going to use himself as bait to lure out the person hiding behind and spying on him. Luo Yan wanted to see what the purpose of this peeping gaze was. However, what surprised Luo Yan was that the figure hiding in the tree seemed to be particularly good at the wood law. In just a moment, it disappeared from the bottom of the big tree on the side. Then it turned into a wisp of green smoke and escaped into another big tree. It was almost instantaneous movement. This high-level escape technique was almost the same as when he used the dream butterfly technique with all his strength. However, this behavior of hiding and dancing under his nose, almost playing with him, made Luo Yan frown tightly. Although your wood escape technique is very powerful, it still can't hide from my perception. Southeast, the fourth big tree, aren't you ready to come out? Then I can only catch you myself. Luo Yan shouted several times at first, but later found that there was no response at all. And this human-shaped shadow was still shuttling between various trees. It made people unclear about the specific location. It seemed that he didn't take his words just now seriously at all. Luo Yan's eyes instantly condensed, and a terrifying 5-color light column appeared on his body, rushing around with a surging momentum like a sea tide. An invisible wave shook the surrounding mountains and forests, making a rustling sound. These 5-color rune lights, in the form of a large oval net, completely covered the area. For a moment, the entire mountain range was wrapped in a terrifying aura. Xiao Yun, stop it. Brother Luo, please stop. A muffled urgent cry came from the trees next to him. A young man in a brown Taoist robe appeared in front of him. His face was handsome, even too handsome, with a kind of weird beauty. But the most eye-catching thing was that there was a diamond-shaped mark in the center of the forehead of the young man in the brown robe. Chapter 225, The Son of Fortune, Reunion. The diamond-shaped mark on the forehead of the young man in brown robe was glowing faintly at this moment. Circles of light patterns were spreading outward, with a kind of bewitching handsomeness. Yang Zhao. Luo Yan called out tentatively, a little uncertain. Because the face of the man in front of him was really different from a few years ago. Yang Zhao used to be an ordinary boy with ordinary looks and ordinary face. But now he has become like a gentleman walking out of a painting, so handsome and extraordinary. His appearance is very outstanding. It is simply unbelievable that his appearance can change so much in just a few years. Brother Luo, long time no see. Xiao Yun's mischievous behavior just now has caused you trouble, please don't take it to heart. Luo Yan restrained the talisman light on his body. Hearing the name Xiao Yun, his heart moved, thinking of a small figure. Before a moment, the diamond-shaped mark on Yang Zhao's forehead glowed with a blazing light. A chubby-looking white jade doll flew out from it. This chubby white jade doll was about 2 feet tall, wearing a dazzling golden jacket, and looked very high-spirited. Very majestic and impressive. Hey, young man, we meet again. If it weren't for this kid being too stupid in the art of escaping, you wouldn't have been able to spot me just now. The white jade doll in the golden jacket was suspended in the air, with a puffy mouth, as if he was fighting. Because Luo Yan could actually accurately sense his figure in the vast woods. This made him feel very embarrassed. Why did you run so far? If I'm not wrong, this place should be more than 100,000 kilometers away from the hinterland of the sect. Luo Yan didn't care too much about Xiao Yun or childish behavior. He knew the childishness of this shape-changing spiritual medicine. But he was still very curious about how these two people ran so far. You know, he came here, but he went around in circles, more than a dozen medium-sized teleportation arrays. Finally, they came to this desolate land. Well, when we were training in the sect, we accidentally triggered an ancient teleportation array. Then we were teleported here. Yang Zhao's face was a little embarrassed, and he subconsciously paused and became a little embarrassed. Although he hadn't seen him for several years, he still maintained a great respect for the man in front of him. Because if it weren't for the help of senior brother Luo, he wouldn't have been able to raise his realm to the great perfection of key refining in just a few years. This speed of cultivation progress is excellent among their peers of the same year. Seriously speaking, although Yang Zhao, Luo Yan and Lian are from the same class. But if we don't count the family lineage and the geniuses with different spiritual roots on the 5 Elements peak. So far, among the cultivators who came to the headquarters from the branch temple, the number of people who can successfully build a foundation is definitely less than 3 fingers. Although Luo Yan and Lian's cultivation progress is very fast, excluding the 2 of them. Among the remaining disciples of the 5 Elements temple, the better ones have just stepped into the threshold of the late stage of key refining. After all, they are only in their early 20s, really young. Without relying on anyone's help, being able to build a foundation before the age of 30 is already amazing. This is also one of the reasons why Yang Zhao still respected Luo Yan when he met him again. Because this senior brother Luo has always been ahead of him in every aspect. Did you get the inheritance in this different space? Luo Yan's face was a little strange. Looking at Yang Zhao's face that was a little too handsome, he thought of a possibility. He vaguely understood who the inheritor who was one step ahead of him was mentioned by the unknown existence. If it was the guy in front of him who was so lucky, it was really possible. Inheritance? What inheritance? Hearing this, Yang Zhao's face was a little confused. I just got a magic called picking the moon in the water. Yang Zhao told the truth. His expression looked a little innocent. Because he really didn't see the inheritance that senior brother Luo mentioned. There was only a secret technique similar to a magic trick. Luo Yan's mouth twitched, and a few black lines appeared on his eyebrows at the right time. But he suddenly remembered that if Yang Zhao didn't ask about it deliberately, it seemed possible that he didn't know the difference between magic and supernatural power. As for Xiao Yuner next to Yang Zhao, although his background was scary, looking at his clear and flawless eyes, innocent and romantic, Luo Yan didn't think that with the character of this little guy, he would deliberately learn about those things. He felt that he was probably right. Luo Yan continued to ask curiously, how did you get into the Bluestone Hall? When entering the Bluestone Hall, although there were many people, Luo Yan also carefully observed the crowd entering. He dared to be sure that Yang Zhao's figure was not inside. As for concealing his perception, this possibility was very small. After all, Luo Yan was a cultivator in the foundation establishment stage, and he also practiced too many perception runes. A cultivator in the key refining stage wanted to hide his perception under his nose. This was extremely difficult. Yang Zhao was stunned, scratched his head, and said lightly, it's very simple. The ancient teleportation array is at the bottom of a well. I got a moon-shaped mark in it, and then entered the alien space. As for the Bluestone Hall in the alien space, just walk up directly. There is no one along the way. Luo Yan widened his eyes and opened his mouth slightly several times, but no sound came out. He was about to ask, didn't you encounter any ancient prohibitions along the way? But then he held back. Luo Yan didn't want to ask any more. If he hadn't known Yang Zhao before, Luo Yan would definitely not believe it and thought he was lying to him. But they had come into contact a long time ago. Luo Yan knew that what Yang Zhao said just now was probably true. However, if Yang Zhao's reply was known to those people outside who were looking for opportunities, they would probably want to kill him. Others risked their lives to enter the Bluestone Hall. I never thought that someone could bypass the rules. It was totally unreasonable. Hey, why did you use that kind of evil magic before? That kind of magic is very harmful to plants. At this moment, a white jade doll wearing a golden jacket flew over and landed in front of Luo Yan, staring at him angrily. Luo Yan was stunned, looking at the angry look of the little guy in front of him. He remembered that because he helped the fellow disciple with the thunder spirit to heal his wounds, he absorbed all the spirits of plants and trees within a radius of hundreds of meters. Luo Yan knew that his human body was made of the essence of plants and trees. Naturally, he would think that using magic to absorb the essence of plants and trees is wrong. And it also has indelible damage to plants and trees. It is normal to have such a concept. Then I will try to use less of this kind of magic next time. Looking at the innocent little guy in front of him, Luo Yan felt a sense of peace in his heart, and reached out to touch his little head. You lied. You don't think so at all. Xiao Yuner pushed away the big hand that was ravaging his horsehorn braids, and became even more angry. Luo Yan's figure stiffened slightly, and then he recalled. Although this little guy was transformed by a shape-shifting spirit medicine, he has the ability to understand people's hearts. He can distinguish good from evil and know good and bad. Fortunately, Yang Zhao spoke at the right time to ease Luo Yan's embarrassment. Xiao Yun said that there was an aura in that space that made him feel uncomfortable, so he came out first. After I passed on that technique, Xiao Yun brought me to chase Brother Luo. From Yang Zhao's mouth, Luo Yan finally understood who the vague prying eyes were. It should be this little guy. Although Luo Yan's current spirit puppet body is very different from the original body. But in front of Xiao Yuner's innate perception, it is completely the same as the real person. It is normal to distinguish Luo Yan's true identity. It's just that Xiao Yuner's identity is special and cannot be manifested in front of people. So when she saw Luo Yan using the essence of plants before, she didn't stop it. Otherwise, he would have jumped out long ago. So it was you who spied on me just now. Next time, please send a message directly to me, and I won't save people in that way. Floating in the air, Xiao Yuner glanced at someone with a sidelong glance and snorted, "You have a strong smell of plants and trees. You are the companion of the spirits of plants and trees. You can't hurt them." Luo Yan was not annoyed by the little guy's lecture. He just looked at him with a smile and nodded from time to time. In front of such a pure creature, his heart seemed to have been relaxed to the extreme. He was in a peaceful mood, as if he was always receiving the baptism of nature. It was very peaceful. "What are your plans next?" Luo Yan pulled Xiao Yuner back to him and let her sit on his shoulders, as if to apologize. Then he asked softly, "I have been away from the sect for a while, and now I have to go back to the sect." Luo Yan nodded and understood Yang Zhao's plan, which was the same as his own destination. Then he took out the array plate and 10 medium-grade spirit stones from the storage bag. Then he began to use his mental power to draw array patterns out of thin air. Before long, array patterns constructed by runes were quietly drawn successfully. The dense arrangement carried a mysterious atmosphere. Then Luo Yan put the 10 pieces of medium-grade spirit stones with different properties into it. Then the bright light on the teleportation array was blazing and naturally rotating. Let's go back to the sect first." Luo Yan nodded to Yang Zhao, indicating that he should first take Xiao Yuner back to the diamond-shaped space between his eyebrows. Because the teleportation array he arranged was only a small teleportation array, the teleportation distance was not far. It could only be teleported to the nearby big city. Fortunately, Luo Yan had made a positioning mark before coming. Now it came in handy. Only through the continuous turnover of these teleportation arrays can they return to the sect in the shortest time. Because they need to borrow the teleportation arrays in Behu Valley and the sect on the way, Xiao Yuner's figure cannot be exposed. Yang Zhao nodded and took Xiao Yuner back to the mark space. After a moment, a loud hum sounded. A brilliant light burst out from the teleportation formation, and Luo Yan and Yang Zhao disappeared in the mountains one after another. In the waters of the days, a flash of light passed by. Yang Zhao's figure appeared. What appeared before his eyes was a lush green painting full of spiritual charm. The water vapor was steaming, and there were spiritual fish jumping and spiritual cranes walking. In the mountains and forests, all kinds of spiritual medicines were everywhere, and spiritual fruit trees were lush. There were many creatures and their hisses were heard. A lively posture. It was like a pure land on earth. Squeak. Squeak. Looking at the strange Taoist who walked out of the teleportation formation, the spirit-eating rat that had been waiting here for a long time stood up its front legs. It made a Taoist bow in a similar way. Seeing this, Yang Zhao also hurriedly returned the salute. At this time, Xiao Yuner also rushed out from between his eyebrows. Looking at the highly intelligent spirit beast in front of him, his eyes were full of curiosity. Following the steps of the soul-eating rat, they soon arrived at the small house in the lake. A Taoist priest in green sat cross-legged on the roof, with a pot of spiritual tea in front of him. "Brother Luo, this is the storage bag you asked me to bring back for you." Yang Zhao came closer and handed over the things in his hand. Luo Yan took the storage bag, stretched out his hand, and pointed to the futon opposite. Because the previous one was a spiritual puppet body, it needed to be left in the sect. And the spiritual stones and various array materials in the storage bag were almost consumed and needed to be replenished. So there was a reason to ask Yang Zhao to help run this trip. In addition, they hadn't seen each other for several years, so it was a good opportunity to catch up. "Brother Luo, you." Yang Zhao looked at the Taoist priest in green in front of him, and compared it with the Taoist priest in black robe he had just seen. His expression was full of disbelief. The figures of the two brothers Luo filled his mind. How could Yang Zhao not be shocked? It's just a rune clone secret method. If you are interested in runes, I can teach you a thing or two after you exchange this secret method at the Sutra Library. Beside Luo Yan, there are also spirit cranes, mountain chickens, and spirit-eating rats, all of which are squatting on their own cushions at the moment. They listen to their conversation honestly. They look like they want to escape, but they don't dare to. It's very funny. Xiao Yuner didn't have so many concerns. She flew directly in front of them and circled several times. Her eyes were full of curiosity. And these little guys were also surprised by the white jade doll in front of them that could float in the air all the time. They were all wondering, is he also a spirit beast similar to himself? Why is he in human form, without wings, but can still fly all the time? Go, take the guests around the waters of the Great Lake. Luo Yan raised his hand. Seeing several little guys gather together and disappear in a swarm, Yang Zhao finally reacted from his daze. His eyes were full of admiration. Brother Luo's spiritual land is not inferior to the Five Elements Peak. Luo Yan finished the spiritual tea, handed it over, shook his head, and didn't take it seriously. The Five Elements Peak of the sect has gone through tens of thousands of years to become so prosperous now. His Great Lake waters are far from comparable. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.